Pacific Regional Hub. On behalf of the organizers, I welcome all of you to the 2021 United Nations Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum Asia Pacific, the new decade of action. The call for a decade of action could not be more timely. 2021 marks the final 10 years to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals. June 2021 also marks the 10th anniversary of the United Nations Human Rights Council's endorsement of the United Nations Guiding Principles. The United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights represent the global authoritative standard for what companies need to do to address human rights abuses connected to their businesses. Considering the linkages between sustainable development and human rights, as well as the significant power held by modern day corporations, the UNGPs have a tremendous potential to drive positive change for the poorest and the most marginalized people in our societies, those that risk being left behind, especially now amidst the socio-economic crisis caused by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. It is in this context that the 8 UN agencies in the Asia-Pacific region, namely International Labour Organization, International Organization for Migration, United Nations Children Fund, United Nations Development Programme, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, United Nations Environmental Programme, and the United Nations Working Group on Business and Human Rights have joined hands to reflect on the progress made so far and recalibrate for the next decade. Held annually since 2016, the Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum convenes governments, civil society organizations, human rights defenders, trade unions, academia, national human rights institutions, business enterprises, and industry associations for a constructive dialogue and peer learning to strengthen responsible business and human rights in the region. The 2021 forum aims at taking a stock of the progress and discuss challenges and opportunities for advancing responsible business in the region. It will also explore how existing vulnerabilities have been exposed and amplified by the ongoing pandemic and discuss the need to view the crisis as an opportunity to drive change. The 2021 forum brings over 70 hours of content spread across 46 sessions on a wide range of topics over 4 days, 1st to the 4th of June. Pre-forum sessions and safe spaces were facilitated for various stakeholders on the 28th and the 31st of May. During the 4 days, over 200 speakers will share their perspectives with participants who have registered from nearly 100 countries. We are thrilled this year because we are breaking the language barriers this year. All the sessions featured in 12 languages, namely Bangla, English, Hindi, Indonesian Bahasa, Japanese, Korean, Malay, Mandarin, Sinhalese, Tamil, Thai, and Vietnamese. All the sessions will be streamed live via forum platform, rbhrforum.com, YouTube, and Facebook. Now, to kick off the forum, we would like to play a video message by the senior leadership of all the co-organizing UN agencies. Can we play the video, please? Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all the organizers, let me welcome you to the United Nations Virtual Forum on Responsible Business and Human Rights in Asia Pacific.
The pandemic has been a stark reminder that we are all in this together. It has shown the need for us to collaborate and deepen our efforts at regional cooperation. We must keep trade flowing and make supply chain more resilient. But we should also protect those most disadvantaged. Finally, we need to urgently address our common environmental challenges. Together, we must seize the opportunity to build a common agenda for Asia and the Pacific for building back better.
We have 9 years to reach the 2030 SDG goals. With COVID setbacks, the active involvement and investments of the business sector is even more essential to get us there. Human rights due diligence must be embraced by all as we implement the UN guiding principles on business and human rights over the next decade. This calls on companies to systematically assess and address their impact on both people and the planet, while acknowledging that their operations are never neutral, whether during conflict or in peace.
Human rights and the environment are deeply intertwined. Human rights cannot be universally enjoyed without a clean and healthy environment for all, and sustainable environmental governance cannot exist without respect for human rights. Businesses are central to both of these objectives. Responsible conduct by companies means advancing, protecting, and promoting environmental rights. Both planet and people have infinite potential, but the rights of neither can be taken for granted in the pursuit of opportunity.
Businesses can take meaningful action to support women's economic empowerment and ensure these efforts are transparent, measured, reported, and aligned to areas that have the greatest impact. The world is better with more women at the table, and responsible business leaders hold a critical piece of the puzzle to bring about such transformation for gender equality.
During the pandemic, frontline workers, many of them migrants, have played critical roles in all types of businesses, which have benefited indirectly through, for example, their staff's reliance on migrant care workers for necessary healthcare, childcare, housework, and more. We must recognize the countless benefits and development impact that come with migration when it is managed in a safe, regular, and orderly manner. A successful recovery will only be possible if it is fully inclusive of migrants.
Businesses play a crucial role in shaping the world in which children live, through their actions, influence, and command of resources. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the risks of overlooking the links between businesses and child rights. Business practices, including working conditions, data mining, marketing, supply chain management, environmental impact, and investments all impinge on children and their families in ways that can have lifelong consequences.
The 10th anniversary of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights provides an excellent opportunity to assess the progress made so far in promoting business respect for human rights and in holding corporations accountable for human rights abuses. This forum should allow us to discuss what needs to be done differently during the next decade to create a just economic order.
It is often said that in crisis there's opportunity. This can only be true if we commit to tangible, meaningful steps that significantly move the needle on the many social injustices laid bare by the pandemic. The time for action is now. We must work together in partnership in order to pursue a human-centered, sustainable, and inclusive recovery based on social dialogue and the promotion of decent work.
Let us commit to action
for an economic development that is inclusive
and safeguards our environment.
Let us commit to the principled collaboration
of business and the international community
to meet the challenges of social injustice.
Let us work together
to create from this crisis
lasting opportunity
for all of humanity.
Thank you everyone for joining us. Stay tuned and join us again at 9:30 for a discussion with thought leaders on business and human rights in Asia. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all the organizers, let me welcome you to the United Nations Virtual Forum on Responsible Business and Human Rights in Asia Pacific.
The pandemic has been a stark reminder that we are all in this together. It has shown the need for us to collaborate and deepen our efforts at regional cooperation. We must keep trade flowing and make supply chain more resilient. But we should also protect those most disadvantaged. Finally, we need to urgently address our common environmental challenges. Together, we must seize the opportunity to build a common agenda for Asia and the Pacific for building back better.
We have 9 years to reach the 2030 SDG goals. With COVID setbacks, the active involvement and investments of the business sector is even more essential to get us there. Human rights due diligence must be embraced by all as we implement the UN guiding principles on business and human rights over the next decade. This calls on companies to systematically assess and address their impact on both people and the planet, while acknowledging that their operations are never neutral, whether during conflict or in peace.
Human rights and the environment are deeply intertwined. Human rights cannot be universally enjoyed without a clean and healthy environment for all, and sustainable environmental governance cannot exist without respect for human rights. Businesses are central to both of these objectives. Responsible conduct by companies means advancing, protecting, and promoting environmental rights. Both planet and people have infinite potential, but the rights of neither can be taken for granted in the pursuit of opportunity.
Businesses can take meaningful action to support women's economic empowerment and ensure these efforts are transparent, measured, reported, and aligned to areas that have the greatest impact. The world is better with more women at the table, and responsible business leaders hold a critical piece of the puzzle to bring about such transformation for gender equality.
During the pandemic, frontline workers, many of them migrants, have played critical roles in all types of businesses, which have benefited indirectly through, for example, their staff's reliance on migrant care workers for necessary healthcare, childcare, housework, and more. We must recognize the countless benefits and development impact that come with migration when it is managed in a safe, regular, and orderly manner. A successful recovery will only be possible if it is fully inclusive of migrants.
Businesses play a crucial role in shaping the world in which children live, through their actions, influence, and command of resources. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the risks of overlooking the links between businesses and child rights. Business practices, including working conditions, data mining, marketing, supply chain management, environmental impact, and investments, all impinge on children and their families in ways that can have lifelong consequences.
The 10th anniversary of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights provides an excellent opportunity to assess the progress made so far in promoting business respect for human rights and in holding corporations accountable for human rights abuses. This forum should allow us to discuss what needs to be done differently during the next decade to create a just economic order.
It is often said that in crisis there's opportunity. This can only be true if we commit to tangible, meaningful steps that significantly move the needle on the many social injustices laid bare by the pandemic. The time for action is now. We must work together in partnership in order to pursue a human-centered, sustainable, and inclusive recovery based on social dialogue and the promotion of decent work.
Let us commit to action
for an economic development that is inclusive
and safeguards our environment.
Let us commit to the principled collaboration
of business and the international community
to meet the challenges of social injustice.
Let us work together
to create from this crisis
lasting opportunity
for all of humanity.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are joining. My name is Surya Dev. I am the Vice Chair of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. And it's my great pleasure to join all of you, and I would like to welcome all of you on behalf of all the organizers. The objective of this opening plenary session with the thought leaders is to not only merely look at the last one decade of the UN Guiding Principles and the next one decade, it wishes to look at the broader context of business and human rights, last 30, 40 years, or perhaps going back in history a couple of centuries back, and also looking ahead, next 20, 30, 50 years, where we want to go in this particular context. This is my great pleasure that I'll be moderating this panel of thought leaders, very distinguished, all of them, and I'm going to introduce them in a second. But very briefly about the format of this session. The format of this session is more like a dialogue. I will have a range of questions that I'm going to ask to each of these panelists, and then they will respond briefly to those questions. I will strongly encourage all of you to post questions, and I will pick those questions and pose those to these panelists as well, right? So with these remarks, let me introduce the four distinguished panelists. We have Professor Diana Basul. She's a professor at Asian Institute of Management and also the executive director of Ramon de Rosario's Center for Corporate Responsibility. Diana, welcome, and thank you for joining. Then we have Professor Olivier de Schutter, who is a professor at University of Leuven and also UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights. Olivia, thank you for joining, and a very good morning. It's very early in Europe, so thank you. We very much appreciate you waking up so early for us. Then we have Ms. Theonila Roca Matboob. She is the Cabinet Minister for Education in the new autonomous Bougainville government, and she is also a complainant against Rio Tinto for the environmental degradation. Theonila, welcome. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you on this panel. Last but not least, we have Dr. Usha Ramanathan. She is a well-known human rights activist and recipient of the 2018 Access Now Human Rights Heroes Award. So Usha, thank you once again and welcome. All right, so after this brief introduction of the four distinguished panelists, let me straight away start with the questions. Usha, if I can start with you. And I think my question to you is that you have been working in this space of business and human rights or responsible business conduct for many years. What have you witnessed in the last 30, 40 years? I mean, the issues have been quite widespread, right? Whether it's about toxic environmental pollution, the rights of the tribal and indigenous communities, sweatshops, you know. So if you look at this whole landscape of last 40, 50 years, the business and human rights field, what has been the experience of rights holders in these different domains? You have the floor, Usha. Thank you.
Thank you, Surya. Just as by way of introduction, I think I'll just state some of the things that we have, that have been the concern over the past 30, 40 years. The first thing is the rise of what we call the development state. So the state undertakes this project of development, and this is a phenomenon that has existed, from
I think your voice is breaking somehow, so I don't know whether we need to turn off the video to make it better. I don't know.
Okay, I can do that.
Because I cannot hear you at least.
Is this better? Can you hear me now?
I cannot still hear you well. Can you try again now?
Yeah. Can you hear me now? I think you hear me now.
Unfortunately, it's still breaking a bit.
I suspect it's because the others are able to hear me. So possibly.
Oh, so others can hear you? The other panelists can hear you? Okay, then please proceed because somehow because we are on different platforms, so unfortunately I cannot hear you. But please proceed.
So the first kind of thing that I want to introduce into the discussion is the idea of the developmental state, where the state is undertaking a project of development. And that has been one of the ways where the idea of development has been among the most contested.
Whether the panelists can hear her? Oh, so I think the people who are on the WebEx, they can hear her. But people who are on this different platform, they cannot hear her. So I think there's some technical issue when you're mixing the two, it seems, in the system. So it's not perhaps an issue on the part of Usha. It is an issue in the team mixing up these two platforms because WebEx people, the other panelists can hear. Sorry, we have. Sorry for these technical issues. So my apologies to all the listeners and participants. I can try to start with Olivier in the meantime. Let's give it a go if that works better. Olivier, should we try that in case? So let us say if the technical team could figure out this issue at the Usha's end, or that is a common issue. But Olivier, let me start with you. You have also worked in this space of business and human rights, both inside the UN system and as an outside academic for a very long time. Very remarkable contributions. I'm a great fan of your scholarship and writings. So if you can focus on the last 2 decades, what progress have we made in the last 2 decades in promoting this business respect for human rights and corporate accountability? Are you satisfied with this progress, Olivier, and the scale of the progress? Over to you. Thank you. Maybe on mute, Olivier?
No, I did. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Great.
No, so good morning to all. My great pleasure to be here, and thank you, Surya, for your question. I think it's fair to summarize the developments over the past few decades by saying that we've been going through 4 big phases in this discussion on the relationship of companies to human rights. First, in the mid-1970s, there was an attempt to manage the post-colonial order. In fact, to legitimize the division of labor between Western-based companies that had a global reach and that sought to exploit the resources in the global South in a context in which, following the independencies of the 1960s in Africa, the 1950s in Asia, these countries had recently claimed their political independence. And it is in this context that the OECD adopted the guidelines on multinational enterprises, that in the ILO, the tripartite principles on social policy were adopted to basically reassure the governments in the global South, in these recently decolonized countries, that Western-based companies would behave according to a certain standard of conduct, to basically reassure these governments that there would be real consequences from their independence that would respect their economic sovereignty. In the 1980s and the 1990s, things changed quite dramatically as a result of the expansion of globalization. Trade expanded, investment flows increased as a result of free trade agreements, of investment treaties being concluded. And of course, this was accelerated after 1989 with the fall of the Berlin Wall and the shift to a market economy of many planned economies that were functioning according to socialist principles. The privatization process that characterized this period also led to a very significant increase in the weight of global multinational companies and global supply chains. And the reaction came around 2000 with the Global Compact and with the idea that we needed to tame globalization. The Global Compact was something very new because it was the first UN initiative that did not involve governments. It was purely private sector based. Only companies adhered to these 9, now 10 principles. Anti-corruption was added in 2004. And the Global Compact was an attempt to share good practices. It was really nothing more than a platform by which companies would mutually exchange about their practices in this area and learn from one another. And then we are now entering, since 2011, with the guiding principles on business and human rights, a fourth phase, which is much more normative, in which we move away from learning, a learning platform, the sharing of good practices, to a normative approach in which companies are expected to comply with certain human rights requirements. The big difficulty, however, is that human rights have been designed for states, that corporations have no territory, they do not exercise jurisdiction, they don't have sovereignty. And so the big challenge, intellectual challenge, is how to translate requirements designed and imagined for states to the activities of corporations. And it is an intellectual challenge. It's also a political challenge, how to make sure that the imposition of human rights norms to companies will be effectively informed in a context in which states are either unwilling or in some cases unable to really enforce those norms on corporate actors. So that is what I would say is a summary of what happened over the past few decades. And I think we now should move to something else. We should move to a situation in which we identify the specific requirements that we can expect corporations to comply with, beyond the human rights that states are expected to comply with. What are the specific exigencies we can express towards corporate actors, and perhaps we can discuss the future in further questions as we move forward in this dialogue.
Thank you very much, Olivier. I think that quick looking back from the attempt to draft a code of conduct at the UN level, the decolonization to globalization, the Global Compact, and the guiding principles, and the way forward. So you have done quite a quick summary and overview of that. So that is excellent. I would like to now try to go back to Usha again. Usha, I think you already know the question. The question is, from an activist perspective, how do you see it from the last 30, 40 years? What is the experience of rights holders in different domains? So business and human rights, let us try if you can connect now. You have the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, I think the way in which we've thought about it is about the developmental state, because it is the project of development that the states have embarked upon post-colonization, in independent states, needing to be self-sufficient, needing to be able to provide for the whole population. That has been one of the major ways in which we have seen the state thinking move. And as a result, we've seen that it has impacted on people in various kinds of ways. So while the state's development project has moved on, what it has done to the lives of people has been significantly different. So the experience of affected communities, and so we have this idea of project affected communities, which has developed along with the idea of the developmental state. So you have questions of land, of resources, including mineral resources, of water, of forest, many of these spilling over from colonial times into post-colonial contexts. So it has carried on the idea that for the development project, land can be taken by the state, water can be diverted from people to wherever they need it, forests can be captured by the state and used for what it considers development purposes. minerals belong with the state and they can do what they want with it. This has created huge amounts of conflict situations. It's also produced some remarkable laws, changes in the law. So we can come back to that whenever, and I think Olivier has done a great job for us by telling us quickly about the idea of privatization, of the market, and of globalization, and how that has shifted many of these, many of the spots where we would normally recognize issues. In that, perhaps one more addition that I might make is that this period, this privatization, for instance, has meant that state acts as an agency through whom public resources are privatized. And that has been a huge area that we need to look at, because privatization is towards profit, but privatization is also away from the public. So the shift from seeing the public not as the people, but public as the state, as the government, has been one of the ways in which our thinking has got impacted. So that now one of the very important things that's happened in international standard setting is the idea of complicity. Earlier, for instance, when land, and it came in the context of land, where land would be taken away for a project and handed over to a corporation for them to do whatever they were setting out to do. There would be protests, there would be dissent, there would be conflict, and you would have the state cracking down on that conflict, multiple rights being violated, and the corporation would say, well, I didn't do that. They just gave me the land so that I can carry on with my project. I think that got completely exploded in the 90s and the early noughts of this century. One other thing is this is the developmental state. The developmental state also went into various kinds of industry. And one of those which has caused huge amounts of problems with very little answers is toxic industry. And we had the awful experience that we keep saying, our first 1984 was with the Bhopal gas disaster. And our second 1984 is with the technology companies that have come up now. So in our first 1984, we found it was, they kept referring to it as the Hiroshima and Nagasaki of industrial disasters. And that's the kind of damage that we saw. I think we need to acknowledge that very little has happened in taming this aspect. In fact, it is a risk that people are asked to take all the time. We have not seriously considered minimizing risk. We've not looked at changing the process of development so that people are not perpetually at risk. And we must remember, I think, that it is the Bhopal gas disaster that produced an orphans colony and a widows colony. It should make us pause and not allow for this kind of development to carry on. And disasters have continued. So we can come back to this. I don't think Bhopal ever gets forgotten, but Bhopal can sometimes be a conversation stopper because it's so egregious that you can't say anything more. But I just want to say this, that toxic incidents are happening everywhere. And picking up toxicity from one place and putting it in another place where the regime is lighter, where there's no liability, where pollution norms are not so stringent. This has become the blight of the developing world.
Yeah. Thank you, Usha, for highlighting this and putting serious question marks on this whole idea of economic development. And development for whom, right? And are these governments representing the people, the masses, the 80% of the population when they're deciding certain projects? So I think these are very legitimate questions, and thank you for asking those questions. And you're absolutely right, like the ship-breaking industry. So these European companies are exporting those old ships to South Asia for breaking. So the toxic industry that you were talking about is not merely the chemicals industry, right? It could also be a shipping industry, which may not appear to be toxic. But when the old ships have to be dismantled by these workers by their hands with no safety gears in Bangladesh, in Pakistan, in India, that is another kind of toxic situation, right? So thank you very much. I would invite the participants to put questions in the function that you may have, and those questions will come to me, and I'm going to ask those questions to the panelists. Please do that. In the meantime, I would like to now move on to Theonila. Theonila, you have been part of this Bougainville community for many years in Papua New Guinea. So if you can share with us, the Penguina mine is known for its role in triggering a decade-long civil war in Bougainville in the 1980s and 1990s. Can you tell us about how the environmental problems created by this mine are still impacting the communities in Bougainville today? And participants, we recorded a video for Theonila to answer this question because we were not sure about her internet. So we will play the video now. But Theonila, if you would like to add anything more, I will give you the floor after the video. Okay, so let us watch the first video first.
On behalf of the mine impacted communities, clans and families, I would like to first of all extend my gratitude to the United Nations Forum on Human Rights for this opportunity given for me to hear the unheard voices of my people. My name is Theonila Raka Mathbob. I come from the Basikan clan in central Bougainville, which is one of the 4 main clans in the impacted and detached community of once normal Panguna, which was enjoyed since time immemorial until the coming of Panguna mine operation. Under the banner of development, Rio Tinto arrived on Bougainville. They reached agreement with the Australian colonial administration to build a mine, which we, the indigenous people of Bougainville, never had a say in the decision making. We were at the receiving end of this venture and had no idea of what the impact would have been like for the people in the 60s and now to the generations that are yet to come. The mine destroyed mountains and filled rivers with billion tons of waste. Its impact was so great, and they caused the uprising of what is known as the Bougainville 10-year civil unrest. The war is over, but the impacts continue. The mine tailings continue to wash into our rivers. My own village, Makosi, is just downstream of the mine pit, and the water that runs by our house is bright blue from copper. But the situation further downstream is even worse. The impacts goes far and wide. Even as I speak, new areas of untouched land downstream from the mine is being flooded with mine waste. As the waste filled up Jaba River, it breaks its banks, flooding new areas. This is destroying poor forests and land areas that sustain my people's everyday lives. The communities in those areas live in continual danger of having their homes washed away every time the river floods. Sacred sites used by our people to communicate with our ancestors are being destroyed. All our communities live with worry of the unknown health impacts of living in this polluted environment. All along the tailings you see children and people with sores on their legs and feet from the polluted river. Many people don't have access to other clean water sources for drinking and bathing. My people continue to feel the physical, spiritual, cultural, and mental impacts, as well as the economic impact of the mine. This is not just a legacy. It is an ongoing human rights disaster for my people. And this is why we, the communities, last year brought a human rights complaint against Rio Tinto into Australia for these impacts.
Thank you very much, Theonila. And I think your video connects very well with what Usha was highlighting earlier, the model of development. And what your case study in Bougainville highlights, that the communities on the ground, they are not really benefiting from this model of development. Rather, these are some other actors who are benefiting from this model of development, and they do not have the say in the decision-making process. I wonder if you want to add anything more at this particular stage, if your internet allows that, before I move on to the next question to the next panelist.
Okay, thank you, Suya. I think I'll be just able to just add a little bit on what I've presented via the video as a way of just summarizing what has been presented. Like how Olivier was saying initially, these are the impacts that, like for those of us at the receiving end, especially people who are said to be or told through the government organizations that we promote human rights, that our rights has to be protected. But in the actual fact, when it comes to business and corporations doing their work in partnership with indigenous group of people throughout the world, not just in Melanesia, it takes that, especially when the corporate companies come into our communities, the first tool that was used, especially for my community, is the colonization. Through the colonization platform, control was imposed. So with the control coming in, we then eventually the business corporations control the government, the colonial administration, to legislate the way the companies will do their work to the best interest of the companies and not of the people. So, as time goes on, these are the issues, but when the people feel the realities of the human rights abuse and we start to retaliate against the system, they will charge us against the law, saying that it's not legislated here. You are a criminal, even though you're defending your own resources, your water, your land, and then the future of your own children. You will be charged against the very law that the companies will use the government to say that it's not legislated here and the indigenous people's rights are not here. So there's a kind of struggle, especially in Bougainville. Bougainville is really strong on the companies that have come into Bougainville, specifically Rio Tinto and Bougainville Copper Limited, to take up the responsibility, because you created the mess, you clean up your own mess, because our people were not part of the whole process of destroying what is the resources which we the people need to sustain our lives as human beings. I think that's basically what I can add as a way of summarizing the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Theonila, once again. And I think the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights and all the UN agencies, and I'm sure Olivier, as a special rapporteur on poverty and human rights, would agree with me. We try to bring these case studies and the community's experiences to these events and forums, not to name and shame a particular company. But these are concrete examples through which we can see what has happened, what we have gone through in terms of the rights holders, and what is the way forward. What should companies do differently going forward? And when we talk about the development, whose development are we talking about? And of course, the issues of climate change are going to become more prominent as we go forward. Okay, so I haven't yet received any questions. If it was my class, I would pinpoint people and students in my class, but I can't see the participants and audience. So I will encourage once again all of you to ask questions to the panelist. And now I would like to go to the fourth panelist. So Dinah, you have engaged with UN agencies, with the governments, with the businesses, and different stakeholders in your career. So in your judgment, in your assessment, do you believe that this idea of responsible business conduct, this has become mainstreamed? And I'm interested in this both on paper and in practice. What is your assessment of that? And when you talk to businesses, What strategies have you found effective in encouraging them to take human rights seriously? Dinah, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for this question, Surya. And let me just begin that in our work at the Center for Corporate Responsibility, we believe in fostering an enabling environment for responsible businesses to thrive by engaging an ecosystem of stakeholders from various sectors, corporates, of course, but also public, regulatory, development, and so on. And to answer your question, while we were engaging with the private sector, we did see companies embedding responsible practices systematically within their operations. And during COVID, we have seen the same companies doubling down and supporting not just their customers and employees, but also their suppliers. But these are mostly the larger conglomerates, the likes of Ayala or San Miguel Groups here in the Philippines, or those organizations whose leaders have made a commitment to being responsible businesses as a priority. The other companies still equated responsible business conduct with CSR activities, mainly towards the environment and their communities. And while these CSR activities have become more strategic recently, unfortunately, during COVID, these companies have scaled back because they had to go into survival mode. And this is sad because companies scaling back feels like we are taking two steps back after having taken one step forward. And like what was mentioned earlier, we only have 10 years left to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And a recent study, 2020, by scholars from Cambridge, has actually indicated that the Philippines is actually only on track to achieve 2 out of the 17 goals. And so I guess the question now is how do we make responsible business conduct by companies towards their stakeholders a matter of survival? And like you said, in our engagement with government ministries through the OECD and ILO's Responsible Supply Chains in Asia project, we were actually encouraged by the leadership of agencies to support responsible business conduct through their policies. In particular, the Securities and Exchange Commission has recently implemented a sustainability reporting policy for all publicly listed companies in the Philippines. What this means is that for the largest companies here in the Philippines, reporting on sustainability or responsible business practices is now mandatory along with their financial disclosures. And as stakeholders start relating the information gleaned from the sustainability reports to a company's legitimacy to operate as a business, at least for the publicly listed companies, responsible business conduct may become a matter of survival to secure customers, investors, creditors, suppliers, and even employees. But while such regulatory framework can definitely hasten the mainstreaming of responsible business conduct, in reality, even some of our biggest publicly listed companies have just started on their journey towards responsible business conduct. And while I agree with Olivier that we have to start on the normative side, right? For developing countries like the Philippines, it is still an effective strategy to encourage companies to stay on this course by having safe havens like these, where we can honestly and openly discuss not just the practices, but also the challenges and barriers as they relate to responsible business conduct. Because we do not just want companies to become adept at reporting on paper their sustainability practices. Rather, we want companies to exert effort in practicing responsible conduct, including human rights of their stakeholders, and to communicate such efforts, successful or not yet, through their sustainability reports. Also, an important point to achieve a larger impact for companies is to start partnering with their suppliers, especially the smaller ones, to encourage them in the spirit of partnership and not of compliance to undertake the same journey towards respecting human rights of their stakeholders. And such a partnership approach of supporting suppliers to incorporate responsible business over a punitive one like dropping them as suppliers for non-compliance, has been shown to be more effective at encouraging companies to take human rights more seriously. Let me just add by saying that in enabling the business environment for responsible businesses to thrive, let us look at it from a bigger ecosystem of relationships and what each of us can do to lift the others in reaching the goal of responsible businesses that respects the human rights.
Thank you very much, Dinah. And interestingly, I think my challenge has triggered some questions. So I'm getting now several questions. So thank you very much, participants, for raising these questions. And the dear panelist, I'm going to randomly throw those questions to you, and you will have some time to think about it. And of course, if you think you are not the right person to answer that question, perhaps some other panelists can jump in. But I will exercise my discretion in throwing those random questions to all four of you. I hope you don't mind. The first question I get is that should the business model of profiting shareholders should be reviewed to ensure the rights holders be protected? So it's basically a question I would like to put to Olivia. Shareholder primacy model, do we need to question that? You still can think about your response, Olivia, but that is a question I would like you to answer. Dinah, a question that perhaps you may try to answer is that what kind of incentives, in your presentation, you highlighted the issue about big companies, mixed picture, some doing CSR, some doing good sustainability disclosure, some companies going backwards because of the COVID survival mode and all this. There's a big issue in Asia Pacific about SMEs, small and medium enterprises. There's a big issue about informal economy. How do we create incentives for SMEs, for the informal economy on this particular point? That is something that is relevant. A question for Theonila that I'm going to, if you want to answer that question, is what can UN agencies do to help indigenous communities? Because remember, in your video, you talked about the communities in Bougainville had no say in participation of this development project, right? So what would you like the government or the UN agencies to do whenever those public-private partnerships are unfolding, including in relation to the free, prior, and informed consent? And I'm sure Usha would also like to come to this issue of tribal people and free, prior, and informed consent. So I think that is my kind of reflections at this point of time. And if you don't mind, I will start with Olivier and then go to Dinah and then come to Theonila and Usha for the third question. Olivier, you have the floor now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Surya, and many thanks to the listeners and viewers for these very interesting questions. I look forward to the answers of my panelists. I think it's extremely welcome that we are now thinking about how to go beyond what we've achieved with the guiding principles on business and human rights in 2011. Of course, the guiding principles on business and human rights were based on an original approach to the respective roles of states, governments on the one hand, and corporations on the other hand, in fulfilling the promise of human rights with the protect, respect, remedy framework that is well known. But I think now we have to think what specific contribution corporations can make to a world that is better compliant with human rights beyond the minimum requirement not to infringe upon human rights, the requirement to respect human rights inter alia by practicing due diligence. And I think we need to think in three directions. Firstly, there is a big elephant in the room when we discuss the contribution of corporations to the fulfillment of human rights, and that is tax avoidance and tax abuse. Companies resorting to tax optimization strategies that sometimes are illegal or quasi-illegal, at least violating the spirit of taxation law, are depriving states from public revenue that states require in order to provide services to their population and therefore to fulfill human rights. And in fact, this also has gender impacts. As we know, the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, the CEDAW committee, found that, for example, Switzerland, by maintaining a tax haven, was violating the rights of women because it meant that corporations would be paying less money in the public coffers in the states in which they operate, thus not allowing public services to be developed and thus alleviating the burden for women. So I think one first guiding principles on business and human rights plus might be in the field of tax avoidance and tax optimization strategies. The second area concerns, and that is a direct answer to the question that was posed, the new business models that companies should gradually develop. Some states refer to this as the social and solidarity economy. Others use the term of third sector, which is what is used in the UK and the US, for example. Basically, it means that companies increasingly should move beyond strictly profit-driven considerations, profit-driven models, to models driven by other concerns. For example, environmental sustainability. We have had just a few days ago, on 26th of May, the District Court of The Hague in the Netherlands that has found Shell to be liable for climate change impacts of its activities and has considered that Shell should move towards climate neutrality, reducing its greenhouse gas emissions from its own operations and from the operations of its supply chain. And the court, in this case that was filed by some environmental NGOs and some 17,000 individuals who had signed up to this case, the court considered that the OECD guidelines and the UN guiding principles were an unwritten standard of care that Shell should take into account. So that's one example of a company being required to do more than simply to abstain from infringing human rights, although, of course, the human rights impacts of climate change are well known. We can also expect from companies in these new business models that are emerging to contribute more to social inclusion. And that goes directly to my mandate as Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights. I believe corporations should do more to integrate in the workforce people with low levels of qualification, long-term unemployed people, for example, whose knowledge, whose competence comes from the fact that they've lived the very concrete experience of extreme destitution. And companies have a role to play in contributing to social inclusion by providing opportunities to these people. I also believe that companies increasingly should be expected to adopt the principles of what might be called economic democracy, beyond the principle one share, one vote that is dominant in the way business is organized today, to move to the principle one person, one vote, so that the various stakeholders of the company are better represented in decision making. Third and finally, beyond the area of taxation and these new business models, I believe we should ask how companies can better contribute to improving the situation of the communities in the areas in which these companies operate. Community development should be part of what can be expected from companies, how the investor can improve education, health, employment opportunities in the areas in which they operate, I think should be a question on the agenda for the future. In other terms, I think the guiding principles on business and human rights were very important when they were adopted to send the message that companies could not ignore human rights and that states should impose on companies that they comply with human rights. But now we must be much more focused on the effective impact of corporations on communities, on climate change, on social inclusion, and so forth, and design new human rights principles applying to companies that relate more directly, more closely to what companies actually do. And that would be my proposals for this next stage in the discussion on business and human rights. Many thanks, Surya.
Thank you very much, Olivia. And I think that is what separates this session from the other sessions of the forum, because we are inviting thought leaders. And I think Olivia precisely highlighted some of those futuristic ideas in the business and human rights discourse. And if I read you right, Olivia, you are saying that the responsibility to respect human rights is the floor, but it will not be enough. Businesses would also need to protect and fulfill human rights and achieve just and inclusive growth for everyone. And I think that is where your idea of climate justice, tax avoidance, the social inclusiveness that you highlighted, and more importantly, the economic democracy principle, right, that you highlighted. And if I could bring in here, we should be asking the question, why the chief executive officer of a company is earning 600 times more than the worker in the company. So the company can do human rights due diligence day in, day out. How do we bridge this gap? So I think going forward, we should be asking these tough questions and futuristic questions if we really want to achieve sustainable development goals. So thank you very much, Olivia. Dinah, I would like to now come back to you. And if you recall, the questions were about incentives for SMEs, informal economy. I welcome your thoughts. And you can be bold and ambitious as you would want to be, because we are setting the scene for the next 20, 30 years. And that is what I would hope for from Usha and Theonila as well in the next round of questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Soria. And I will try to be as bold and ambitious when sharing my ideas. So we do get a lot of these questions around how can we actually expect SMEs to still incorporate responsible business practices into their operations with such limited resources. And so really, it is a huge barrier for them. But I think if we look at it from, like I said, an ecosystem, we can provide certain incentives. For example, the bigger companies who are buyers of these SMEs, they can provide incentives to prioritize those SME suppliers who are compliant or at least aligned with their practices around being responsible businesses, right? So patronizing those kinds of suppliers can definitely become an incentive for SMEs to become responsible business practices. And in terms of the government, I think the government is always thinking, oh, is that going to cost us, tax payer dollars or pesos to be able to support SMEs? But that doesn't have to be the case. Certain incentives can come in the form of process improvements, fast tracking these kinds of requirements that SMEs need to get from government agencies if they actually qualify because of their responsible business practices. So those things are definitely also important kind of incentives that SMEs, they really value those things as well. And in terms of also the end consumers and how they can incentivize SMEs to be responsible with their practices by trying to also get their products right and supporting them, because it's very important for these SMEs to become to develop that market and be able to say that, hey, responsible business practice actually does make sense for us from a business perspective, because consumers are supporting us by buying our products. And finally, in terms of the informality, when it comes to dealing with employees themselves, those who are talented and really who are motivated workers, they tend not to go and work for SMEs. In the Philippines, about 95% of companies are technically considered SMEs. When they don't believe they have these good practices when it comes to treating their employees, including not being able to provide them with opportunities to become regular employees, right? So in essence, that becomes an incentive for SMEs to elevate their practices so that they are able to tap into this really good talent, right? And be able to get productive employees, and that becomes a really good source of competitive advantage, even for SMEs that can really drive the performance of their organization. So I think those are like really simple incentives that can be provided to SMEs. So hopefully even the SMEs can become responsible businesses in the near future. Thank you, Surya.
Thank you very much, Dinah, for these practical suggestions that you highlighted. And I will encourage more questions from the participants, because as you can see, we can't see each other. Probably you can see me, but I can't see the participants. But you can be assured that once you post questions, they come to me, and I will take those questions and pose it to the panelists. So welcome more questions. So Theonila, the question for you is about communities, right? What can UN agencies do to protect the rights of UN agencies, including the tribal communities, indigenous communities? So if you want to respond to that question, and I will have a similar question for Usha as well after you. Thank you.
Thank you, Surya, and I will be able to answer the question in two parts, because given the situation that I come from is very much I'm in between, like, in a juncture where there's legacy agenda, which has been long neglected by the issue of companies operating, and then here we are at the juncture where we'd like to also venture into business in a new kind of a way that will benefit the people more. So on the legacy issue front, we already have human rights and health issues that's challenging the people as we speak. And what I would ask the United Nations organizations to support the people and the indigenous communities is very much to support the voice of the locals, so that people to support us in a way that we call on to the responsible companies to be able to take up the responsibility and then be able to come in and then find solutions to the ongoing problems, which is something that's beyond the capacity of the local people and the indigenous groups of people who are continuing to suffer the aftermath or the impacts of what has happened in the profitable mines that happened in the last 17 years of Bougainville, and has been neglected for the next 20 years, which has now become a big issue on Bougainville and communities. And that's on the legacy front. I would ask and request the United Nations to come in and support the voice of the little people in the communities. But on the current case, what I would appreciate if the United Nations can be part of us to come into our communities and be able to educate people, not just about the human rights, but the impacts. Because at the moment, as I see what's happening in Bougainville, I see that we just thought on the human rights, but on educating people on how to manage their resources and how that resource extractivity can be able to, in the event that our people open up to make business with different corporate companies, then how can that benefit the people in the long run, but not just in the given 15 years or 10 years, but how will they be able to find their lives living amid the aftermath of what could happen in the future? And also the importance of what I see with my people on Bougainville, I see that there is absence of people being educated on the importance of prior and informed consent. So far as we speak, there's so many companies that are interested to come into Bougainville because of the different resources that we have, and we also have the different United Nations agencies on Bougainville, but I don't see as a mandated person by the people to represent the people's voice in the government. I do not see the agencies of the United Nations engaging with people on educating them on what other impacts that will come about if in the event that you engage. And also, I would appreciate if the agencies of the United Nations can also be able to support the people in bringing out the reputations of the companies, because some companies that are now coming into Pacific are companies that have had bad reputation in the African continent, for example. So as UN being the global peace organization, in order to ensure that there is peace in Melanesia, in Bougainville, in Pacific, we really need United Nations agencies to become real protectors when it comes to little people who are at the receiving end of what the companies
Okay.
are doing, especially given that we are limited, especially on the literacy front. So these are the kind,
Yeah.
not just literacy on the reading and writing front, but on politics, economy, and basically everything. I think that's basically how I
Sure.
can answer the question.
Thank you. That is excellent. And I think there are no little people when it comes to human rights. All of us are the same. And I think that's why you are here. You are in this panel of thought leaders, and UN agencies are here to amplify your voice globally, right? But at the same time, I'm sure UN agencies who are co-organizing this event, they will take note of your expectations, and that is for them to respond later on. But thank you for highlighting it. Before I go to Usha, and again, the same question for you about the communities, and if you can also bring in what you would like to see differently being done, Usha, in the next 1 decade, next 20 years. I would like you to address that question, Usha. But before I do that, I'm going to read 2 questions that have come specifically for Olivia, so that he can prepare in advance. So Olivia, one question for you is that what might be the role of organized labor unions in moving businesses forward towards the new sustainable business models? Because you talked about the new business models, which are more sustainable, right? So what role do you see for the organized unions in that? Second question is perhaps more ambitious, and I will read it. If the intention barrier is overcome, hypothetically, how can companies overcome the ability barrier in including fringe stakeholders into their supply chains? After all, with more organizational capacity to create social value, intentions to bring about such change get reinforced. So, Olivia, these are the 2 questions for you. I will give you the floor later, but now I would like to come back to Usha. And Usha, just to repeat, the question is, what can the governments, UN do to support the communities on the ground? And what would you like to do going forward? What BHR challenges you see and how to tackle those challenges differently going forward? Usha, you have the floor. Thank you. I think, Usha, you may be on mute. I don't know. I can't hear you again. I still cannot hear you.
It should be okay now. Yeah?
Thank you.
Okay. So I was just saying, now that you've given me the floor, I'm going to take the liberty of going back actually to the question of the corporation, which Olivier answered. And because I have a slightly different perspective, and I would really like that perspective also to be placed on the table. Just as preliminary comments, I would say that the idea of limited liability and the idea of externalities have been 2 things that have allowed corporations to get away with a great amount of wrongdoing and with a lot of destruction and a lot of the problems that we have in relation to climate change, in relation to impoverishment, in relation to the kinds of discrimination that these policies have brought in. I think these need to be completely revisited. I think we're also seeing during this time when we are seeing pharma companies battling, saying that never mind if people are dying all around the world, we don't want intellectual property in pharmaceutical products to be taken away, especially now that we know that many of these have been built on public money and public resources and public knowledge. This is something that needs to be directly addressed, because it's not just about profit. It's about something way beyond profit. It's about control of whole populations. And that's really not, that's a very dangerous way to go. But I also want to say that, companies are built for a certain purpose. So a steel making company knows to make steel. I would really be, I wouldn't want them to expand themselves to taking over some of the responsibilities that the state has, like education, like health, like food distribution, like security of various kinds. And I also say this because, in India, we have this idea of CSR, corporate social responsibility, being built into the law, where a certain percentage of the tax actually doesn't get paid, but it becomes a corpus for the company itself to do this, to do this work. It is a way of the state shrugging off its responsibility and saying, you have the money, I'm not collecting it as tax, now you go and do what it is that you need to do in that community. We've seen the privatization of these responsibilities too, and that's really not okay. I would ask for guarding against it. And when you read about, there are many books that have come now on why is it that companies are the way they are. There's a book, for instance, on caste and the technology, caste and the engineering world and the kind of education that you have, which means that many people, many kinds of people, many people with different identities are left out of the system. And we are asking those who have trained themselves in a certain way now to take charge of the well-being of all those people that it has not included into their own companies. And I really don't think that's okay. I think we should be very, very cautious before we start apportioning state responsibilities to corporations. I really think it's a bad idea. I also want to say that in that context, that the way philanthropy has gone is scary. There is extraordinary amounts of inequality, and those who've made huge sums of money, unbelievable sums of money in a very short while especially technology companies and technology, people who are controllers of technology companies who are telling us that they are giving us everything for free, but they are becoming rich on it. And we really need to understand what kind of a context this is. Now, those philanthropists have ambitions where they say they will deal with climate change. I think Mr. Gates, for instance, has said that he is working on a project to darken the sun, to dim the sun. This is not just tampering with democracy. This is, I don't know who gives who the permission to start dealing with nature in this kind of a way. I think we need to go back and look at what philanthropy means, especially in the context of the kind of inequalities we have. On the question, what I see as the issues that are going to come up, I think the legacy issues we carry on our back, they are burdens that we have to carry and we have to deal with. Whether it is, tribal lands being taken away, forests being decimated, and the environment being plundered because of this idea of development, whether it's the legacy that Bhopal has left us. But there are new things that have come up recently. And we keep saying, that, like I said, 1984 was one Bhopal, and now was Bhopal. And the other 1984 is really this panopticon that we are creating. So the three kinds of things, Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, George Orwell's 1984, and Jeremy Bentham's Panopticon kind of encapsulates the kind of world we have entered. This world has technology with two kinds of imagination. One kind of imagination is where private companies become huge. Silicon Valley is a classic example, where then they start providing us with services, they entertain us, they keep us occupied, they use psychology to manipulate our interests and our time. And they also make us burn our boats so that we can't, we have nowhere else to go back to. And these have produced systems of datafication of people. It has produced surveillance systems. It has fed into the idea of the security state. It manipulates not just people's minds, but also democracies. And so something that is enchanting for us, like, walking around with a smartphone and being able to talk to anybody you want, has actually become a threat alongside being an enchantment. That's why Brave New World. They keep us entertained while they take everything away. And I think this is now an open problem. There is the other kind of imagination is the kind of imagination we see in our countries, where everybody has to be put onto databases, and it's done by the kind of conversation which says that people are suspect. And so you have to keep proving yourself. You could be a fraudulent person who's going and collecting food from the food security shop that has been kept there for you. So you have to prove yourself every time. So actually, in India, for instance, we found that the poor have lost more rights in this process because they have to use biometrics to collect their food, what their entitlement is. And the biometrics may or may not work. And if it works, it's one kind of problem. If it doesn't, it's another. Now we have moved on in biometrics to facial recognition, which threatens a number of human rights and fundamental rights in our countries. So I think the charm that the charmed life that technology seems to be offering us has that it's fallen off. And what we've seen over the past 10, 15 years is the deliberate assassination of one specific right, which is the right to privacy. And now we are seeing the inclusion into a range of other rights, including the right to protest, including the right to assemble peaceably without arms, including the right to communicating with each other without having the state or the corporation or anyone coming into it. And this is going to be a huge issue. I think if we don't confront it today, in its, and I'll stop with this last word, that the unfortunate thing that I see is that the UN has become a part of this whole exercise. So you have a committee that is set up, which is going to look at identity systems around the world. So they've reduced the right to identity to the right, to having an identity, to being on a database and to having, a biometric identity. And the UN has a committee which is peopled by people who have a company interest in these systems. So you'll have Melinda Gates as the head of that, committee. You'll have the World Bank, which has people like Mr. Nilekani, who have pushed this onto the poor, especially, but to the whole population. So I think the UN needs to sit back and take stock of who it wants to consult and what is considered conflict of interest.
Okay. Thank you very much, Usha, for these thought-provoking ideas. And I think I liked your assassination of the right to privacy. And if I could add to that, in the COVID times, even the right to protest has been assassinated. So privacy as well as right to protest, I guess, in many parts of the world. All right, so we have about 20 minutes left. So I would encourage now the panelists to be a little bit briefer because I would like to give all of you chances to respond to that. I would like to start with Diana. And before I go to Olivia for those questions, Diana, it is becoming very clear that despite the progress that we have made in the last 10 decades, the last 20 years, we need to make much more progress and at a faster pace. Much more systemic, transformative, and fundamental progress going forward. But who can do it? We need business leaders, right? And you teach at a business school. So my question to you is, what is the role of business leaders coming out of the business schools? How can we nurture those business leaders who can respond to ambitious agenda set by Olivia and Usha and all those Theonila and including yourself, right? And any advice you have for companies how they should not repeat the mistakes that we see, whether it's Bougainville, whether it's Bhopal, whether it's Shell, or all over the world. We have our own these case studies all over the world, right? So what should businesses do differently going forward? And if you can be precise, that will be much appreciated. Thank you.
So I'll go ahead after Olivier, right, Surya?
No, you can go now, in fact, if you don't
Oh,
mind.
all right.
Or do you want me to It's up to you. Do you want time? Then I can go to Olivia.
Yeah, I think
You want
Olivier
to
would
gather your
be.
thoughts?
Yeah,
Okay. So,
I'd
Olivia,
like
are
to
you
thank
ready
you.
with those two questions that came from the virtual floor? Would you be able to answer those two questions briefly now?
Many thanks, Surya. I shall be brief because I shall answer one of the two questions. I did not really, unfortunately, understand the second one. But the first one was on unions and the role that they could play. I think it's a very important question. Unions are, it seems to me, an underestimated part of the solution of these um, uh, game-changing solutions that we are now looking for beyond the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. And unions, it seems to me, have two important roles to play. First, it seems to me that the transnational organization of labor, in other terms, the development of global unions, bringing together different local unions from a same corporate group or from one and the same sector, can be a very important counterweight to the risks associated with economic globalization. Economic globalization, in fact, for companies means quite simply that they can choose where to put workers to work, where to pollute, where to pay their taxes, if indeed they pay taxes at all. They can choose where to declare profits. And so economic globalization can be extremely problematic if it is used in this opportunistic way by corporations. Now, the organization of global unions is one way to counteract this tendency. And the best example is the development of international framework agreements concluded between global unions and multinational enterprises that try to, in fact, mitigate the competition between the different suppliers of the same corporate group in order to avoid those most problematic consequences of global supply chains. In the future, I believe that international framework agreements could be strengthened, contribute more and better to improving the working conditions of workers in two ways. First of all, not only by creating space for local collective bargaining processes to take place, not only by focusing on the principles of the 1998 ILO Declaration on Principles and Rights at Work, which for the most part these international framework agreements do, but also by introducing in global supply chains and across the activities of the corporate group the requirement of a living wage having to be paid to workers and the requirement that all workers will enjoy the full range of social protection guarantees that are stipulated in the idea of social protection floors, also pioneered by the International Labour Organization. So that is the first way in which unions can contribute to our discussion by this transnational organization of labor and the work of global unions. Secondly, much more briefly, unions can promote indeed economic democracy by insisting that, as the ILO constitution says, labor is not a commodity, and that instead workers should have a say in the strategic decisions companies make by having a requirement for all these strategic decisions, not only that shareholders accept certain proposals or make certain choices, but also that workers are consulted and co-design these strategies of the big company. And I think that would be one way, certainly, to ensure that companies do more to contribute to the SDGs and to uphold human rights in the future. Many thanks, Surya.
Thank you very much, Olivier, for also providing a concrete suggestion in terms of how these unions can counter the multinationals going forward in terms of the global economy. So that is very much appreciated. Before I go to Diana, I would like to read two comments, not questions, but comments that came from the participants. One comment is directed at UN agencies, and the comment is that the Bougainville case history highlights the complicity between the state and the companies. And the comment is that shows that the UN agency should be more proactive in engagement to break the cycle of complicity. And there is a comment on my comment and Usha's comment. So comment on a comment. And that comment is that if both privacy and the right to protest have been assassinated, as we provocatively said, Usha and myself, then we have lost both the private and public spheres. We are all, in that sense, if no other, marginalized, pushed to the margins. No time to react, but I wanted to bring those comments as well to this discussion. Dinah, you have the floor. You already know the question, and if you can be brief, I will appreciate. Thank you. You have the floor now.
Yes, when it comes to nurturing business leaders, like you said, Surya, let me just go ahead and let you know that there is a discussion tomorrow at June 2 at 5 p.m. when it comes to reimagining business school education with responsible management and human rights. So, this will be amongst a panel of professors in business schools, like you mentioned. And so anybody who's very interested in how we're trying to imagine this is definitely welcome to go into that discussion, which will be going to be discussed in depth. And when it comes to companies learning about their mistakes, I think there is an opportunity to partner with organizations like my Center for Corporate Responsibility, where we partner with international organizations, OECD, ILO, UN, including UN Women, to bring these frameworks into the Philippines and really help companies to transform and to become responsible businesses. And they do need these kinds of partnerships that are based on internationally accepted standards to up their game. And they really need to also do that because they need to be ahead of the curve as their consumers, as their buyers from abroad, as their employees are actually coming to expect these practices that respect the human rights of their different stakeholders. And so I think companies need to wake up to this new reality and really become honest with some of those practices that they are having difficulties in transforming and looking at really quality help that they can get. And I think a lot of help is out there, and they just need to make sure that they realize how important it is to transform, and so that we can all contribute to improving the situations. And I think you and Usha mentioned a lot of those potential pitfalls, and so once we get everybody to become self-aware about those, I think we can really move past and gain definite progress around these kinds of issues.
Thank you very much, Dana. There is a question that I'm going to throw to all of you. Anyone can pick that question. It's an open question. The question is that what advice can you give to stop governments from approving, let us say, development projects? The question says high-rise buildings, but I will frame it more broadly as development projects, which may damage the oceans, rivers, lakes, natural parks, regimes and all that, right? So basically it's an issue about the conflict between development and the environment and human rights on the other hand, which is being very vividly highlighted by some of you in different interventions. So probably towards the end, if anyone would like to respond to that question, that would be very much appreciated. Now we have about 10 minutes left, and I would like to bring the second video that Theonila had pre-recorded. And in that video, she is trying to highlight her wish list. What is that the Bougainville community would like the relevant governments and the communities, sorry, the companies, in particular Rio Tinto, to do in terms of redressing this legacy and going forward, what should they do differently? So if the technical team could play the second video now, that will be very much appreciated. And I will come back to the panelists after this video.
Rio Tinto must clean up the mess it made. They developed the mine. They operated it with their subsidiary, Bougainville Copper Limited. They made the decision to release all the mine waste into our rivers instead of storing and disposing it in safer ways. So they're responsible for providing remedy. This situation must be addressed before we in Bougainville can move on as a people and as a new nation. In 2019, Bougainville people voted overwhelmingly for independence. And yet, we have this legacy hanging over our shoulder and this huge problem left by the mining operation. We have called on the company.
I think the video stopped somehow. I can't. Oh, you cannot play it anymore. Okay, so that's fine. Theonila, I don't know if you want to add something because somehow the video, we could not complete it. I think we got the initial message of the video, but I don't know if you want to add something to that. Or you can think about it. I can go to some other speakers and come back to you. What will you prefer? Do you want to speak now or you want to take some time? I think you're on mute.
Yeah,
So the
I'm in now.
technologies can also assassinate our right to speech because someone can be muted, right? So on this, from this lighter moment to more serious issue of legacy, you have the floor now, Theonila.
Yes, so just continuing on from where the video was cut, we have called on to the company to urgently commit a funding on an environmental assessment of the mine to properly clean up and assist our people where the human rights needs have been violated. We need solutions to stop the waste from continuing to destroy new areas of land, and our accessibility to clean water, health services. We need help in restoring our natural environment through reforestation as well, which is the least we can do. These are solutions that are beyond the resources our people can use to fix with our bare hands. At the moment, it is not yet clear what Rio Tinto will do. We are still in discussion with the company, and we hope that this will lead into real actions that can actually set precedents for every other companies operating in the Pacific and our global community as well. We also expect that the companies and the governments throughout the world and our region as well, including our own government, to learn from such disasters that have been happening, and specifically in the Bougainvillean community. These impacts and challenges we are living with were imposed on us, and through the laws that were written to protect the interests of the extractive industry. We must make sure that going forward in Bougainville, we do not fall into this trap again. And this is a call to every other brothers and sisters in the global community, especially in the Pacific Asian region. We must make sure that our laws protect our human rights, our environment, and people's rights now when those are yet to be born, including the rights of the communities and the landowner, to better find our way forward as we move going into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Theonila, and I hope not only Rio Tinto, but all businesses, including in the extractive sectors, they are listening to the past legacy issues, whether this is Bhopal or Bougainville, or this is Rana Plaza, or this is the Brazil Dam or Laos. I mean, there's endless number of case studies from all over the world. And I hope businesses learn lessons and do their best that these things are not repeated again. All right, so panelists and participants, I hope you have been enjoying this conversation and dialogue with the thought leaders. We have just 5 minutes left. And I would like to give all the 4 thought leaders 60 seconds each. I know that may not be enough, but we just have 1 minute for each one of you. Any final thoughts, any final reflections, anything that you would like to say and you have not been able to say? And may I start with Olivier? then I will go to Usha, then I will go to Dinah, and I will end up with Theonila in this order. Okay. So Olivier, your 60 seconds starts now. Thank you.
Many thanks, Surya. I believe we need to think about a model of development that does not invest all its hopes into economic growth. For the moment, governments have been terribly lacking imagination. All problems, it seems, have to be solved by creating more wealth in order to tax that wealth and to redistribute resources and finance public services. But growth has been not only extremely impossible to reconcile with the environmental emergency, but also in the name of growth, we've been liberalizing trade, we've been favoring a business-friendly environment, investment climate, which means basically lowering taxes on corporations. We've also allowed corporations to get a free hand in the kind of practices they have. And I think we need to think a development model that does not rely on growth as its key tool to achieve everything else. We need an inclusive kind of economy that seeks to promote well-being, happiness, rather than growth and increase of affluence. And I think that is the start of it all. Until we move away from this dominant growth-centered paradigm, it will be very difficult to reconcile business with human rights.
Thank you. That's a very powerful and a message with which I agree, Olivier. I would have to say, so I can't disagree. Usha, your 60 seconds.
So the first thing is on the advice that was asked about what we do with these development projects. I think I just want to say that, the one thing that has provided the friction has been people's action. And that's why dissent is being cracked down upon so much, because people's action has actually, changed. At least it's helped us raise all these questions and to think of all of this and make people answerable to the extent that's possible. We have, for instance, a site called Land Conflict Watch, which tells us why land has become so difficult for a corporation to just get or for a state to just take away. So they then move to the blue economy, to the ocean, and start exploiting the ocean. On the other hand, we have this idea of data. And in our country, and I suspect in a lot of the developing world, we'll have a different problem from what Snowden said. Snowden said that the American government was secretively taking all the information about people. Here we are being forced to part with our information, and the state says that they want to use it for a data economy. So it's no longer our right, but it is the requirement of the state. Since it's a minute, there's just one thing that I want to end with, to say that till we learn to drop the idea of exploitation of resources and go back to the idea of use of resources, we are going to get nowhere. And corporations are not trained, nor are the laws made in such a way that they need or that they can survive on use. They need exploitation, which is why we need a fundamental change.
Very good. So with that message for a transformative change from exploitation to the only use, what is needed to survive, Dinah, your 1 minute. Thank you.
Sorry, and just building on what Olivier and Usha has mentioned, I believe that when it comes to discussing these trade-offs between development or growth objectives and social objectives, we really need to have a true multi-stakeholder engagement. And so a lot of the international organizations, ILO has this tripartite model for consulting their stakeholders, employers, employees, and government. The OECD's due diligence guidance also incorporates multi-stakeholder engagement at every step of the way when it comes to transforming the practices of businesses to become more responsible. And so I think we can also use technology in a more positive way by using it to be able to listen to these different voices and to really get them to incorporate them in a lot of the decision making that we're doing, so that we can have a true multi-stakeholder engagement that is built into a lot of these processes.
Excellent. Both points excellent. That we need to work together. At the same time, the technologies can also be used in a positive manner, right? And I think this session is a good example of it. Without technology, we could not have had this conversation virtually. Theonila, very quickly, you have the last words. If you can share anything quickly.
Okay, I think since this panel is on responsible business and human rights, and we've talked so much about many things, I would like to, on a very practical basis, call on all the panelists, the United Nations agencies, and other impacted communities throughout the Pacific region to stand with me in solidarity on the call to get Rio Tinto become responsible and accountable on the legacy issue on Bougainville. Because if together as a global community, we can make Rio Tinto become responsible in fixing its legacy matters, every other corporate companies in the world will also become responsible and be human rights conscious. That's the message I can give.
Thank you very much, Theonila. That was a message very loud and clear, and I hope the relevant people are listening to that. So panelists, it was a privilege for me to moderate this excellent discussion. Participants, I hope you enjoyed it, and I will encourage all of you to tune in to the rest of the sessions today and the rest of the week. So with this, I would like to thank all the panelists once again for joining this session, and all the participants for engaging and asking questions. It has been a pleasure. And also, I would like to thank the technical team and, of course, all the organizers who pulled this session together. So bye for now from my side. Take care, stay safe, and continue the fight.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the session Business and Human Rights in Asia, from the first decade to the next. My name is Livio Sarandrea, and I'm UNDP Global Lead on Business and Human Rights, and the program advisor of Business and Human Rights in Asia, a regional initiative supporting the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights in 12 countries in Asia. I'm joined today by an exceptional panel of experts representing governments, the business sector, and civil society, which I'm going to introduce one by one in a minute. I prepared some questions, naturally, for them, as I am the moderator, but importantly, in the second part of this session, the panelists will be ready to comment and answer questions posed from the virtual floor, posed from you, participants. So I encourage you all to use the function embedded in the forum platform that allows you to interact with us, with the panelists, and pose questions or comments. So if you're looking at your screen right now, and if you are on the main platform, on your right side, you should find a Q&A button. You can click there, and without leaving the session, you can pose questions. I will be monitoring those questions and comments, regroup them if necessary, and depending on the time available, I will pose them to the relevant speaker or speakers, indeed, because questions may be posed to more than one speaker. If you want, you can identify the speaker that you are posing the question to. The theme of this session today is, I assume, and I hope, well known by those connecting. We will use the 90 minutes, more or less, that were allocated to us to celebrate the progress made during the first 10 years of implementation of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. But perhaps even more importantly, we'll use them to acknowledge the challenges that lie ahead of all of us, and discuss how to accelerate the responsible business agenda in the next decade. Certainly, we'll try to look at how to go beyond preaching to the converted, and certainly aim at looking at how to reach those left most behind. The UNGPs, as I'm sure most of you know, were endorsed unanimously by the Human Rights Council on 21st of June 2011. And a formal celebration is in fact planned for later this month, I believe not exactly the 21st, a bit later. But the chairperson of the UN Working Group, Dante Pesce, who is one of our panelists today, I'm sure will tell us more about it and invite you to the very formal event. The UN Working Group launched, again, in a project led by Dante, a project called UNGP 10 Plus. Project was launched around 12 months ago with the aim of doing exactly what we are doing today: reflect on the first 10 years of implementation of business and human rights globally, of course, in their case, and as a result of this analysis, a report will be presented again in June to the Human Rights Council, and later on, I believe, certainly before the end of the year, also a roadmap for the implementation of the UNGP in the next 10 years will also be made available with the contribution of those that have been part of it. And no doubt many of you have been part of that consultation. Now, UNDP, along with OHCHR and many other actors, have partnered with the working group in this process. And our contribution has been in two forms, mainly. We have organized a number of regional dialogues in many parts of the world, but also we commissioned 3 regional studies that look at the status of business and human rights in Asia, in Africa, and in the Arab states region. Well, I'll take this the opportunity of this conversation today to launch the first of these studies, the one obviously focusing on Asia. The reports on Africa and Arab states will also be made available shortly, and through our website you'll be informed when these reports are ready. So allow me to kickstart our discussion today with a very brief summary of the findings of this study, which was authored by Dr. Matthew Mullen and his team of researchers. I take the opportunity to greet, I hope is with us today, and certainly thank Dr. Matthew Mullen for very hard work that he's done. The full text of the report will be made available on our website. I believe it should be available today or shortly after. So if the technical facilitator can help me in showing 3 quick slides, that will make it easier for me to go into some of the very highlights of what the report says. So, and as you can imagine, taking a absolute comprehensive picture of the status of business and human rights in Asia was too complex and perhaps too long. So the reflections and the directions, the title that we have given to the report is Reflections and Directions, focuses mainly on 11 countries that have demonstrated greater progress on business and human rights. They are those that you see highlighted in there. Those are also the countries where UNDP is specifically programming. But not only those countries. You will find a lot of connections, obviously, with the rest of Asia, since the supply chains are obviously very much connected. But again, the more specific focus is in those 11 countries. The study is based on a desk research, obviously, but also, more importantly, more than 100 in-depth interviews with civil society actors, which we wanted to prioritize, but also members of the business sector, governments, trade unions, and other experts. I take the opportunity of thanking all those that have been interviewed by Dr. Mullen. I'm sure that many of you are tuned into this session. The analysis that came out of this is based, therefore, on facts and figures, which normally have a role, but also very much on lived experiences and insights. That's what we really wanted to bring into the discussion. Next slide, please. All right, so again, the report is very extensive in its length, but I'm giving you just some of the highlights. And here I'm highlighting 4 of the, so to speak, glass half full part, right, of the analysis. And I'm highlighting four things that are considered to be progress so far in the first 10 years. In fact, I would say probably in the last 5 years, because it is my view that a real business and human rights discourse in Asia started later than it started in other parts of the world. It really started in 2016, as far as at least I'm concerned. So in the last 5 years, we have seen 4 things which give us some optimism. Number one, the business and human rights is an increasingly established discourse, which is replacing the CSR approach of mostly philanthropic nature, if you want. Now, business and human rights is an expression that is used, but beyond the very semantic, the discourse about responsible business is not just about philanthropy, but it's about really ensuring that human rights are respected, promoted, and of course, redressed when they do occur throughout the chains. The second point that was highlighted in the report is that companies are adopting an increased number human rights policies and engaging, again, in increased number in due diligence. There's been a progress in that direction. I'm not claiming or saying here, the report doesn't say that there's a widespread human rights due diligence being applied, but there's been certainly a great increase in that as the consequence of a discourse that has accelerated. The third visible progress is the NAPs, the National Action Plans on Business and Human Rights, and other business, responsible business policies adopted by a number of countries. You will see that both point 2 and 3 on human rights due diligence NAPs come back also in the challenges, because certainly we register the progress in that regard, but there are challenges because those processes are incomplete. When it comes to NAP, of course, we're looking at as a challenge the implementation of NAPs. But again, certainly an important step ahead in terms of policies passed by a number of governments. The fourth progress that I want to highlight here is the partnership architecture in support of the business human rights agenda, which is growing. And if I may, among many examples, I'll point exactly to this Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum, an event that gathered in 2016 120 people, if I remember correctly, and as brought in last year more than 6,000 people in it. If we look at the partnership of for example, this year forum, we had more than 40 organizations partnering on that. Indeed, 8 UN actors on it. So the tent is growing, and that has obviously an impact in the discourse. Next slide, please. I'm pointing here to some gaps and challenges, and not surprisingly, there are many more of the progress. And believe me, there are many more of these gaps and challenges highlighted in the report. But let me quickly go through that. We don't really have too much time at the beginning, and I don't want to take time, which is precious, to talk to the speakers, but just to give you the headlines of the headlines of it. The report talks about a business and human agenda that has not sufficiently reached those who need it the most. One of the most common word used over and over by the informants is power imbalance, right? So this is probably the biggest problem that the discourse has in Asia. Power imbalances between powerful states and disempowered rights holders in many cases, or powerful companies and not sufficiently empowered employees. So again, power imbalance is one of the words that really characterizes the analysis by Dr. Mullen. Second, there is a disconnect between the business and human rights and other social movements like the one on climate change, on the environment. So a little bit of silos in there. Third, gaps and challenge, large areas of Asia still uncovered or with very slow progress. I have highlighted 11 countries in the first slide where progress is taking place slowly. There are many other areas of Asia where the discourse has almost not started yet, or is going at a very slow progress. Fourth point on gaps and challenge, human rights due diligence still mostly cosmetic and superficial. I mentioned human rights due diligence as a progress. I must mention it also as a challenge because it's still at a too early stage. Fifth gap highlighted is the harassment of human rights defenders, the killing of some of those that unfortunately all of us know a lot about. Is something that is certainly very alarming, and it's a gap that the next decade will have to look at very closely. Fifth point, laws often not aligned with NAPs or other policies. There are some other countries where, quite frankly, NAPs are being approved or are in the process of being approved, but legislation, so the policy commitment seems strong, but legislation adopted doesn't seem aligned with that same commitment. So again, policy incoherence in this case. Seventh point, business and human rights discourse did not reach SMEs almost at all, and of course the informal sector. That will have to be a big focus next decade. Last point, slow down or stall of the progress that has taken place in the first years due to the COVID-19 pandemic that had an impact on many discourses, including ours. My last slide, and I invite you to see many more of these quotes that I put in the last slides, that looks at some of the recommendations, the reported reach of recommendations on how to move forward in the next decade. And I'll mention just a few of them, others you can read them, and I'll definitely highlight the point made over and over in the report of galvanizing bottom-up change by rallying around the Asia's vast and rich network of grassroots organization and human rights defenders. I'm quoting here because it's a very important point to make. And there's a need to turn them into BHR experts and allies and give them the legitimacy and the space to speak. There's also a need of leveraging force multiplier and institutions like banks, schools, law schools, legal aid networks, and many, many others. So expand the tent further. Lastly, and I'll point to a need to recalibrate the discourse by pairing the top-down leadership with bottom-up change from the grassroots. So you'd see that I'm repeating some of the issues, but it's important to stress them. The report and the informants indeed acknowledge the progress made. They understand that the top-down was crucial to create a discourse. Is now the time to change gear and bring in the grassroots element more at the forefront. I'll stop by saying that there is indeed a strong need to engage more with countries that are behind in adopting the business and human rights policies based on the UNGPs. We'll come to some of these points in more detail in the questions I'll pose to the panelists. So I'll stop here as far as this little appetizer to break the ice on the first and the next decade of business and human rights in Asia. And I'll allow me to bring in the panelists, the experts. And I'd like to start with Mr. Dante Pesce, chairperson of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. Dante is connecting, I believe, from Santiago in Chile, where it's currently, I believe, already a new day. It's past midnight. So I want to give him a special thank on behalf of all the co-organizers for being with us, Dante. So Dante, I said earlier, the UN Working Group is finalizing this 12-month process to look at the first and the next decade of UNGP's implementation globally. You, I believe, also received earlier access to the findings of the report of Dr. Matthew Mullen, and I've given some of the highlights now also as a reminder. Now, as someone who also knows this region well, I should point out that you and I were in the first of these forums in 2016, organized in Singapore by the ASEAN CSR network with UNDP and others. So you've been in, and you've been in each of these forums. So you've been able to look at the trajectory, and I know you in between forums, of course, you monitor this very well. So how do these points that I just made speak to the global issues that you've been research? How do these priorities speak to the global ones, especially in the context of a subject, business and human rights, which is globally interconnected, right, as global supply chains are? So the floor is yours, Dante.
Yeah, well, thank you, Livio, and all the organizers. Thank you for inviting me again to join you in your annual forum in Southeast Asia. I'm in Santiago, Chile. It's 12:48 a.m. On Tuesday, so it's kind of late or early, depends how you look at it. And it's a great pleasure to join you. I have a slightly structured presentation to share with you that can be distributed. But actually, before going in something a little bit formal, I would like to react slightly informally to what Livio just presented, and to reinforce a few messages that I think are pertinent to this conversation. One thing is that Livio pointed out to this process, the stock-taking exercise, to learn from the first 10 years of implementation of the guiding principles. And the good news, and I'm fully in agreement with Livio, is that we are in a half-full glass conversation. All stakeholders from all around the world, we had more than about 250 submissions. We had dozens and dozens of consultations. We piggyback on events all around the world, and we had all stakeholders submitting their comments and engaging, from the employers and chambers of commerce to indigenous people, unions, and governments from all around the world. So we had a very, very extensive engagement. And today we have an agreement that we have the same foundations. All stakeholders agree that the guiding principles are foundational and are authoritative for all of us. There is disagreement on the level of how full the glass is. Let's say the business community tends to be a little bit more positive. and civil society, unions, and indigenous people tend to be a little bit more negative in their appreciation and from where they stand. But nevertheless, they all agree that we have the foundations, we have learned and moved from pioneers, and we are at the pioneer level. We have been able to move away from Geneva to regions of the world, and we have processes taking place and getting enrooted in different regions, notably Southeast Asia. So we have the foundations for a next decade of much greater ambition. We have been able to grow the tent. We have been able to align the narrative. We have been able to agree on due diligence as entry point, including ILO and OECD. So it's not just us and the stakeholders around the guiding principles, but other international organizations. We are looking at a regulatory wave taking place mostly in Western Europe, but we expect it to trigger down to other parts of the world. And we're also seeing a very, very fast uptake of the S of ESG by analysts, risk analysts, investors, institutional investors, mostly in the most developed and sophisticated economic markets. But again, we expect it to have, let's say, to trigger the same movement that is starting to take place in some other places, less developed countries or middle income countries around the world. So in short, my perspective is a positive one in terms that we have reached a point where we can aspire to be much more ambitious. And that is the key element. On the 16th of June, I will have the honor to initiate the celebration of the first 10 years of the guiding principles, and we will release the stock-taking report in all UN languages the same day. The report is ready. It's finalized in the translation. And I will present to the Human Rights Council the findings of this report on the 28th of June. So we will present the findings on the 16th, and we will have a series of events during the next couple of days. This is somehow a soft launch of what the findings are. In this conversation, we'll initiate a process that Livio already highlighted, where we will build the roadmap into the future, invite all stakeholders to raise their own ambition and to look into the next decade with way more ambitious based on the lessons and the learning of the first decade of implementation. We will wrap up, we will finalize this process of raising ambition on the 10th Annual Forum on Business and Human Rights that will take place the last 2 days of November and December 1st this year. And that will be the occasion to wrap up this process. And I will just want to say that Livio just presented in the findings in Asia are very consistent with the findings all over the world, with some notable differences. One in particular is the power imbalance. That is something that doesn't pop up in Western Europe, North America naturally. That seems not to be a big issue, the power imbalance, in terms of stakeholder dialogue and the power of unions and how you challenge power overall, the authorities or the big companies, etc. And the other element is informality. On all the elements that Livio just presented, I will say is absolutely consistent with what is happening and what is showing up all around the world, but with these two notable differences. The power imbalance in Latin America clearly is something that pops up very easily and immediately, and the informal sector conversation. You have to, it's just a reminder, 60% of the workers of the world work in the informal sector. And almost all of them happens to work in the global south or the developing world where most of us are and live. So that is a key issue. And of course, the issues that Livio just presented have different levels of priority, depends where you are. Example, the defense of human rights defenders and how they risk their life and the probability to be killed. Well, 9 of the 10th most dangerous countries in the world for human rights defenders are Latin Americans. So it's all around my region where most part of the human rights defenders get killed. And of course, that is a priority for our civil society and our human rights defenders, our unions or our indigenous people. And it's not the same priority in Europe. So just to say that despite that Europe is leading this wave of new regulation to come, or the ESG push that is going to be mandatory by on sustainability reporting with the new framework, mandatory framework that is being developed in Europe, we risk a little bit to lose the global perspective, in which Europe, Western Europe, counts for about 6% of the global population, but the other 94% is not Western European, and we struggle a little bit not to be captured by the tremendous enthusiasm that we see in policymakers and business and civil society in Europe, to lose the perspective that we need everyone to be on board. So we are in I will say, we need to balance, to push the frontier to continue to go and to innovate and to be 2, 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. But then us, or UNDP, or all of us in this call, we need to make sure that they keep running, and that's fine, and that's good, and we welcome that. But at the same time, make sure that everyone else is on board and moving in the same direction. And that is something that concerns me quite a bit, because we might get into the situation where locals will say the Europeans are kind of different than us. They are way ahead of us, and this is an impossible task. Therefore, instead of trying harder, I might decide to give up and just don't try. And so that is an area where we need to put more attention. The other area that is showing up is around protectionism and let's say, or Western cultural imposition, that I'm starting to hear more and more. For me, that sounds as an excuse to not deliver and do what we need to do ourselves, the Latin Americans or the Asians, what we need to do at home. But that also is expressing this feeling that somehow the Europeans are a little bit too much ahead, and we are starting to look after excuses to not do our part. And that is, of course, something that I'm trying to show and to tell as clear as possible, to not hide behind excuses to not do our part. And one final element that we have been finding in this analysis is the de-risking risk. If a company wants to run and be in any kind of rating very high in terms of their sustainability score for the sake of investors' risk analysis, the easiest way is don't do business with SMEs, or completely move away from risky countries. So low income countries, just fly out and don't do business there. And you will effectively be a more sustainable company. But the problems will remain or might even worsen. So that is also a risk that we are seeing as we move and we are moving in the right direction, which is really good. We face some risks as the ones that I'm presenting. And I just want to wrap up this intervention saying, as Livio were describing, challenges identified in Asia, is that it's key to understand the challenges and the underlying cultural factors that are connected to those challenges, because the challenges are not in a vacuum. The challenges have to be understood in a cultural, historical context in order to be able to address them, to tackle them. And so if we understand the challenges, we have made a lot of progress because we have the potential to address them. And if we understand the underlying elements that justify or help us understand those challenges, then we might have a solution in front of us. Because all challenges are cultural and contextual sensitive. And that is something that locals everywhere in the world will know much better than any international so-called expert in how to address a societal challenge in any given local context. And for that sake, you are the most important people in the future, the champions that are actually patiently and systematically doing the daily work at home, allowing all of us to understand what are these challenges and thinking hard and how to address those challenges looking into the next decade. So I completely skip my intervention, and some people spend a lot of time preparing the intervention, but I got, let's say, so engaged with the introduction from Livio, and I just followed that flow and spoke up and my mind, and it's what I did. So thanks again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dante. I know you, and when you speak off the cuff, you actually give your best, and this is not to diminish the importance of those that have helped you in drafting the official statement, whom I also know well. But thank you for an extremely rich analysis, a good balance of it's sort of encouraging statements, but also warnings and call for action. I particularly liked and was intrigued about your analysis on the race to the top between regions. Race to the top is a word that had come up a lot within the region. So your analysis on how the race to the top between regions can present challenges is very important. And hopefully, maybe we'll have some time to come back to that. And very importantly, the issue of de-risking the risk. Among many of the great points you made, Dante. Thank you very much for that. We have accumulated a little bit of delay, but it was absolutely useful. If I can ask then the next speakers to stick within the time allocated, we'll make sure there is time for questions and answers, and some are starting to come. So let me turn now to Sumi Dhanarajan, Associate Director of the Asia Pacific Forum for the Future, a lawyer and a development practitioner with long commitment to social justice. Now, Sumi, the informants of the research, and not only those that represent the civil society, I have to say, spoke about a business human rights movement in Asia, which is, and I'm quoting here, struggling to reach the affected rights holders. And they stress the need to recalibrate, that's a word used, the approach, adding more emphasis on a bottom-up approach to complement an effort which has been mostly top-down until now. I made reference to that at the beginning. So the report speaks also about the need of the business human rights movement to learn from other social movements, such as the one on climate change, that have been more successful perhaps in leveraging activism. So what are your reflections on these points, Sumi? You have the floor.
Thank you, Livio, and thank you, Dante. I also appreciate when Dante goes off the cuff, because there's so much richness in that. And let me try and pick up on some of the points and build on them. But before I start, please may I commend the team for creating the space for dialogue around tough challenges and for a very real and sobering assessment of the steps we've taken forward, steps that we've taken backwards, and where we have stood still to date. Livia, you've presented me rather a lot to cover, so in the interest of time, I'm going to focus my comments particularly on this aspect of how we recalibrate our approach to foreground bottom-up approaches, in contrast to the top-down approaches that have prevailed to date, as the report has found. So over the last decade, we have crafted and implemented interventions that we believe will help us to achieve our vision of a region in which businesses does not abuse human rights, and on the rare occasion that it happens, that victims have access to remedies. And we have been guided in our choices, as you've said, of our interventions by the UNGPs as a set of norms. Now, if we're seeking to recalibrate, then the task at hand must be a critical diagnosis into whether the actions we have taken over the last 10 years have brought us closer to our preferred future that we envisioned? Or have they, unintended or not, had the effect of entrenching an old system with its structures and power dynamics that enable the abuses that keep the existing economic engine functioning? Have our actions kept business as usual intact, albeit slightly improved? So to recalibrate, we will need to question some of our assumptions that underpin the choices that we have made to date. And only then can we start to paint a picture as to whether our interventions as a business and human rights movement in this region have in fact contributed to constraining grassroots or bottom-up approaches. I'll offer some thoughts on the assumptions that we may need to examine, and these are by no means exhaustive, just some thoughts that can fit into the next 4 minutes or so. So firstly, there's an assumption that we've made that top-down approaches have always prevailed in this region. If I look back to the late 90s when I started working in this space, the most active actors in the BHR space were civil society actors. They were the ones that were raising the concerns and in fact interacting with business where government was not, about, for example, worker abuses in supply chains, long before any other actor was involved, let alone driving that agenda. Now, however, the assumption seems to be that the leadership comes from top down. So the question we have to ask is, well, what happened in the last 10 years that has made those bottom-up approaches less powerful than when this movement was birthed in the region? We have to ask what caused this situation that we're now trying to correct. Could it be that the assumption about the first step needing to be about gaining buy-in from governments and corporate leaders in Asia has, in fact, in some way contributed to disabling our ability to reach right holders, best achieved through those ground-up means? That if we'd made our first steps about nurturing civil society leadership, instead, we might have been in a different, better place in that regard. Now, that's a hard question to have to hear, and then probably a harder one to have to answer. But I think that unless we are willing to ask that question, we might not be able to have clear sight on what pathways for recalibration might look like. Asking that question, might we then consider an alternative framing for the business and human rights system, where we see civil society bottom-up leadership to be core, and with top-down approaches designed with the goal of oxygenating that leadership rather than competing with it? Ultimately, I think the tough but necessary focus for this region over the next period is to test the mettle of our business and human rights movement in actively defending civic space, which is undoubtedly under threat. And asking, where are we seeing evidence of the BHR movement doing that so far? There is, but let's name that. And then also asking the question whether the movement is creating barriers or distractions from this, and if so, why? When we scan the Asian panoramic today, we see acute struggles to defend civic space. They involve youth, mainly focused on defending civil rights, and outing systemic structural discrimination and ensuing inequalities, mainly calling out dysfunctional political systems where social contracts are being broken. And we are seeing this tragically manifesting as we struggle to overcome COVID and the systemic maelstrom that touches upon every aspect of our lives today and will do in the future. How is the business and human rights movement turning up in these struggles? When I look across the region, I see a proliferation of activities around environmental sustainability. But the conversations around human rights are still peripheral for most businesses, and where existent, heavily dominated by a risk management, mainly reputational risk management framing. Getting involved in supporting what is seen as political protest is seen as high-level risk. And we have to ask, as a business and human rights movement, what have we done to allow this narrative of human rights as risk to become the dominant one? And what can we do to correct this? Perhaps this will involve resetting our compass such that the goal of our movement, our business and human rights movement, is to deliver emancipation from a system that keeps abuses and abusive practices intact. That is arguably a different goal from what the movement has now, which is to make the system less tolerant about abuse, but nevertheless accepting that the abuse is so baked into our ability to function that we can't eradicate that abuses completely. Let me stop there, and I'm happy to take follow-up questions around social movements and the defense of the space for human rights defenders in questions later.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Very, very powerful points made here. I think you said at the beginning that you'll make this available. I do encourage you to make that available, and we'll do whatever possible to pass on these messages that were sent to you, certainly via video, because this very session will be made available. But your messages were very powerful, very articulated, unequivocal. I like your point of looking at the bottom-up leadership, or so the bottom-up taking again the leadership, and the top-down oxygenating that leadership. That's a very powerful statement. When it comes to reflecting that and doing a deep diagnostic of the barriers to this, obviously I would encourage you and others to look at a report that does some of it. There's no question that reflection needs to be deepened. But I think Dr. Matthew Mullen has in his study started up that analysis, and you'll find that very interesting. I'll close by the point you made on defending civil space. Was made in my introduction, was made by Dante, and of course it was reinforced by you. It's absolutely critical if we want to move towards leadership from the bottom up, that civil space is defended and legitimized. So thank you very much again, Sumi. Hopefully we'll come back to you later. I'd like now to invite to take the virtual floor Masayo Ogawa, Assistant Director for Human Rights, the Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan. Thank you very much for being with us, Ms. Ogawa. So, Masayo-san, when looking at the glass half full, to use the expression that Dante referred to, when we look at the glass half full of the first decade of implementation of the UNGP, the observers also that were contacted by the report pointed mostly to the role of NAPs and the awareness-raising role that the very process of drafting these NAPs beyond the very document have been playing in Asia in the last 5 years. Japan was the second country in Asia to officially adopt a standalone NAP after Thailand. So it would be very useful for us to hear your reflections on how the very process that led to the drafting of the NAP unfold in Japan, and perhaps hear a bit about two of the priorities that I found most interesting in your NAP, the putting a mechanism in place to promote remedies, and also placing an emphasis on respect for human rights throughout supply chains. So can you tell us more about it, Ms. Ogawa? The floor is yours. I believe you might have a PowerPoint presentation to guide your presentation. Thank you. I cannot hear Masayo-san. I hope that the technical facilitator can help out with that.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you well. You can now speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Livio. And first, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to be part of this forum. I appreciate the support the organizers and the moderator you have extended to this forum. So please allow me to share with you that the NAP formulation process played a significant role in implementing the UN guiding principle at the national level in Japan, especially by bringing stakeholders together and then deepening the understanding of the business human rights agenda. So advances in the globalization business activities have shown a light on human rights issue in business. Considering this, in 2016, the government of Japan has initiated its process to formulate a national action plan on business human rights. Our policies reflect this commitment. For example, the Cabinet approved Global Strategy 2018 listed the NAP formulation process as an important measure that encourages companies to advance forward-thinking initiatives on respecting human rights in business. We also consider the NAP formulation to be one of the measures to achieve the SDGs. As mentioned, our intention to formulate the NAP and the SDGs implementation guiding principle. And as you can see in the slide, in October 2020, Japan launched our first ever NAP to implement the guiding principle. This NAP lists a series of measures related to business and human rights to be implemented by the government. It also clarifies relevant policies across the ministries and agencies from the perspective of business and human rights. Moreover, it sets up expectations for companies to promote introducing human rights due diligence in business. So today I'd like to highlight 3 reflection points regarding the NAP formulation process, which could be helpful when implementing the guiding principle. The next slide, oh yes, thank you. So first, considering how the business and human rights agenda covers a wide range of areas, we established an interministerial committee composed of 15 different agencies and ministries. The interministerial discussion helped with sharing information and then having seamless communication among ministries. Of course, it was not easy to coordinate different views, especially when we started the baseline assessment in the initial stage of the process, because the business and human rights agenda was relatively new concept. But a series of discussions we had over years increased the understanding of the importance of efforts concerning business human rights. So we hope that this serves as a basis for implementing the NAPs and ensuring policy coherence on business and human rights. Second, so when formulating our NAP, we considered it essential to ensure a process that enables us to gain diverse input, including through participation of diverse stakeholders and then public comment procedures. From the initial stage of formulation process, when we conduct the baseline assessment, we organized a series of consultations with multi-stakeholders. And in the formulation process, we set up an advisory committee and a working group composed of experts and stakeholders from different fields, such as the business sector, including SMEs, the financial sector, the labor sector, consumer organization, bar association, academia, and civil society organization. While we paid attention to have various input, we thought it was also key to have views of consumers who could be affected, but also could potentially influence corporate behavior. So because of a wide range of areas the basic human rights agenda covers, it took quite some time to identify stakeholders at the beginning. Indeed, the multi-stakeholder engagement showed the complexity of the agenda to deal with and distill lessons learned. I would also like to add that during the formulation process, we also invited the public for comment twice to express various views on it. And not only having domestic views, but we also obtained views from international experts, including Dante, who is also present at this session. Thank you. So having the understanding of the importance of the multi-stakeholder engagement going forward, we will work on implementing the NAP by continuing dialogue with diverse stakeholders. And thirdly, and lastly, by going through all this process, we have realized that this process itself has greatly helped stakeholders, including government ministries, to deepen the understanding of the business and human rights agenda. Since the lifetime of the NAP, more attention has been paid domestically to respecting human rights in business. I noticed more media coverage about this topic, with a particular focus on human rights due diligence. More discussion in the Diet has been observed as well. So, to close, I'd like to emphasize that the NAP has created a common language among different stakeholders, which is quite important when we continue to work on advancing human rights in business. I think the time is up. Thank you, Livio.
Thank you, Masayo, for being staying absolutely within the time allocated and being at the same time very informative. I picked up a few points from you. Certainly, I like your reference to the dialogue must continue. You pointed to the aspect of multi-stakeholder approach taken during the drafting of the NAP, but I take the point on which I think is very important on committing to that dialogue continuing during the implementation of the NAP. I'm sure Kunaralak will to that, Thailand being the other country that has adopted a national action plan on business and human rights. I like your reference to now a common language having been adopted. So the stakeholders in Japan are tuning in into what business and human rights is. The role of media, very important one. I take the opportunity to point to a session on the role of media in business and human rights, an area that hasn't been looked at enough, in my view, that I think it's actually going to be, from my point of view of participants, one of the most interesting sessions that will be organized later, I think tomorrow or the day after. So thank you very much, Ms. Masayo, for your very rich contribution. I'd like to invite now Dr. Mualimin Abdi, who is the Director General of the Directorate General of Human Rights in the Ministry of Law and Human Rights of the government of Indonesia. And he's the Ministry of Law and Human Rights is also the new focal point for business and human rights since, I believe, this year. So Dr. Mualimin, thank you very much for joining us. We have just heard from the representative of a country that has already adopted an app. Now, Indonesia is also in the process of adopting one. The process has been ongoing for quite some time. I've been honored and happy to be part of that process since the very beginning. Of course, the process is long also because of the very size of Indonesia and its population, and also because of the decision that I remember vividly to conduct consultations also at decentralized level. I think this is a very important aspect of the dialogue, right? Because too often dialogues and take place only at the capital level, right? Which doesn't really reach sometimes those left most behind. So again, the report which we presented today speaks about this process in Asia that focus, as I said, too much at the capital level. I'd like you to inform the participants of the forum about the progress in drafting of the NAP in Indonesia. That's something we all want to hear about. But also, perhaps most specifically, hear your views on what was the experience of the Ministry of Law and Human Rights in consulting at the provincial level. I know that your ministry uses the methodology of consulting at the provincial level, not only on business and human rights, on many other aspects. So that methodology, I think, is something which is very important and may inspire, hopefully, representative of other governments that are tuning this conversation. So the floor is yours, Dr. Mualimin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Livio. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, distinguished panelists and moderator. Mr. Dante Pesce, Chair, UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. Ms. Masayo Ogawa, representative of the Government of Japan. Ms. Narelu, representative of the Royal Thai Government. Ms. Sami Danarajan, Forum of the Future. Kemudian Mr. Xiaohui Liang, China National Textile and Apparel Council. Mr. Livio Sarandrea from UNDP. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of the government of the Republic Indonesia, I wish to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this panel to discuss business and human rights in Asia from the first decade to the next. I feel honored to be surrounded by important delegation and panelists whose contributions have been remarkably significant in advancing the global agenda of the promotion and protection of human rights in the business sector. I believe our meeting today will be useful to open our view to the implementation of business and human rights in the region and strengthening the commitment of the region to implement the UNGPs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the commitment of Indonesia on human rights is implemented by the government in various efforts to continue to ensure that human rights are always at the center of policy making, including in policy carried out to restore the economic situation, as well as in the policy related to the business and human rights. As a proponent of the establishment of UNGPs in June 2011, the government of Indonesia has continued to encourage the implementation and dissemination of UNGPs through a number of socialization activities with relevant stakeholders. Nevertheless, the government of Indonesia also notes that some challenges in implementing the business and human rights principle remain at the national level, such as overlapping of human rights instruments, lack of the coordination between key players, lack of awareness on business and human rights, no clear mechanism on risk assessment and remedy. However, these various challenges do not become an obstacle for the Indonesian government to remain committed to respecting and amplifying the principle of business and human rights. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has built numerous concrete steps which have been conducted intensively by the government to promote business activity that is sustainable with human rights value since 2013, involving numerous stakeholders, civil society organizations, academic and private sector. The national focal point on business and human rights has been appointed since 2017 under the Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, and since 2020, it has been transferred to the Ministry of Law and Human Rights under the coordination of the Directorate General of Human Rights to strengthen Indonesia's commitment in fulfilling and respecting aspects of human rights. Simultaneously, the Ministry of Law and Human Rights also acts as the coordinator of the National Task Force on Business and Human Rights, which consists of various key players from various ministries or agencies, business association, civil society organization, and academic. This National Task Force has 5 primary mandates, which are increasing understanding and awareness on business and human rights, develop regulation and policies that support respect on human rights, restoring access to address human rights violations due to business activities, increasing compliance of actors to respect human rights, and monitoring and evaluating the implementation of national business and human rights. The task force is also currently drafting the national strategy for business and human rights as a baseline for UNGP's implementation in Indonesia. It is planned to be done in 2021. In a broader framework to fulfill the commitment of the government on Indonesia on human rights in the business sector, the National Focal Point has launched a web-based voluntary self-assessment application to assess companies' operational rights related to human rights abuse, named as PRISMA. Indonesia also has a mechanism for non-judicial dispute resolution through the Public Communication Service Unit within Directorate General of Human Rights, which act as a mediator in dispute resolution outside the judicial mechanism for the business sector. Furthermore, since 2015, the issue of business and human rights also has become an important part of the National Action Plan on Human Rights. In Bahasa Indonesia, we call it RANHAM. Through the preparation and dissemination of business and human rights guidelines. To continue effort to respect business and human rights, Indonesia has further deepened the business and human rights aspect in the last National Action Plan for Human Rights, which is currently in the final process to be launched, with the main focus on children, women, people with disabilities, and other community. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Indonesia is also actively involved in several efforts to implement sustainable development goals, including activity participate in the voluntary national report. Currently, the government of Indonesia is also in the middle of the process to prepare our voluntary national report 2021 under the coordination of the Ministry of Planning and Development. Related to the palm oil issue, we would like to highlight the result of the study on palm oil, which shows that it has a major contribution to the achievement of SDGs compared to other vegetable oils. To achieve this, Indonesia has introduced the standard and principle on the palm oil industries, which is known as Indonesia Sustainable Palm Oil, or ISPO. In this regard, ISPO certification also requires palm oil companies to observe the principle of labor and environmental responsibility, which include requirement to guarantee worker rights, health, and safety to ensure fair treatment of worker and also environmental standard. Furthermore, related to the fishery industry, Indonesia also has issued the Minister of
Please continue, but if I can ask you to wrap up soon. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Abdi.
Okay. Indonesia also has issued the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries Regulation concerning human rights certification in the fishery industry and concerning requirement and mechanism for human rights certification in the fishery industry. These business and human rights principles are also mainstreamed in the internal regulation of Indonesia state-owned enterprises. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the opportunity, I also would like to mention the job creation law, or also known as Omnibus Law, which is aimed to increase the Indonesian economic growth, trade and investment carry out with a balance on environmental policies. The formation of this law was also appreciated by various parties in the international community as a positive effort by the Indonesian government to make Indonesia more competitive by removing large restrictions on investment and providing a signal that Indonesia is open to investment, thereby creating jobs and fighting poverty. This law also facilitates the growth of the small medium enterprises to maximize their business and simplify the licensing process and legality required. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, we would like to reaffirm that Indonesia is highly committed to strengthening the implementation of UNGPs at the domestic, regional, and international level. On this occasion, I also would like to inform you that Indonesia will host the regional conference on business and human rights in the second semester of 2021. This conference will discuss the development, achievement, and challenges ahead of UNGP's implementation in the ASEAN region within the framework of the first decade of UNGPs. Finally, I will end my presentation at this point, and I thank you for your kind attention. Terima kasih. Om Santi Santi Om.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdi, for a very rich presentations, and no doubt many people have taken notes of what you have achieved, or what you have signaled and acknowledged remains as a challenge, and certainly I took note of the commitment for a national strategy on business and human rights. The title you have come up with for your NAP to be adopted within 2021. That's very good to hear, and of course UNDP will remain engaged with you and other ministry to support that process. Let me now turn to another NAP champion, if I can call it that way. It's time to invite to the virtual forum Kun Narelak Chayapum, Director of International Human Rights Division of the Department of Rights and Liberties Protection of the Ministry of Justice of Thailand. Kun Narelak, we've been in many panels together, and it's always a pleasure. You've been part of the business and human rights movement in Asia since what I consider to be the true beginning in 2016. You witnessed many of its twists and turns, and you've been part of one of the main achievements in the first decade in Asia, which is under no doubt the adoption of the Thai NAP. But you have also witnessed the disappointment of civil society and the communities for a process which is not progressing as rapidly as wished in terms of actual impact on the rights holders. So I'd like you to share your view, the hurdles found in implementing the NAP, and talk to us about some of the action that the Royal Government of Thailand is taking, perhaps with an emphasis on the consultation that I've been following recently, was held with CSOs to inform the drafting of a study on N-type SLAP measures. You're very experienced panelist, so I really hope you can stick within the time allocated so that we can also hear from the next panelist, and hopefully I have some questions from the floor. Floor is yours, Kunarilak.
Thank you very much, Livio. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Livio. And also, first of all, I'd like to thank the UN agencies for inviting our Ministry of Justice of Thailand to be part of this panel and join the panel with all distinguished panelists. Before we talk about the obstacle, I would like to highlight on what government has been done to push forward the implementation of the NAP, but particularly emphasize on what you have requested me on the work with the CSO. For the civil society sector, the CSO, I think in terms of implementing the NAP, the civil society sector can play a very important role in monitoring the implementation of the NAP. However, when they are doing that job, sometimes they are facing with difficulty or sometimes facing with danger in terms of physical injury or being sued by the other side. So in Thai NAP, the human rights defender is listed as one of the key priority area under the Thai NAP, and also include as one of the target groups to be protected under the National Human Rights Plan as well, which is the big framework of human rights policy of the country. The first thing that we do when we're working on with civil society and when we talk about human rights defender, as there is no official definition at the moment in law in Thailand. So what we do is that we have to make everyone in the same page. So we organize a lot of training to explain the role of the human rights defender, and literally training is provided to our sector to make sure everyone is understand and respect the human right role of the role of the human rights defender. And we also invite a representative of CSO to explain and engage them in the panel as well. Regarding the issue of SLAP, due to the fact that human rights defender, as I mentioned earlier, is easily become the victim or a target of strategic lawsuit against public participation or SLAP. So in the past in Thailand, we have some legal provision in criminal procedure code was established, proposed also by the Court of Justice. However, there are a lot of feedback on the effective of the enforcement of that provision. So currently, the government by the National Reform Commission of Thailand has assigned the National Anti-Corruption Commission of Thailand to draft the Anti-SLAPP Act. And I hope that this act can provide a comprehensive measure to protect the human rights defender. But at the moment, the scope of this bill is still discussing. So I'm not sure whether how broad the scope is, but hopefully it will cover both the anti-SLAPP case by the government officer and also by the business sector as well. However, in order to also create why we don't have at the moment we don't have the law yet, but to have the concrete protection to the human rights defender, Ministry of Justice together with the UNDP is currently studying the appropriate measure to protect human rights defender, and also we also study on the additional measure that could help ensure the effectiveness of the anti-SLAPP law and provision as well. And during the discussion of the anti-SLAPP law in Thailand, we are all agree and we found that it is a better way if we focus more on prevention of the emerging of SLAPP case is better than provide remedy. And so we think that the Mediation Act in Thailand, which was enacted 2 years ago, can create also constructive platform at the community level, whereby both sides of the party can have a constructive dialogue and conflict can be solved and both sides can satisfy with the results. And the community mediation center is currently establishing, and the aim is to set up the community mediation center at every district and sub-district across the country. So more than 7,000 community mediation center will be established across the country within this year and also the next, perhaps not later than the next year. And people can get free mediation service. And also this is not only aim to create a peaceful society, but also aim to reduce the caseload of the court and also help prevent the SLAPP case as well. And for the Ministry of Justice, we regularly provide legal aid, witness protection, and state compensation to the victim of human rights violation, including human rights defender. We also conduct the field visit to the area that are at risk of being in danger and usually create dialogue between the stakeholders, try to address the problem. And during the COVID pandemic, it may be difficult for people to traveling to access to the legal service. So the access to legal aid is now under the Ministry of Justice. We are trying to enhance through our form of e-service, so people can have a broader access to the legal aid and legal service from the Ministry of Justice. And a number of laws also under revision to ensure that protection will be provided to human rights defender. For example, Witness Protection and Justice Fund Act. Now we're moving on to your question on the challenge faced during the past 1.5 years. This is also include, first one is the COVID pandemic. As you may well aware that Thailand adopted the NAP in 29 October 2019, and the beginning of 2020, COVID pandemic emerged in Thailand. So some of the budget was cut to help COVID situation, and also activity to push forward implementation at the provincial level was interrupted due to the restriction of traveling. And similar situation also happened in capital as well, when the meeting and seminar were not allowed. We are trying to conduct the workshop online, but technical difficulty is another challenge when we want to work with the local office. Also, from our experience and from the feedback of the participants, face-to-face meeting is something that they are preferred. So, and it's more easy to communicate with each other and explain. As for business, I am admitted that putting forward implementation during the COVID-19 is quite difficult and very challenging, especially with the SME, due to the fact that majority of the business sector in Thailand are SME, and they are currently focused on how to survive, not how to respect human rights. So it is not easy to reach and convince them. Unlike the big company where they have full resource, and they are required to follow international standards because they have business transaction with European country. So in the current situation, most of the business that are interested in the issue of human rights is mostly majority of them are large company. Second challenge is on rotation of staff. Is another challenge because both not only within the government but also with the business sector as well. Because when we usually spend our time and budget in build up their capacity and knowledge on UNGP or at responsible business conduct, but when they rotate to another position and someone replace them, the process of training has to restart again. So we have to build up the awareness. Raising is something that we have to continue working on it. And this challenge is linked to the third challenge. The third challenge is on different level of awareness on human rights and responsible business conduct. From our experience, we have found that among business, level of responsible business and human rights knowledge is different. Big companies are more well aware of importance of human rights and responsible business, whereas these SME tends to have less awareness and do not understand the importance and linkage between human rights and their business operation and supply chain. And so indeed, it is indeed important to make everyone in the same page, both big company and SME. And at this point, I want to highlight that Thailand is going to create a Business and Human Rights Academy as a regional hub of knowledge for ASEAN in responsible business conduct and business and human rights. And I hope the Academy will have a chance to welcome all of you soon. The last but not least challenge is the balance between the needs and expectation of different sector, because each different sector has different design and different perspective and see things from different perspective. So we as a middleman has to try to compromise between different sectors. And the last one is on the lack of trust. Unfortunately, this challenge is still remain. And this is the most important. We need to build trust, create connection between people on the ground, business and government. And sometimes we were pushed back by business, and sometimes we were pushed back by CSO. So I'm aware that the trust is something that is take time to create. But I would emphasize here that we need to see each other as a partner, not an enemy, and not opposite side, and try to create constructive dialogue and being sincere to each other and move forward the same goal for the benefit of the country and the region as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kunaralak. What a great way to end up on building trust, acknowledging that trust is still incomplete and pointing to the importance of that. But that was only one of the many points you have made, Kunaralak. I wish we had time to unpack them all, but at this stage, I'll thank you very much for highlighting all the complexities and acknowledging the challenges. I think the government of Thailand is very lucky to have you leading on the implementation of business human rights agenda, somebody very knowledgeable and certainly committed to that. We have around 10 minutes left. One very important panelist still that I want to bring in, and I want to try to leave some space for questions and answers. But so let me flag one question that has come up, and I'll probably ask at the end Dante to answer. And kind of use it for him to wrap up a bit the conversation, and it's a question on remedies. I do notice we haven't talked a lot about remedies. Is it the forgotten pillar again? So next decade and remedies is something that perhaps I'd like you, Dante, to think a little bit about and come back with a few points at the end. Hopefully we'll have time for more questions, but I now want to give the floor to our final panelist. I'd like to introduce Xiao Liang, who is the deputy head of the Office for Social Responsibility of the China National Textile and Apparel Council, but also wears many other hats, including adjunct professor at the Law School of Peking University. I'll ask one question and include part of another question that came from the floor. So at least we give voice to two questions that have come from the floor. So the report presented today on the status of business human rights in Asia placed a lot of focus on the understanding or lack of thereof of the UNGPs by the business sector. Many business actors were interviewed, and perhaps not surprisingly, the knowledge of the UNGPs, we have heard it from other panelists, especially among SMEs, was registered as very low. The report highlighted also very different levels of awareness and compliance of responsible business standards in different parts of Asia. I would like to ask for your reflection. Looking back at the first decade, how much did the needle move in China when it comes to embracing the UNGPs? The author of the report points to concerted engagement in China as a priority. That's one of the recommendations, given its pervasive influence and impact on the economy. And here I bring in the questions from the floor, which was making reference to that same point, given the importance of the Belt and Road Initiative. How, again, can we connect with China on business and human rights and make sure that business and human rights becomes part of the operations of the Belt and Road Initiative? So the floor is yours, Shoei.
Thank you, Livio, and all the organizers. It's a great pleasure for me to join this session. I'm very excited to see, business human rights is developing so fast in Asian countries. I think Livio just asked the same very important question from two aspects. One regarding the development of, business human rights or responsibilities and the impacts of UNGPs in China in the last decade. And one about the future of responsible business in China and their impacts in other countries, including BRI. Let me try to answer this question with a review of the business human rights or RBC move in China in the last decade. Generally, as one of the witnesses and also participants of the business and human rights or RBC movement in China, I personally think we actually experienced a golden age of business human rights in China in the last decade. Firstly, the awareness of Chinese businesses and general public on CSR, RBC, business and human rights has come to a historical high. Social media platforms now frequently present good stories and bad stories about corporate impacts on people, the environment, and the society. to over 1 billion people in just a few hours or minutes. I think this is a fundamental change that we didn't have a decade ago. As a result of this heightened social scrutiny, business now more than ever care about their image and also social footprints. And secondly, in the last decade, we have seen the prioritization and the integration of sustainability, responsible business in an unprecedented number of policies regarding domestic and overseas investment, trade and investment agreements, national human rights action plans, and global governance commitments as well. For instance, since 2011, the Chinese overseas investment policies witnesses a total transition from protecting Chinese investment, property, and personnel to guaranteeing social license based on responsible business and social and environmental due diligence. Unprecedented new rules and provisions on environmental standards and labor standards also appeared in bilateral trade agreements between China and countries such as Switzerland and Iceland. And as you may know, last year, in the EU-China Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, the Chinese government has made commitment in promoting responsible business and working towards the ratification of the outstanding ILO fundamental conventions, including the 2 ILO fundamental conventions on forced labor that China has not yet ratified. And last November, President Xi Jinping announced that China is considering joining the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, which, as we all know, has much higher standards in human labor rights and environmental protection, etc. And the 2 national human rights action plans covering the period of 2012 to 2020 both called for human rights education for businesses. And one of them further provided that respect for human rights shall be a key consideration element in domestic and overseas investment. And with regard to global governance, in the past decade, China has joined hands with other countries, for instance, of the G20, and committed to build a responsible and resilient global supply chain. China was one of the first countries in the world that has issued its progress reports on SDGs since 2017. And we just talked about the Belt and Road Initiative. In the joint communique of the Leaders Roundtable of the Second Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation in April 2019, China and other countries call on all market players in the Belt and Road Cooperation to fulfill their corporate social responsibility and follow principles of UN Global Compact. And as we know, the first 2 and the 6 principles are about human rights and labor rights. And in 2020, China made the commitment of carbon neutrality by 2060, which forms an important part of a global vision on tackling climate change. Just yesterday, the Chinese Ministry of Ecology and Environment issued a very important regulation to require carbon emissions shall be included in the future environmental impact assessment of projects. Last but not least, in the last decade, we have also seen aggressive and proactive business commitment and practices in respecting human rights, also without a parallel in history. For instance, as of today, around 500 Chinese companies have joined the Global Compact. And actually, the number has doubled in the past 2 years. And every year, over 2,000 Chinese companies publish their CSR or sustainability or ESG reports with more and more disclosure on human rights. And at the industry level, over a dozen of business associations, including those in garment, mining, infrastructure, ICT, agriculture, and forestry, have issued social responsibility or sustainability or supply chain due diligence guidance or standards. And many of them actually make clear reference to the UNGPs, including the one made by the Small and Medium-Sized Enterprise Council of China, which is about the SMEs in China. And along with these encouraging developments, we know that the expectations of stakeholders for Chinese business are also growing, while the external environment for business to engage in responsible business is not getting better. This, of course, is further challenging the commitment and the capacities of businesses in implementing business human rights and responsible business strategies. And I believe which in turn also demand more tailored guidance of the government, of the policies, as well as more constructive engagement and collaboration of stakeholders. And finally, one may ask, can we contribute this development in China, at least partly, to the UNGPs? I think the answer is yes. Indeed, so far as I know, except the various statements made by Chinese diplomats in the UN Human Rights Council, there's no government policy or statements that has made clear reference to the UNGPs. And indeed, the visibility of the UNGPs in China is still very low. Nevertheless, the essence, principles, and methodology of the UNGPs are well recognized and utilized in state policies and business practices alike. You know, people walk on roads whose name they may not know. So let's call this a case of principled pragmatism as embraced by the UNGPs. I will stop here and thank you. Over to you, Livo.
Thank you very much, Xiaowei, for giving us your perspective on developments in China. Thank you for highlighting some progress that you pointed to, but also making sure that gaps exist, namely the no clear state policy at this stage. Thank you for flagging an environmental and climate change as entry points for business and human rights, for greater engagement on business human rights with China. Again, thank you for your perspectives. We must acknowledge that the perspectives on the engagement of China with business and human rights also may differ from yours, from some other people, but I thank you very much for your contribution today. I really, I've asked for a few more minutes to the technical facilitators to give the floor back to Dante and ask him to wrap up the session with a comment on the pillar 3, on remedy, and then saying also that there is a whole other sessions on remedy in the program later on, but a few words for you, Dante, on remedy in the next decade, and then we'll wrap up with you. Dante.
Thank you, Livio. I have many pages of notes that I have been taken. Sadly, I will not be able to comment on all of those points because there are so many. First of all, thank you for all the ones that have intervened in this rich, let's say, conversation. I would like to say two things. One, a short reaction to Sumi about emancipation. I fully agree with you on that point. And in my cultural context, it's about liberation. And liberation is about empowerment. Empowerment of people, of the ones that are powerless, the ones that are in the bottom. And I that resonates very clearly with me. And I'm just making the cultural transition, what in my context will be called liberation of people. You're free, or you're liberated as you are empowered as a human. So that's one thing that I fully agree. The other thing is a reminder to all of you, especially the ones that work and represent governments. On the 28th of June, I will make the presentation to the Human Rights Council regarding the 10th anniversary and the stock-taking report. And there will be an opportunity for governments to ask for the floor and to speak up. Governments will have 3 minutes for interventions to say whatever they want to say, in favor, against, etc. Our expectation is not to be, let's say, greeted too much, but is to raise the ambition, is the opportunity to make commitments, to reflect on targets, on goals, on perhaps mandatory measures, catching up with the Europeans. So is the opportunity to raise the ambition in public. And that will be the 28th of June. And all of you, of course, are invited. All governments are invited to take the floor. But is the opportunity to speak up, basically, and to support this agenda. That will be our ideal scenario. And finally, regarding remedy, what I want to say is remedy is the reality check. All what we do regarding pillar one in governments, pillar two in business, at the end of the day, where it's the reality check, testing to reality, is the access to remedy. When governments fail in their duties, when business fail in their responsibilities, what happens to real people? What's the journey that they have to transition? What is the experience they have to go through? What are the practical obstacles they face? What is the reality? So, in bottom line, everything we can discuss forever on pillar one and two, but at the end of the day, that is the reality check. What happens with the people that suffer, and what is their first-hand real experience when things go wrong? Despite all the good intentions of all of us, when things go wrong, what happens to real people with a real name? And that's the reality check that at the end of the day puts our score on how good or bad we have delivered and have done our job. So thanks again.
Thank you.
By the way, I'm finishing my mandate as member of the working group on the 31st of October. So effectively, this is my final words, at least in this annual forum in Asia, wearing the hat of the working group on business and human rights. So it has been a great honor to engage with you again. And of course, I will engage with you in other capacity in the future, certainly, but at least from the working group perspective, this is my final intervention. So thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Dante. Big applause to you. And I know I represent the views of all those who are tuned into this conversation to give you a big thanks for everything you've done for the business and human rights discourse globally and more specifically in Asia. We could say a lot more, but we really need to close here to give space to the other session to be prepared. I thank all the panelists very much and indeed all the participants. Please stay with us. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you for joining us today. Thank you all for joining us today. I'm Justine Nolan, and I am the Director of the Australian Human Rights Institute based at UNSW in Sydney. And we're all very excited to be part of this panel discussing really practical case studies on accountability and remediation in the business and human rights sector focused on Asia Pacific. We're very grateful that the forum is continuing and the support of all those who are establishing this really important forum for this discussion around situations in Asia and the Pacific at the moment. So let's get straight to the point around, the discussion that we're going to have today, and let me introduce you to our panelists. We are at the point where the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights have now been in operation for a decade. But it's very clear that the victims of business-related human rights abuses are often struggling to be held accountable, the relevant state and non-state actors, for the abuses that are occurring. And the Asia-Pacific region is no exception to this global situation. In fact, we might argue that it's very exacerbated in our Asia-Pacific region. In recent years, individuals and communities affected by business-related human rights abuses in Asia and Pacific have used a real variety or mishmash of methods, judicial and non-judicial pathways, to try and secure access to effective remedy and corporate accountability. They've been assisted by some of the lawyers and civil society organisations in this quest, and we are going to get their insight today from this remarkable panel. So what we're aiming to do in this session is examine these diverse pathways that have been tried so far and look at both the positives and the negatives, what's worked, what hasn't worked. We're going to focus on really practical case studies from across the region, and the panellists are going to consider the challenges they've faced, any remedies they've obtained, and also the reform options that might be needed to strengthen access to effective remedy in relation to the issues that they're raising. So let me introduce you to our four panellists that we've got today. First up, we have Yan Park, who is a public interest lawyer working for the Gongam Human Rights Law Foundation in Korea. She's a founding member of the Transnational Human Rights Institute at Gongam, and today we'll be focusing her remarks in particular on the Lao Dam collapse case, where the dam collapsed. Then we also have Leah Mai-Torres, who's the Executive Director at the Centre for Environmental Concern and the Philippines, and also part of the Asia-Pacific Network of Environmental Defenders. Today in particular, she's going to highlight the case of OceanaGold, the mining situation in the Philippines. John Sutherland is the Independent Examiner of the Australian National Contact Point for the OECD guidelines. He's also a mediator, lawyer, and adjunct academic. And today he will be discussing in particular an OECD complaint originating in Cambodia, in particular against an Australian bank. And finally, we have Saw Ratanami Pokla, who is a lawyer and executive coordinator with Prashant Singh of the Community Resource Centre, the CRC, which she co-founded in 2010. Through the work of its lawyers, CRC has successfully helped set legal precedent in public interest cases, and she is going to be talk about one of those ongoing cases against a Thai sugar company and its impact in Cambodia. So how we're going to start this today is I'm going to ask each of our panellists to give a brief discussion, sort of brief introduction to the case. So we're not going to go too much in depth into all the remedies, but what we want to do first is for each of these four cases, set the scene, what happened, where it was, who were the main stakeholders, and sort of the pathway that they've highlighted to remedy. And then we're going to dig in a little bit deeper through discussion between the panellists of what remedy they sought, what worked, what didn't. And then in this session, we will be encouraging and opening up to Q&A from the audience. So please post your questions as you go along. And we will have a section at the end where we focus on your questions that come. So without further ado, then let me start by moving to Yan to talk a little bit about and set the scene around the Lao Dam collapse and what went on. Over to you, Yan.
Right, thank you, Justin. So I'm going to be talking about the Lao Dam collapse
that happened back in July 23rd of 2018. So one of the settled dam of Sepian-Senanoy hydropower dam system collapsed, and it unleashed just huge amounts of water and causing severe flooding that inundated 19 villages nearby. The water flowed even to the neighboring Cambodia villages downstream as well, and it was one of the worst dam flooding Laos has experienced. The official death toll amounted to 71, and more than 14,000 people were displaced. However, due to a lack of transparent surveying, the true number of lives lost may never be known. And this was a very complex build, operate, transfer project launched back in 2013 by Sepian-Senanoy Power Company, and I'll be referring to it as a PNPC. It's a special purpose corporation established by a joint venture with the South Korean companies SK Engineering and Construction, in charge of building the dam, and Korea Western Electric Power Company, KOEPO, for operation and management, and Ratchaburi Electricity Generating Holding Public Company of Thailand, RAG, and the Lao government-controlled Laos Holding State Enterprise. So there are many stakeholders involved, and largest shareholder of PNPC is SKENC with 26% of the entire share. COEPO and RAG each hold 25%, and LHSE holds the remaining 24%. It was a mega project with an investment of over $1 billion. And in particular, the Export-Import Bank of Korea is closely linked to the project by financing over $70 million with a concessional EDCF loan and credit assistance to the Lao government. In terms of the cause of the dam collapse, SKENC is blaming it on the heavy rainfall at the time, while Lao government officials and COEPO blamed substandard design and construction. Well, none to date has been held accountable for the disaster. Well, soon after the tragic accident happened, Korean CSOs in the relevant issue area formed a task force team called Korean Civil Society TF to carry out response efforts and to participate in solidarity activities to seek remedies with the international network of CSOs such as Mekong Watch, International Rivers, Lao Dam Investment Monitor, and Inclusive Development International. Seeking adequate and timely compensation for the victims, back in 2019, the Korean Civil Society TF submitted a complaint to Korean NCP and a letter of allegation to the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights against Korea Export-Import Bank, SKENC, and COEPO. After reviewing the complaint, however, the Korean NCP decided to offer a good office on SKENC and COEPO, but dismissed the Export-Import Bank of Korea. Well, after only offering a minimum effort to engage the companies involved, however, KNCP declared that it would stop the mediation efforts and close the case due to SKENC and COEPO's refusal to participate in the mediation efforts. The Korean Civil Society TF, believing that Korean NCP violated the rights of the complainants by failing to disclose the investigation process transparently, submitted a petition to the National Human Rights Commission of Korea on 29th of September last year. Disappointingly, however, on 20th of January this year, NHRCK, National Human Rights Commission of Korea, also dismissed the petition on the ground that KNCP is not a government agency within the meaning of the National Human Rights Commission Act. Most judicial and non-judicial remedy options have been explored and exhausted, and with KNCP and NHRCK's passive attitude towards addressing human rights violations by the Korean companies' business activities abroad have been a huge roadblock in providing access to remedies for the victims. I'll stop here for the brief introduction of the Laudem disaster. And I'll
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jan. So that gives you an overview of the scale of the problem that she's presented. And at this stage so far, really the lack of accountability. So the reference there to the Korean NCP was talking about the Korean National Contact Point using the OECD guidelines, which John will also explain a little bit more in his case. But you can see from Jan's discussion that there were a number of activities and mechanisms that they've tried and still trying, but so far without a lot of success. So let's move to the Philippines. And Leah, if you could explain a little bit about the context of what you've been working on in relation to mining and OceanaGold.
Thank you, Justine. So just to give an overview of the OceanaGold mining operations in the Philippines, it actually acquired its permit in 1994. Initially, it was owned by Arimco Mining and Climax Mining, which are both Australian companies. It covers 11,489 hectares of land in Didipio, Cebu, Nueva Vizcaya province in the northern part of the Philippines. It was acquired by OceanaGold in 2006. OceanaGold is a Canadian-Australian mining company. It started its commercial operations in 2013 as an open pit mine and transitioned to an underground mine in 2016. After 25 years, its permit expired, so that's in June 2019, and it filed for a renewal the previous year. So after the expiration of the permit, the town officials declared that any kind of operation beyond that day is illegal, and the provincial government ordered the local government units, including the provincial police, to have an restraining order, restraining any operations from that day on. So the local community actually put up a people's barricade. They set up a camp in the entrance of the mining operations to implement this restraining order. So in July, a month later after the expiration, OceanaGold filed an injunction saying that this what is happening is unlawful restraint of operations. But the regional trial court denied this. In October 2019, OceanaGold then suspends its operations. However, many residents still observe that the OceanaGold mining company still tries to enter the mining area, saying that it is just for dewatering operations. But they are suspecting that it is more than that because of the amount of gasoline or crude oil that they're trying to usher into the mining site. So as of the status now, the renewal is actually nearing its fruition. It only lacks the signature of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and the President. And we think that it is actually near, but it is just a short time before the permit renewal will happen. So what are the main issues with regards to the mining operations? Since its operations, it caused an irreversible change in the topography in the mining area. It actually stripped off an entire hill and covered farmlands because of its mine tailings impoundment. The deforestation and loss of habitats affected many plant and animal species, with a recorded 499 plant and animal species in that area. Residents also observed a decline in water supply, both for domestic use and for agriculture. So this also affected their livelihood. There's also unobserved water pollution with high levels of copper concentration, which are beyond the safe levels. Aside from that, there is also a high acidity in the farmlands, which also affected their crops, especially rice, which is the main produce in the area. It also displaced many residents who fear the military, so they just sell their lands. Often they are not compensated accordingly. And in 2008, 187 houses were demolished. So the operations also caused conflict among the indigenous people, because there are two indigenous people there that had a blood compact so that there would be no conflict. But because of the mining operations, many residents claim that some of the employees of OceanaGold talked to some of the indigenous people groups. So they are now fighting against each other, even among the indigenous people groups themselves. There is also a constant presence of military detachment, and this has caused fear in the community. There is also red tagging, or the naming of certain individuals and organizations as member of terrorist groups or communist groups. So in the Philippines, when you are red tagged, it is almost always a prelude to other attacks. For example, being arrested or being killed. So this has caused great fear in the area, but the community members still continue with their actions to oppose the mining company. There is also harassment and intimidation, with many death threats among the community leaders. And just during the time of the pandemic, their People's Barricade was dispersed because the Philippine National Police tried to usher in the fuel tankers of OceanaGold. One was arrested and many others were injured. So another issue is with the vagueness of the mining policy in the Philippines, since there is no clear provisions whether or not if you have filed for renewal, if you can continue with your operations, or if you have to wait for the final issuance of the renewal. So since then, aside from the People's Barricade, we have coordinated with the Commission of Human Rights, the National Human Rights Institution in the Philippines, and they have themselves declared that many human rights have been violated. We have coordinated with the UN Special Rapporteurs, and this resulted with communications to the Philippine government. But unfortunately, this did not lead to any concrete actions. And we also have coordinated with the Canadian government through the International Commission of Human Rights in the Philippines, its chapter in Canada, gathering support from Canadian citizens to support the petition and seek accountability from OceanaGold and its human rights violations in the Philippines. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Leah. Both yourself and Jan have presented very complex case studies with multiple players, in multiple jurisdictions, and real risks to the people on the ground. And so far, not great news stories with these case studies. So let's go to John, who can talk about a case that came before the OECD NCP in Australia, to explain the context and what's happened with it. Thanks, John.
Thanks a lot, Justine. And I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners where I am today, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and to those of where everyone is in today's meeting. As Justine said, I'm the independent examiner with the AusNCP, so I will be talking about a complaint and a case that the AusNCP handled, but I need to make very clear at the start what I'm saying is from publicly available documents, and mainly the decisions and the statements on the AusNCP's website. It's a case, I'll just give a quick overview. About 5 or 10 years ago, an Australian bank called the ANZ, through a branch in Cambodia, made some finance available to a customer there that had an existing sugar refinery plant. And it was known there were issues around social and environmental concerns and impacts related with that project. And ANZ acknowledge now that they say they didn't do sufficient or adequate due diligence before making that loan available. Over the time, there were there was engagement between ANZ and the customer, but in 2014, the relationship in fact ended. So that loan ended and it was no longer a client or a customer of ANZ. And shortly after that, a complaint was made by on behalf of communities in Cambodia, so by an NGO in Cambodia, Equitable Cambodia, and Inclusive Development International, an NGO in the US. They made the complaint to the Australian National Contact Point under the OECD guidelines, and they were acknowledged. They said, look, we understand there is no longer a relationship there, but that ANZ has benefited from that and that there are ongoing impacts related to that financial assistance. And so that was the essence of the complaint. And it there was some attempts at mediation, but no agreed outcome. And so in 2015, I understand, with no outcome then, the AusNCP made a final statement on the case. That took some time, but that came out in 2018. And it observed that ANZ hadn't undertaken due diligence sufficient for the OECD guidelines, made some recommendations about improving procedures, and said it will follow up within 12 months' time on that. And it was during that follow-up, so 2019, that the parties indicated that they wanted to meet and talk about this. And in February 2020, there was a further mediation. That was one that I was involved in. And the agreed outcome at the end of that, and this statement is agreed between the parties, that ANZ agreed to contribute or pay all of the profit it made from that loan to the communities in Cambodia, and also to commit to reviewing or strengthening its some of its policies and procedures. ANZ and the ANZ said they're not legally liable to do that, and I think this will be an interesting point we can pick up in the discussion. What can the law provide, and what can mediation sometimes get a different outcome? So that was February 2020. That agreement was made, and that statement, as I said, is available on the AusNCP website. And I know we'll come back to things in discussion. I guess the key thing I'd like to emphasise here is this is the agreed outcome of the parties. So yes, I think it is a good outcome, and it shows the potential that can come through the NCP process. But by no means think that, oh look, that's what an NCP can always provide. It's very much at the whim of the parties and what that mediation process can engage. So I might leave it there. Thanks, Justine.
Thanks, John. And you do raise an interesting question, which we'll get to in a discussion shortly, about the various mechanisms and which ones we might emphasise and prioritise in terms of outcomes, particularly judicial versus non-judicial, because all of these case studies so far have focused on, in particular, non-judicial mechanisms, whether it's through human rights commissions, through the OECD, through the UN Special Rapporteur process, but not so much a strict legal approach with it. Which brings us to our final context setting, and a little bit of and gives us a little bit of a different approach from SOAR, because some of the mechanisms that she has been relying on has been sort of the pursuit of litigation and looking at the role of law and seeking accountability here. So over to you, SOAR, if you could give us the context for the particular case that you have been focusing on with the company, sugar company. SOAR, I think you might be on mute. We can't hear you. You might just check that. Perfect, go ahead.
Yes. This case is about the Thai company invest in Cambodian. The Thai company went to establish the new company under the Cambodian law, then it's become the Cambodian company. But the Thai company is also overhead like
control all the things in this Cambodian company. The Cambodian company get the concession, the land concession for sugarcane plantation in Oddamenjai province, and then during the concession, because of under the concession law of a Cambodian, if they found villager living in that area, company need to pay compensation, and company have to make it in the right way to get the land from the communities. That is, but during that time, the company just used the armed force with the military and police to grab the land from community, and some community house has been burned, and they got the land from the community. About 700 families lost the land. All the is about the for the land living and also for the agriculture land. And then finally, the victims have been supported by the NGO in Cambodia and also international organization to seek the remedy for the community, and also to seek the getting the land back for the community. Then they start with the submit the complaint to National Human Rights Commission of Thailand to ask the National Human Rights Commission of Thailand investigate the case, and we found that the Thai company involved in this case. And anyhow, after the NSRC make the decision and report saying that the Thai company need to pay compensation to the victim, but nothing happened, and community still suffer from that. Then finally, the NGO just contact to our organization, contact to me, thinking about bringing the case from Cambodia to Thailand, because they don't at that time they don't trust on the court in Cambodia, because they have experienced another case similar like this and they did not get anything. That is why we discuss and we see the opportunity, because under Thai law, we have the conflict of law, that the victim from other country, whenever the Thai people, Thai company doing something outside the country and violate make any violation, the victim can bring the case to Thai court for ask the remedy. This is under the conflict of law, and this is also we file the case for the civil court under the tort law. Anyhow, we cannot bring 7 families from Cambodia to Thailand. And lucky that Thailand, we have the class action lawsuit procedure to accept the case. Then we use this case for the class action lawsuit. Just bring only 2 representatives from Cambodia to file the case in the civil court in Thailand. Ask for the tort law under the class action lawsuit. The challenge is it's not easy, and it's become a first case for the transitory case using the class action lawsuit. Then first court dismissed our request as a class action. Then we appeal to the appeal court. Finally, on the 31st July last year, this case have been accepted under the class action lawsuit. Then this case now will have a trial under the class action procedure. That is another challenge, because of its many things to bring the case, and also the challenge of this case is not only handle the case under the class action procedure, but because of Thailand doesn't have the subsidiary law, then we have to use the agent law to prove that the Thai company is related with the Cambodian company. That Thai company have to respond whatever the Cambodian company have done in the incident for Cambodian incident. Then that is the first challenge. And second challenge is about, because of this case, it's not happened like recently. It's happened for many years already. Then the evidence
to prove about the compensation is also not easy. And because of Cambodian is like a developing country, they don't have enough capacity to collect the information, collect the evidence to prove for the compensation. Then it's also the other thing that we have to see how we can prove that the violation is happened and how much that the damages company needs to pay for the compensation. And this case is already, we find this is the third year on the fourth year on the case, but it's not start trial yet. It's very take long time, but anyhow, the victim also have a hope for this case because of they realize that Thai justice will be better than the Cambodian justice because we have a proper procedure, and they got the support from many stakeholders like NGO, international NGO, and also with the legal team that we work together. But we also have a challenge that we need to use the Cambodian law apply to this case. Then we need the legal professional for showing what is the Cambodian law, what is the tort law of the Cambodian, what is the land concession of the Cambodian and of the Cambodian law, and also we have to prove about what is the violation under the Cambodian law and what is the under the conflict of the law between Thai and Cambodian. This is also where it will be long time for making the procedure and also getting the result. But I have hope that this is also the opportunity of the Thai government, the Thai state to show that they have the extraterritorial obligation because of nowadays Thailand have a lot of investors on board. They invest in many countries in Mekong region and other countries. Then if this case show the result, it will be the good to prove that investor where the investor go, where the investor on board, they have to respond. They need to respect and also giving the remedy for the people who they already violated in those countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Saw. So let me just recap before we go into a discussion now with the panelists. So just so people can catch up and follow along. And if you're a little bit lost on these cases, you'll be able to Google them pretty quickly if I give you a few words around them. So Saw was talking about a case where we have the Cambodian farmers who are now filing a lawsuit in Thailand against a sugar producer, and the sugar producer, Mitpol, spelled M-I-T-R, then P-H-O-L, is alleging land grabbing among other things. And one of the challenges is that these main abuses occurred back in 2008, 2009. So that's one of the cases that we have. Jan had started off talking about the collapse of a dam in Laos and looking at this really complex scenario where you had government, investors, companies, a whole group of stakeholders involved across a number of different countries, and we'll come to that question. John's case that he's highlighting was the case that happened in Cambodia, where it was an OECD complaint brought to Australia, and that complaint was brought against ANZ Bank. So you'll be able to find that one. And then finally, Leah is dealing with the mining, the development of a mining site and the associated corporate abuses that are alleged that are going along with that in the Philippines by OceanaGold. What these situations all have in common is that they're quite complex fact scenarios, and that not one problem is alleged in any of them, that many of them have multiple human rights abuses that they're alleging, and also environmental issues with many of them. And one of the things to explore with the panelists is also thinking about, is it more useful sometimes to argue that these issues are environmental and look for solutions under environmental law or mechanisms, or is it best to frame them as human rights problems and bring the environmental and development issues within that? So before we go to some specific questions, I wanted to sort of grab onto something that John said when he was presenting, and he said, you know, it's interesting to think about when we think about mechanisms of corporate accountability, and we divide them between sort of legal and non-legal or judicial and non-judicial. And there's a tendency to grab to the legal and the judicial and say, that's the best solution, because if Sora is successful in her case, she can get a binding court order which will require compensation to be paid. And we've seen in both the fact scenarios that Jan presented and Leah presented is that they've now tried several mechanisms and they're struggling to get really follow through and action on those, whether it's through the UN, whether it's through the OECD, or whether it's through national human rights commissions. But in John's case, which was also a non-binding mechanism through the OECD, there was actually this mediated solution. And there's a question of whether the law would have been able to give that same solution in relation to that, and whether the path that was taken in relation to the Cambodian case against the ANZ Bank was actually better in that mechanism. John, do you have any thoughts about that sort of dynamic between law and non-law, and drawing on, you know, what you've heard in your own case?
Thanks, Justine. I think that's right. I think if anyone went to a lawyer either in Australia or in Cambodia and said, here's these issues, can you point us to the law that will say the bank has to give over all its profits to the communities to address, or for them to use to try and remediate some of the environmental and social concerns? I think all the lawyers would look through their law books and they would tell you, both on the Australian side and the Cambodian side, there isn't such a law. And also, even if there is, where would you go to try and find a court or a process to enforce that? So it reinforces, I think, the potential there for, if, and it's a big if, I understand it's a big if in mediation, if you can find some interests between, you know, this is the company, this is the community, and that's always that dynamic of mediation. You're trying to find those common interests and be working in that with the parties to help them explain, help them understand, and maximize that degree of shared interest. And sometimes that will line up in a way that everyone can see an outcome that they're prepared to live with. It's not always going to be the case, and it's not always going to be the case that what's shared is necessarily within the OECD or clearly within the OECD guidelines. And I think we'll pick up. I've got some thoughts on the environmental human rights issue that you raised earlier, but I'll hold that.
Sure. And I mean, one other thing that is interesting about these case studies, in both John's case study with Cambodia and ANZ and Saul's case study with Thailand, is that there was a clearer path to accountability in terms of focusing on a target. And you were particularly, in both cases, you know, whether it was the Thai sugar company or the bank, there was a very focused approach to seek accountability from that stakeholder. Now, the case study that Jan presented, and to some extent Leah as well, you start to diverge in stakeholders. And Jan, your case study is probably the most complex with those involved. So how do you make that decision about the path you're going to do to seek remedy, and who is the stakeholder that initially you were focusing on as, you know, the one that you wanted to focus your accountability mechanism on?
As you mentioned, Justin, this Lao Dam disaster case involves major stakeholders such as Lao in South Korea government, major banks and ODA funds, and big companies operating worldwide. And with such complex deal structure, there exist layers of decision-making authorities and responsibility, which may cloud the efforts to allocate the responsibility for the harm caused. And even when the entity to be held liable is determined, whether or not the remedial action could be enforced is totally different story. The big draw for the Korean civil society TF to pursue the OECD NCP process was that concerned civil society organizations could file a complaint on behalf of the victims with the KNCP based on the OECD guidelines on multinational enterprises, because it does not require that the affected community themselves file complaints. Well, of course, the possibility of seeking legal remedy under the South Korean judicial system was explored from the beginning of the response efforts, because after all, over 50% of the PNPC shares were held by Korean companies, and also Korea government's money was also involved. But the biggest hurdle was that the Korean judicial system does not allow representative litigation, and thus it necessitated the affected party to come forward as a plaintiff. Having the actual victim as a plaintiff would not only have made the lawsuits in Korea available, but would also have added much momentum to the advocacy works, both overseas and also in Korea. However, without any Lao local NGO to facilitate the communication with the residents in Lao community, it was nearly impossible to find a plaintiff. And as Leah mentioned, there are dangers involved with being seen or coming across as criticizing the Lao government, or in this case, kind of indirectly, because Lao government was also involved through LHSE.
And Young, can I just ask you, sorry, just pick up on that point around the lack of a local plaintiff and the lack of a local NGO. Now, it's not that none don't exist, but none were willing to take on this case and take the risk, as Leah mentioned risks in relation to that earlier. But was that the reason, or you felt that there was just no appropriate NGO on the ground?
So to begin with, it was difficult to get an access to the local communities. The Korean Civil Society TF has carried out 2 field investigations, but the first one being right after the disaster happened, and the second one being in January of 2019. And for the second time, when we visited the second time, we had to kind of disguise ourselves as tourists, because there were military points set up to not allow outside NGOs to have an access. And also, for example, one of the members of Mekong Watch, she visited the field, but had to kind of warn the other civil society organizations that it wasn't safe for us to get to visit the site. And the affected people themselves were in such dire conditions that it was hard for them to organize and pursue any remedial actions against the stakeholders involved. And,
yeah. So I might just turn to Leah. Thank you, Jan, on that point, because you also raised the real question about risk. And how do you, when you're evaluating options for accountability mechanisms, how do you evaluate risk and how do you counter that risk in terms of involving both affected people and the local communities?
So when it comes to communicating with local communities, it's also a challenge for us at this point because of the military detachments and the harassment in the communities. But one of the things that we're trying to do is to reach out to the community and connect them with local lawyers who would give them like tips or ways for them to counter these harassments. For example, if we are exploring about filing cases about the different harassment issues. And also we talk to them about the human mechanisms that they can do, for example, to minimize the risks. So it's really also similar to the case mentioned. It's civil society organizations and human rights lawyers who are helping the local communities. And for us, we are really happy that there are very brave community members who continue to take action despite the many types of harassment that they have faced. And for us, with regards to the question of what kind of case we're focusing on and who are the main targets for this case, it's difficult for us to prove that Oceana Gold is the perpetrator of human rights violations. For example, if it is their private security groups who harass the community members. So it's one of the things that we find difficult if we're going to raise this issue with the Canadian government. So when it comes to human rights violations in terms of civil political cases, it is mostly focused on the Philippine government. So that's why we talk to the Commission on Human Rights and also explore administrative cases, if any, that we can file. But when it comes to environmental issues, that's the thing that we think that we can file against Oceana Gold as the company itself. So there are many challenges also to that because it's also difficult to gather information in the area that is controlled by Oceana Gold.
So this then brings up that question I think we raised earlier in some ways, when you're looking at a path of accountability, is there a clearer mechanism for linking a company to the wrong under environmental law versus human rights law? And that differs from country to country in many ways. And what you just highlighted then is that there is perhaps there's a clearer link with the environmental harms that have occurred. And that depends on how the country has set up. We're getting some interesting questions, so I just want to jump to some of them now because they're about topics that we're talking about. And so this one is back to you, and also, sorry, my lights just went out. It also relates to the point we made earlier about law and non-law. The question, Saw, is that the challenge, it recognises that the challenge you're facing in the class action are very formidable. And it notes that in some other jurisdictions, like the UK, for example, many companies have settled cases before they've gone to trial. This is even once the plaintiffs have secured the jurisdiction. And while this can be very good for the plaintiffs, it's very difficult then, to set precedents, and it's hard to follow with future cases. So the question is, what do you think are the prospects for settlement in your case, as opposed to getting a binding judgment? And, why might you prefer to move towards settlement as opposed to following through on many years in relation to get to judgment? So you just need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, actually for the case, in this case, we start with many years already before submitting the case as well. We also thinking about how we can handle the case when the case is, the victim and the evidence, all the thing is outside the country. But lucky that we have the very strong community and also the strong villager who want to follow the case and who want to seek the remedy, and they get support with the strong commitment by the NGO, local NGO, and also international NGO as Equitable Cambodia and international development institutes. That is the one to make we think that even it will take long time in the court, and under the court law and Thai law is also some case is 10 years before finalize the case, or maybe more than that. But we also think this is just the one channel that they can come to seek the remedies, because this case is not only start with the court case. They already apply for the OECD. They already making the complaint for the ask the getting the getting the remedy from through the supply chain, as the like a Coca-Cola, that they request the Coca-Cola as a member of Bougainville to stop the demand or supply from the Midcon company. And then but by that way, the remedy is not come to the community, because of it's just like making pressure on stop violation, but not pressure to like giving the remedies to the to the community. That is why we have to do, in the case like this, from my experience, we have to do like a parallel. We have to do non-judicial and judicial together, and then see how it works. And also, because of the case like this have a supply chain, we have to see and track what the supply chain and how we can get the support for that, to make the cost of the cases is about the victim. It's not about the NGO work. It's not about the international work. But we want to see how the community can get the remedies, how they can get back their land. Even now, the company said that they return back the land to the Cambodian government, but community did not get any land yet. I think it's over 5 years already, but nothing happened. It's because of the responsibility of the company and the government sometimes is not come together. And also sometimes they use it as how to say negotiation on the cost of them, not on the cost or on the behalf of the community. That is why this is the way that we have to do. We have to do both parallel in the way of the case of the transborder case.
Yeah, I mean, you raise a very good point about the parallel processes, and so what you have going is both a judicial and a non-judicial. But in Jan's case and in Laos and in the Philippines case, there's multiple non-judicial mechanisms that they're pursuing at once, whether it's through the OECD, the Human Rights Commission, or the UN. So they're sort of pursuing multiple paths in that. One of the questions, the next questions came in is for you, John. They said, it's good to see that ANZ has taken responsibility for their actions, but they said that maybe from ANZ's perspective, it's still got a good deal by not being asked to pay a penalty for the non-conduct of due diligence and the harm that was caused. Might you argue that if it had gone through a litigious process, the penalty would have in fact been higher to encourage deterrence as opposed to a mediated settlement, which perhaps might be lower?
I guess the first response is where do you get that penalty from? And I know I'm being a bit flippant. There's nothing in, if we're thinking the UN guiding principles, if we're thinking the OECD guidelines, that doesn't talk about penalties for not doing something. That's about what's the impact, what's the remedy, what's the due diligence in response to that. So if you are wanting a penalty, if you're wanting an enforceable outcome, then the OECD guidelines are not somewhere where you should be spending your time. If that route is available and clearly available, and you've got that as an option, then I guess that's the best advice to the client, and you would go that way. But that I don't think that would have been an option in this particular case, and it was as I keep harping on this point, it's a way of trying to find a way to convince the parties, look, here's an outcome that you both get something that is you can live with.
Yeah, I mean, as Saw has highlighted as well, is that the downside of the litigation, the judicial mechanism, it's very difficult to get the necessary evidence to proceed. There are a lot of jurisdictional problems in actually placing it in a court. And it's very long, so it's years and years in the process, likely before you even get to court. And then it could be, another 4 or 5 years at minimum in getting resolution around that. But
might I just add a quick one? It's also a way that that is available if the law is very clear that you can't get there. I mean, if someone's written a contract that says this is clearly not our company's responsibility because it's your company's responsibility, no one can come to us, and yet the profit's still coming back, there's still that link there. You know, the UN guiding principles are quite clear. You have a responsibility. It doesn't matter what you can find some domestic law to say. So that is, I guess, a flip side that the OECD guidelines and that process offers.
And the next one of the questions that come in is more general about remediation around, you know, each of the cases, in that we've highlighted different processes, but this question sort of says, well, what is exactly that you are looking for in relation to these cases? Is it likely, the audience member asks, is it likely that the most feasible way forward in the Lao Dam case is actually some sort of settlement where there'll be a payment and a mediated settlement? And is it money? Is it, restoration of land? Leah, in your case, what is the remedy that you're looking for in this case? It's clearer in Saul's case, and in John's case, we have an example. But Leah, for example, in yours, what is the remedy that you would seek in this case?
First and foremost, since the renewal process isn't complete, we hope that the basis that we have raised, the environmental impacts as well as the human rights violations, would be enough basis for the non-renewal. Since they're saying that they have checked all the requirements, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Oceana Gold would have any negative impacts. So they're just complying with the legal requirements. So that's the one thing for the non-renewal, and also to hold accountability. So potentially, yes, compensation for damages for the local communities. And as for the human rights violations by state entities, for example, the police and the military, it's of course accountability. And there are cases that we can file, for example, administrative cases regarding their types of actions in the community. So it's also accountability for the state entities.
And just to draw you out a little bit on that, when you say accountability for the state entities, what does that mean to you? What would you be asking?
For the military units to be involved, I think there can be cases that they can be removed from position, potentially, and also to remove the entire military detachments in the communities. And for the police that were involved in the violent dispersals, to have action also, they would be also removed from position. So I'm not sure specifically when it comes to the policies of the military and police, what other cases that they can take or file against their own personnel.
Sure. And Jan, back to you in terms of remediation. If you had your choice of what sort of remedy you were seeking in this case, what is it that you would be asking?
So first and foremost, this is a tragic disaster that had high number of people being being gone missing and dead. And with such tragedy, we wanted to find out what went wrong and who should be held accountable. And in that way, what we would like to achieve is to prevent any future disaster from happening again. And also at the same time, the remedy in terms of the compensations, the companies had insurance policies, so the money to cover the remedy could come from there. But because there was no, for example, because the responsibility finding and all this, the remedial actions took such long time, the victims, their suffering had to double fold and triple because they had to stay in the temporary camps for extended period of time without knowing what's going to happen in their future. And at the same time, one of the victims, like some of the victims told the NGOs later that they weren't even aware of the presence of the dam upstream until the water just flooded and inundated their towns. And what we want to do is to ensure that the safeguards for such huge project will put in place so that people won't have to suffer like this anymore. And with Laos especially having a lot of dam projects going on, and Lao government promoting the Battery of Asia policy, we thought that this case could be a test case where we could really ensure the safety of the local people.
Yeah, so I mean, in both your case and particularly in Saul's case as well, there's this argument that you're trying to set a precedent, and arguably so in John's case as well, that if this harm occurs, then you will be held accountable. There is something, to hold you to here. One of the questions that we've had in is more technical, so I'm going to leave it open to who wants to tackle this, and I'm thinking, John, you might start with it. It says most of these cases are directly linked, sort of using the words under the UN Guiding Principles or the OECD guidelines, and it says that companies generally have no duty to participate in remedial processes. And so as opposed to perhaps the language of falling under that the UN Guiding Principles refers to companies causing or contributing to the problem, where they're then required to be involved in remedy. So they asked, do the panelists think one should do away with this distinction altogether? So let's everybody be involved in remedy, whether you were directly linked or cause or contributed to the problem. Are there alternative ways to address seeking remedy in relationships which might fall within that directly linked category? John, do you want to start with that technical question?
A quick one. I can see some value in, look, if everyone has some connection, then they all should have some responsibility. But I think that is going to avoid a lot, for a company that has a very small amount of connection, they're probably not going to want to say, well, then it's up to us to provide the bulk of remedy, particularly where they maybe don't actually have control over the things that need to change. You'll note, if people want to find the final statement where it was agreed that what was paid in Cambodia, you'll see there's actually no wording in that about is this cause contribute to or is this directly linked, and that's because the parties chose, they didn't want to address that. They wanted an outcome, and that's what was achieved there. I think that's probably enough from me for the moment.
Yeah, and it is that tricky situation, particularly the distinction that's made in the UN Guiding Principles around where companies have caused or contributed to the problem, then they should have an obligation to be involved in remedy. And then there's, ongoing discussions, particularly about the role of investors. Which category do they fit in? Are they more likely to be the contribute? Are they directly linked? Which is sort of a technical discussion that is people on the ground who have been killed, injured, harmed by these activities are very less interested in. To them, they look at the company up the chain and they see that, but for you being involved, this would not have happened. Or but for you making that investment, this problem would not have occurred. And so it's less of a distinction when you're sort of looking up at that as opposed to, this distinction that the UN Guiding Principles makes in relation to it. But let's come back to that one of the questions that you've all raised, because several of you are pursuing or have been involved in cases where the principal target of accountability is outside the country and others are within the country. And so it's this interplay too between local and international lawyers, civil society. And Leo, you also pointed out that actually the impact has caused people on the ground, particularly Indigenous peoples, to come into conflict with each other about, how to proceed, who to follow through, and which mechanism to do that. So, I sort of throw it open to the panel to think about how necessary is that international dynamic on these local problems. In the cases that you've pursued, what's the value that's been added either by you sitting outside the country or deliberately involving international stakeholders? And Leah, I might throw to you first because you sort of mentioned how you'd sought to bring in a Canadian impact there and the Canadian influence to impact what was going on in the Philippines. So how, why did you make that decision and how relevant was that international leverage that you might have gained?
The first international institutions, organizations that we went to were also civil society organizations involved at the international level. So we think that it is important to gather solidarity and to help us also, for example, when it comes to their expertise in research and the like. So the second international institutions that we went to was the UN mechanisms. And for us, we think
and
that—
can you just specify which particular UN mechanism you used?
So we communicated with 6 special rapporteurs. The special rapporteur on hazardous substances, environment, business and human rights, freedom of assembly, human rights defenders, and poverty. And that resulted in the communication or the response of 9 special rapporteurs that were sent to the government. So if we look at the timeline, the suspension of OceanaGold happened after the different international engagements. So we think that somehow that kind of pressure helped contributed to the decision or the pressure to the government and in not renewing the permit right away. So it has been about 2 years since they have declared suspension, and we think that is already a big victory for us when it comes to a big international organization. So of course, the UN mechanisms have their own limitation. For example, they cannot investigate without being invited by the Philippine government, and at the end of the day, it would still rely on how much the government would take their recommendation seriously. So one action was talking to organizations in Canada, as I mentioned, and the petition that they filed actually gathered a response from the Canadian Parliament. But it is just a statement at the moment, and we do not know yet how much that has transformed into action. So it's just they just said that Canadian companies, whether they are in another country, should practice due diligence and follow policies, both local and international, especially when it comes to human rights. So international support, both from fellow CSOs and the UN, is really a great way to gather public opinion or attention to the issue. And maybe that we're hoping that would eventually lead to bigger results or bigger forms of action.
Yeah, so it's an important point that sometimes when you're sort of seeking support or looking externally, that it's not so much for an immediate remedy or solution, but it's using the leverage. And it might be that you're using the mechanism of the UN special rapporteurs to again highlight and raise the profile of the issue, to get international attention that would then bring attention, sort of increased pressure on it. I mean, both John and Jan, you've presented cases that you specifically pursued remedies through the OECD NCPs, the national contact points, and you got quite different results on very different circumstances, obviously. But one of the criticisms in relation to the OECD mechanisms is that there's a lack of consistency sometimes between the NCPs in different countries, and there's almost like this need to forum shop so that you can get an NCP perhaps who will take things more seriously in relation to it. And so how much does this, when you look at the Korean NCP, Jan, did you find that you went through a process that provided you, you didn't get the result you want, but did it feel like a process that was useful and, worth pursuing in relation to your case?
Well, unfortunately, Korean NCP has been pretty consistent in terms of their outcomes. In a negative way, unfortunately. And in this case, we pursue the KNCP because both companies were in Korea, and under the OECD guidelines, corporations have a duty to respect human rights and to avoid and to address any adverse impacts on human rights by providing adequate remedies. In Loudon Collapse case, the Korean civil society believes that the measures taken by the respondents, the Export-Import Bank of Korea, SKENC, and CUEPO, failed to serve as remedies for the harm that occurred, nor did they satisfy the due diligence policies to prevent or mitigate further adverse impacts. And although the outcomes for communities assessing NCPs around the world have been mixed, as like you said, the Korean civil society TF team was hopeful that even if mediation fails, which seemed likely given the history of KNCP decisions, NCP will at least be able to put some pressure on the companies involved, because NCP may assess violations and issue recommendations in its final report. Unfortunately, it did neither, and it just like I mentioned earlier, it closed the case, and in its final report just recommended that we continue the channel of conversation with the respondent to discuss possible remedies and any further cooperations that's desirable. And
sure. Yeah. I mean, John, how do you respond to that? Because, I mean, in your position, you've seen very different results often around the globe from OECD NCPs. And, I mean, these two cases are apples and oranges, so you can't compare them. I mean, the Australian NCP was criticised for many years about its approach and has undergone some substantive reform in the last few years. So how do you, sort of tackle that criticism that there is a real inconsistency between NCPs, and that perhaps there's a lot of effort that goes into these complaints in some countries, and that there's no guarantee of following a consistent procedure around the world?
Yeah, I guess just to pick up quickly on that point, you said that there was some criticism, and the AusNCP has went through a reform process, and part of that is actually my position. So as independent examiner, I only deal with the complaints, and that is said, okay, you're independent, government doesn't influence your decision on those complaints, but equally, I don't speak on behalf of government. What I'm saying now is not in any way to be understood as a view of the Australian government or the AusNCP. There is an unevenness, I guess we could say, in this jurisdiction, and that's because the OECD guidelines leave it to each government as to how they want to or they choose to implement the national contact point, with the emphasis that they're wanting to achieve a consistency. So absolutely, we can look at cases and say, oh, there's some different outcomes here. But I think I'd also go back to the introductory point that I made, that I think it's a little unfair to say, oh, the AusNCP is great, look at that outcome in Cambodia, because again, that is an outcome that came through what those parties agreed to. Yes, we provided a forum, we provided some influence, but of itself, it's not a court that gives you the clarity. This is where you get to. And I think probably the last point I'd say is, if you actually look at that case, the first statement that was made in 2018, a lot of people may have been perhaps a little critical of that. Oh, well, it's just a statement saying ANZ didn't do enough, and what's that provided? But in fact, it was there, and just by providing that forum, then there's an opportunity for those parties to come back together.
Thanks, and we're sort of nearing the end of our time together, and we've got only about 10 minutes left. And thank you for your questions. If you have any last-minute questions, we can still sneak them in to the panel today. But in sort of trying to bring this together a little bit with these very different case studies. And what we can see is that, remediation and accountability are really the sort of the thorn in the side of the business and human rights movement. And they're set out clearly in the UN guiding principles, but we know by delving into these really complex case studies how messy it becomes. And it's messy on lots of fronts. It's messy on trying to find a clear pathway for accountability. And that's, you know, there's all the pros and cons of judicial versus non-judicial. But it's messy in also trying to identify the most relevant stakeholder. And this relevant stakeholder may not be the, you know, the group that you might think is most culpable, but it might be who you have the clearest path toward and how you approach that. It's messy in trying to get access to and ensuring that those persons who are affected have a voice in that accountability process, and that they're involved, and that any remediation that is devised is very much focused on their needs with it. And then it's messy in relation to the work of all of these people, both here and in a broader case involved with these cases, in that they're really at risk with a lot of this work that they pursue. And it might be that in many cases you simply cannot pursue accountability in the country of origin where the harm has occurred. But I guess if I was, you know, if I was taking each of you in the panelists and pushing you forward 10 years in time, so we've dealt with this, and in a nice world, all of your cases have been resolved successfully for your the people who've been affected. What is it in 10 years' time that you would be looking to see that the business and human rights movement had got to a point which made accountability perhaps more simple or more straightforward, or that there was a, you know, greater understanding of what we should be focusing on? Is it that there's a clearer legal pathway? Is it that the non-judicial mechanisms are more consistent and that they're approachable and that people can access them? Is it that on the part of companies there's an acceptance that they should be involved in accountability and remedy? So put yourself forward 10 years and think about what it is that you would want you know, to see in the business and human rights field around accountability and remediation. So Leah, let me put you on the spot first. If you had a, you know, a miracle that you could ask for something or want something in 10 years, what would it be in relation to this?
So first, I think knowing where to come to for immediate action. So sometimes it's a stakeholder that you think that's the most responsible, but there are other ways to have more immediate success or remedy. I think that's the knowledge in that would be hopefully be more accessible for the people, and also how the people can also access that. For example, even access to a lawyer is difficult for local communities. What more to file cases when there are fees also, and that is really expensive for local communities. Most of the time, it would require having support from other organizations, both local and international. But given the entire, given the many cases in the whole region, it would be difficult to have that kind of support. So in the future, I hope that is something that environmental and human rights defenders would also have. And as an addition to that, it would also be good if there is a policy that is legally binding. For example, in the Philippines, there is no policy to protect environmental human rights defenders because environmental human rights defenders have their own vulnerabilities and their risks. So that kind of policy in the Philippines would really be helpful, and also for the Asia-Pacific region. For example, there's the Escazú Agreement for Latin America to protect environmental defenders, but in Asia-Pacific, there isn't any. There's not that kind of policy. So having a legally binding policy would give more protection. So I think also solving the root of the problem, for example, for human rights violations when it comes to environmental issues would be really important. So usually the attacks that happen is a response to a reprisal or a response to the opposition of local communities. And if there's nothing that they are opposing, then there would be no issue. So if there is only due diligence or companies that really adhere to the human rights standards and policies in the country and their and international policies, I think that would really help to reduce that kind of conflict and really encourage responsible business and human rights.
So Leah's obviously somewhat of an optimist, hoping that in 10 years' time that we've solved all of these problems, that there are no business and human rights harms, which would be a wonderful world that we live in. But basically what you're highlighting there is a better straightforward path to access to remedy, that people have someone to go to, they know who to go to, and those experts can then, in particular advise them. One thing we haven't had time to delve into today is the question of the fate of a global business and human rights treaty, how that might affect accountability and remedy, and how that might be influential. And also the fact that the Asia Pacific region is the only region in the world without a regional human rights body, and that we don't have the mechanisms that are in Africa and America and Europe for a regional body that might have more specific focus on these issues. So, Soren, your in final remarks, what would you be hoping to see in 10 years' time that would improve the situation for your work? Oh, so you have to unmute.
I actually support for the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights in every country. It's like it's a soft law. It's not it's not enforced with the company, but National Action Plan is the one that the civil society can use to work with the state, to the government, to make the implementation and develop any law or any mechanism to make the responsibility and also respect and remedy for the company. And first thing that we have to make the equality between company and the villager, the victim from the human rights violation, because we know that company have their own capacity to access for the justice, but the people who the victim, they may not have enough capacity for that, and especially with some country that is difficult, like Laos, what we heard a lot, or even in Cambodia. But for the specific Laos, cannot find any victim come to file the case against the company. Even they got a lot of damages, but we as working with the ETO Watch, we are also seeking the victim to bring the case to Thai court, because one company is linked with this dam, but we cannot find anyone because of if somebody speak out in Laos, they will be harassed and also maybe put in jail by the government. Then first we have to make equality for company and the victim by the state support. The state should take side with the victim, not take side with the company, or not be a middle person to wait for both parties fight each other. Then that one, the National Action Plan is the one that can be the mechanism. And also I would like to see the company itself also show up themselves to make the due diligence. At least the due diligence mechanism is also good for the company. It's not only for making them thinking about the human rights violation, human rights abuse, but it's also for their own business. If they have the due diligence, it also can help them to move forward for their business, because of people, if they follow the human rights guiding principle, they will not be protest from the community, from the civil society for their project. That is also the cause of the following the human rights due diligence or human rights mechanism. Then this is the kind of thing I would like to see that in our region and also in other places, that we can make the equality for company and victim by the state support.
Thank you. And so again, there you're talking about that mix of soft measures that particularly might then influence law and policy on the ground. So whether it's through a national action plan or other mechanisms that we may try and make sure that the law and policy changes. We've only got very short time, so Jan, just briefly, what would be your crystal ball wish? And John, I'll go to you next, but we only have about a minute each. Jan.
Well, if in 10 years' time, I would like to see the streamlined standards that can be applied globally, because the nature of business will only expand and become more transnational. And if the victims has to, depending on the perpetrator, if they had to find different outlets to get the remedy, it would be very complicated. So in that sense, to make it more accessible to everyone, I guess that's what everybody else, Leah and so also mentioned, that it'd be great if we can have UNGP, for example, be mandatory and enforceable on all nations that are members of the UN, for example. And also domestically, I would like to see the mandatory human rights due diligence legislation being put in force, so that right now it's only for public companies, but so it will hopefully expand to private companies as well.
Thanks. And there are other sessions during this forum where they're going to go in more detail and discuss the initiatives around mandatory human rights due diligence. And basically what all of the panelists have said so far is that they really want to focus on preventative mechanisms. So we don't get to this point where we need to sue companies or hold them accountable, that in an ideal world, there is greater due diligence and preventative approach and a change of corporate culture that would improve. So John, finally, the last minute for you. What's your critical wish in 10 years' time?
That was a nice wrap up, Justine. And I think, I think it's, I expect and I hope we'll see better coherence. So it will be not just that your company PR or sustainable development mob have a nice statement, that's actually understood and used on the operation side. And I think it also reflects the same thing Saul was saying about National Action Plan. That's the same kind of idea of coherence within government.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you've all raised really great points and provided us insight into really complex case studies and given us some hope, I think. There's some progress that is being made, but most of all, I want to thank you, each of you, for the really important work that you're doing and forging ahead on this path that gives us, all the rest of us, ideas and you're all setting precedents in ways to improve accountability and figuring out what works and what doesn't, which is hard work for you guys. So thank you very much for the amazing work that you are all doing, and good luck with it. And I hope in 10 years' time, when we meet on whatever the equivalent of the Zoom is that all that you can report is that you are all retired because there are no violations that you're having to deal with. And life is pretty good. So we look forward to that. Thank you all for joining us today for the UN Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum in Asia Pacific. And we look forward to the discussions in the coming days. Thanks very much.
Thanks all.
Thank you very much.
stuff with you, so we start in 7 minutes, but we have 3 presentations. Have the clicker links.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the SDGs by 2030 and to build back better, we will need a vibrant and innovative private sector that is able to seize the opportunities to solving the problems that hamper today's progress and to take solutions to scale. My name is Marta Perez Cuso, and my mission at ESCAP is to promote inclusive technology and innovations, and that includes promoting inclusive business. For today's session, we will discuss what we mean by inclusive business, a relatively new concept, and how it differs from other complementary approaches that support and promote responsible business. And to do that, we will showcase examples of inclusive business in Southeast Asia, how governments in this sub-region have been promoting inclusive business, and how business associations, development partners, civil society organizations can promote more inclusive business. To do that, I would like to introduce you to our distinguished panel, who will help us discover the potential of inclusive business. We have Mr. Sarang Song, who is the CEO of Amru Rice in Cambodia. We have with us Mr. Brian Tiller, President Director of Martina Berto, a company of Marta Tiller Group in Indonesia. We also have His Excellency, Mr. Heng Sokung, State Secretary of the Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation from Cambodia. We have our international expert on inclusive business coming from the Philippines, Ms. Melanie Moleño. And last but not least, Mr. Marcus Dietrich, who is the Director of Policy at the Inclusive Business Action Network. Now that you know who is our distinguished panelists, we will also like to know who else is on the room. So we have prepared a couple of poll questions to know how familiar, to get a sense of how familiar you are with inclusive business and which sector are you coming from. So if you can answer that poll. In the website. Unfortunately, I cannot see the website. And unfortunately, I'm not able to see the results of the poll. Okay. So I see that most of you understand the key concepts of inclusive business. Those I have already responded. And for the other question, to try to understand where you're coming from, if you're from the business sector, from government or academia. Okay, could we move to the second question to see if those in the room? Okay, so most of you are development partners. So we'll try to focus our presentations and discussions more on trying to delve a bit deeper on inclusive business, given that most of you are somewhat familiar with inclusive, and also to explore what's the role that development partners in particular can play to promote inclusive businesses. To start with, and to make sure that everyone is familiar with what we mean by inclusive business, I'll make a very brief presentation of how we define inclusive business and why it's important to promote inclusive business. So we could have my presentation on, please. Thank you. So there's a wide spectrum of market-based approaches between non-profit organizations and traditional for-profit organizations that support social good and environmental sustainability. And those include traditional NGOs that introduce for-profit activities to fund their charity activities, social enterprises that aim for the double bottom line, businesses that introduce responsible business conducts or that develop strategic corporate social responsibility programs, and inclusive business. The definition that we use by inclusive business is that these are businesses that provide goods, services, and livelihoods on a commercial basis, either at scale or with the potential to provide them at scale, to people living at the base of the economic pyramid, and engage them as suppliers, distributors, retailers, or consumers. This is the definition adopted by the G20 as well as by the ASEAN community. And basically what it says is that inclusive business are businesses that are inclusive, that is, are organizations that operate on a commercial basis. So this is not charity, it's a business. And that they're inclusive because they provide goods and services to those at the base of the economic pyramid. And inclusive business go beyond respecting human rights, and they do an additional work of providing enhanced income opportunity or affordable goods and services. So it's going beyond doing what the law requires and doing additional step to support those at the base of the economic pyramid. Many of those, they're important because they bring solutions at scale. And we can find them in many different sectors. Many of those operate in agribusiness, and we'll hear from a couple of them. But we can also find them in other sectors relevant for low-income people, like providing affordable access to energy, access to training and education, to affordable housing, etc. And here are some examples of real inclusive business from Southeast Asia. And as mentioned, inclusive business are important because, as I have hinted, there are three triple wins. They bring wins for companies as they now have increased market opportunities and investment opportunities. It also brings benefits to poor and low-income populations, as this business offer above market rate income generation opportunities, access to affordable essential goods and services, and also access to technologies, expertise, and new suppliers and markets for micro and small enterprises. And they are also interesting for governments because they help lift people out of poverty at scale, and they deliver relevant and affordable goods and services. And with targeted support and facilitation, there is potential to generate and promote more inclusive business. Inclusive business models can be built. And there are two ways of approaching this. First one is to support mainstream businesses to fine-tune one or several of their business model and to transform it into an inclusive business model. The second approach is to support social enterprises to scale up their operations so that they can bring solutions at scale. For these reasons, ESCAP, together with IBAN, has been supporting inclusive business at the national and at the regional level in Southeast Asia. And we have done so through conducting national landscape studies and providing advice to national governments on strategies that they can put in place to promote inclusive business. We have also collaborated with the OECD and with the ASEAN Secretariat to promote inclusive business at the regional level. And we've been conducting annual summits of inclusive business, so the annual ASEAN IB Summit, and also supported the adoption of the guidelines for promoting an inclusive business in ASEAN. This is a very relevant document that will guide how to promote inclusive business in ASEAN. So this is a very brief introduction on what we mean by inclusive business. Now let's hear from our panelists. And I would like to start today's conversation by exploring real, actual business models and how they are supporting low-income communities as part of the core business and beyond philanthropy. Saran, you're the CEO of Amru Rice, Cambodia's largest exporter of organic rice, an inclusive business, and also an inclusive business that is able to provide enhanced income opportunities to low-income farmers at large scale. Can you share with us about your inclusive business models and what type of innovations you have introduced to be able to be profitable while working with low-income markets? What type of collaborations have also now introduced and put in place to make your business resilient, particularly in the face of COVID-19? So if you can share the secrets of your inclusive business model, over to you.
Thanks, Martha. Good afternoon, everyone. Amru Rice has been working with partnership model with the farmers. An inclusive business model, we define how we are doing business, bringing the farmer products, source from them, financing them. Our inclusive business has been addressed the prevalent constraint linking of their products, especially smallholder farmers, to the markets. Doing so, we provide all support from seeds to the market. We provide a unique product for the farmer under contract farming by assure to buy the farmer products. Amru partnership model with a smallholder farmer mostly engage through contract farming model where they supply us the quality we compliant to the rice standard, adapt to environmental friendly, sustainable production, such as organic rice and sustainable agriculture standards. Farmer has been trained those standards so they can adopt and practices to their farms, inspection their members, monitoring the crops to ensure the compliance. Amru had asked, we ensure to buy about the market price. We commit a fair trade with the prevalent market products by giving the premium incentive price where we sell their product to the market. We also linked NGO partners, service provider to support those farmers, ensure the farmer give low input price by purchasing a bulk raw material, then they can get a better bargaining negotiation price for input. Amru also provides certified seeds, organic fertilizer input, and other technical assistance. We also ensuring the certification from European organic standard and US standard for the farmer. Agriculture cooperative has been trained on how to be agripreneurship. They've been joined in Amru platform we call public-private producer partnership, where they've been able to get more understanding how the market move, what is the standard, the product quality they can supply to the market. And as you know, the platform, we also give them a possibility to store their crops in the warehouse, dry to the and store in the warehouse. The farmer can wait or they can sell and access financing from the banks, especially from the rural agriculture and rural development bank. This is very important because during the harvest, farmers have been pressured by the crops. They need money, so they have to sell at low price. Doing the warehousing and the partnership with Amru, farmer can wait and see the opportunity, then they can sell later. This means the farmer can earn about 10 to 20% more from their market opportunity. Compliant to the quality, make Amru also competitive in the market, where Amru can get a margin, can earn more than we can pay to a premium to the farmer. This is called inclusive business, where Amru also get profits and the farmer also profit. To success this model, Amru had to define our definition by giving the farmer thirds and Amru get one. So meaning 100 in $100, for example, Amru take 30, farmer get 70%, more than 70% from the product generated. Why we increasing more margin to the farmer? To inclusive business, farmer is far behind in terms of capital, resources, knowledge, information. So they need to ensure more margin, then they can participate in supply chain. In the pandemic, we have been see the farmer has been struggling, where unemployment from garment factories, farmer going back home, returning from Thailand and other area go to produce agricultures. Government have been a lot of intervention to support agricultures, meaning produce a lot of agriculture products. It likely farmer need to sell more market. So our primary innovation, meaning train farmer to shift more chemical or conventional to more organics, right? Organic products, where they can get more high premium and niche market for them. Our competitive is very strong competitive in producing those niche market, where they can have very strong branding and in the global market. We introduce rodent practices, environmental friendly, sustainable production through our own organic fertilizers by using rice husk from milling, and we mixing with the manual to become organic fertilizers, so reduce the import. Mean we reduce 30% of the price compared to import organic fertilizers. We also introduce crops more tolerant to the climate resilient practices. Also, for example, using rice husk as the organic fertilizer supply to the cooperative, and the cooperative collaborate with the developing partner to help the farmer getting the fuel seeds, as well as among the family, smallholder farmer family. We also need to add values to the farmer, because farmer always have insufficient fund or financing in farm. So ensuring the value added through sell raw paddy to pack rice, meaning we process their paddy and become high process value added in the final products. So through our system like milling, compliant automatic milling, X-ray system, so the farmer can get more compliant, especially for the baby food products. It's very niche product where farmer can earn extra income. And what we do in collaboration to ensure the farmer can make their business resilient. You know, during this COVID-19, Amru still implement the project with those farmers. Our innovation is joint effort with the service provider, NGO partner in the using technology. So we can't meet face to face, but technology have helped a lot in terms of business trading. So we've set up the blockchain called BlockRice with Oxfam and also with Dutch technology company, where farmer can trace and also benefit from the supply of rice. Technology. We also propose the new sustainable practices where farmer can save from water in farming. They can do practices sustainable rice, especially in sustainable platform. The sustainable rice platform is being launched in partnership with IFCs, where International Finance Corporation of the World Bank been joining with AMRO to provide training and producing sustainable rice standard, especially around Tonle Sap Lake. We also brought more indigenous people, especially living on the highland area. They are minority, they speak their language. They don't know who is the, the buyer, don't know the market, especially in Mandalkiri, in Pravi here, Stung Trang, to be in our supply chain. They are very poor, and we are happy because they now can grow the organic products, especially rice, and supply to AMRO with the compliance seed. We immediately have been partnership with the European company to purchase their products. Somehow they get directly from price, low price at the local price. For example, before we are joining, they just got $220 per ton, and now they get $350 per ton. It's likely about $100 margin just for AMRO being in those area. This is very big impact. Doing so, we believe diversified is always a potential for their extra income. So AMRO have been diverse to other crop than rice. We are in investment on organic cassava, organic cashew nut, organic black peppers, by partnership with cooperative, more than 100 cooperative in Cambodia. Then they have more influence and more market than rice. Yeah, so what is been here, I'm very happy to share, and our inclusive business model right now can say one of the best success in our business, and it can prove that this really provide jobs. This and mostly they have low income now, get more better job, better payment, and better income. Yeah, so I'm really happy to show today. Thank you, Mata.
Thank you very much, Saran. This is, I think, a very inspiring inclusive business model as you talk about the continuous innovations that you introduce even during COVID times to keep diversifying, adding value. It's also inspiring to hear how you are passing on those additional benefits also to farmers and providing them with 70% of the margin. And I think, of course, it sounds like a part of your success is because you've been able to work in partnerships with a very diverse group of cooperative agricultures groups and also development partners. So this is a very, very inspiring business model, and thank you for proving that there's commercial possibilities to develop business with low income communities that make sense, both socially and economically. Let's now hear from a second business example, and I'd like to give this opportunity to Brian. You're the president of director of Martina Berto company from the Marketler Group in Indonesia, which produces and markets cosmetics and traditional medicine. And I'll be grateful if you could share with our audience how your company supports farmers in the production of organic herbs for your cosmetics, and how the Marta Tiller Group empowers low-income women through training, employment, and income opportunities above the market rate. And maybe also, of course, tell us a bit how you have been affected by COVID-19 and how you're supporting low-income populations to recover from this economic and health crisis. Thank you. Over to you, Brian.
You can hear me? Hello?
Perfect.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes? Yes? Hello?
Very good, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Let me share that some that the Martina Berto and Marta Tila group do for the inclusive business model. So the Marta Tila group has several of business units. Is we are in the defense industry. The business was founded by Mrs. Marta Tila and her families. And what we are doing in terms of the corporate citizenship program or corporate sustainability is okay. The four pillars beautifying Indonesia. So last year, the business has been for 50 years. This year is gonna be 51 years. So there are four pillars. First of all is beauty green. The second is the beauty education, uh, beauty culture, empowering women. Next slide, please. Okay. 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 So for the beauty green, that we are doing the training of the organic farmers, yeah, throughout Indonesia, and planting about 1,000 mangrove on one of the beach and Kebumen located at Central Java. And we also built the Kampung Jamu Organic in Cikarang, a greater area in Jakarta, as a conservation for the area cosmetic and aromatic plants, yeah, toka, tanaman toka. So if you have a chance, come down to Jakarta, you can see the Kampung Jamu Organic, very close, next to the Cikarang Industrial Estate. That's the beauty green. So next slide is the okay. We are also doing the beauty educations. Yeah. Next slide, please. The beauty education that we are collaborating with the one of the our business unit. Oh, that's the beauty culture. Okay. Okay, that's the beauty educations. So Puspita Malta International Beauty School, that's for the training, yeah, the training for the many Indonesian female uh, want to be the makeup artist, haircut expert, skincare specialists, yeah, beautypreneurs, and we are also doing lots of beauty classes around Indonesia. That because Indonesia has lots of potential, you know, and our positioning is we beautify Indonesia. So 50 years beautifying Indonesia. And next slide is we are doing also the beauty culture, that we appreciate the culture of the Indonesia art, the natural resources. And next slide. Next slide is about the empowering woman. Yeah. So, okay, those spa therapists training and scholarships, those ladies coming from the very unfortunate families, yeah, in the small village, and so we educate them so they can get the social welfare, yeah, for herself and of course for their families, yeah. Providing spa-therapy scholarships to more than 6,000 women living in the remote areas of Indonesia. And next slide. We are also doing training for the herbal drink seller. In Bahasa Indonesia is Jamu Gendong. So comprehensive training include introduction of herbal plants and their benefits, hygiene and chemical-free herbal production training, pricing, entrepreneurship training, marketing and branding training. So they can get their social welfare. Yeah. Uh, they come also to they are also coming from the unfortunate families. Yeah, so we do training, entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship, marketing and branding, pricing. So that's very important that uh, they will be able to be a small medium enterprise business entrepreneur. And next slide is we are also doing the program with GIZ. GIZ. That's the German institutions. Yeah? Community developments. So that's the thing that that we are doing. Answering your questions. And doing the corporate sustainability, corporate social responsibility, corporate citizenship is very, very important for us. So we can contribute to the Indonesian society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian, for highlighting how, as part of the core business, your core business, you're supporting women, in particular women from low-income groups in Indonesia. And this is something that characterizes inclusive business, is that the actions to support low-income populations are central to the core of the business. It's not a side activity like a business creates a small school in where it's located, but you're providing support to low-income communities as a central part of your own business. And I also see some similarities with Sarang, that you're diversifying your business and seeking different opportunities in spa, in healthy drinks, in herbs, and collaborating with other partners in wellness tourism. And of course, working at the UN and where we promote women entrepreneurship, it's good to see dedicated programs that support not only women to train, but also to find a job and to become entrepreneurs. So thank you very much for sharing this experience. So we have now heard about two business models that are inclusive. And of course, you will agree with me that these offer great potential to lift people out of poverty and to build back better. And this is why governments across Southeast Asia have been interested in promoting more of these businesses. So let me now turn into His Excellency Heng Sukung, State Secretary from the Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation. You have committed to promote inclusive business in Cambodia, and you're putting a national framework to promote this type of businesses. Can you tell us, Excellency, a bit more about the inclusive business enabling environment for Cambodia strategy that you're leading on, and maybe share your thoughts on why other governments should also pay attention to promoting inclusive business, and what are the key elements of your strategy? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martha. Of course, I just heard from our friend from Indonesia a lot of the word of Marthas. I think you can explain me later on about the meaning of Martha. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude and thankfulness to our friends, especially to the moderator, Martha, for your gratefulness introductions and of course your slide presentation regarding to the IBs for both the government and the private sectors, and also for the poor people. Of course, the government of Cambodia is right now we do a lot of things regarding to what we are do, especially for the post-COVID-19 recovery of everybody, especially Cambodian and the whole world are fighting against this pandemic. Let me also wish to thank, to convey our best regard from my minister, His Excellency Ketua Cabinet Chairperson, to the various business support, especially for the whole stakeholder from our friends. We have UNESCAP here, the IBAN, the OECD, the ASEANs, and others, UN family. You may know that in 2017, the ASEAN community, through the SME working group, in a discussion on inclusive business. In 2020, the economic ministers of ASEAN endorsed the guideline for the promotion of the inclusive business in ASEAN. 12 comprehensive recommendations for promoting inclusive business in ASEAN. The result, the effort to promote the IB at the ASEAN and national levels. The majority of ASEAN member states are engaging actively in inclusive business policy development. Many countries in the region, such as Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, and Vietnam, are witnessing impressive progress with the development of national IB studies, the identification of the champions and focal points, and the definition of policy area for IB promotions. So did Cambodia in 2019, work with the ESCAP support and IBAN. We developed a landscape studies on inclusive business in our country. The study analyzes companies with a potential IB business line, assess the enabling environment for IB, and made key recommendations on how to move the agenda forward. In 2020, we then developed the recommendation further into a strategy for a better enabling environment for Cambodia. We call IBC strategies. The IBCs were endorsed by our ministry in March 2021 and is now finalized for cabinet approval. IBC linked to the new SME development policy 2021-2025 and the implementation of the new 5 years national development plan, as we call in SDP 2019 and 2023, and also the midterm review of the IDP, the Industrial Development Policy 2020 to 2025, calling for the making economic growth in Cambodia more inclusive and beneficial to the poor and low-income people, as we call like the bottom 40% income groups, at the base of the income pyramid. To this end, the SDP embarked on diversifying the economy and engaging in a more innovative way the private sector to create good income opportunities and relevant and affordable goods and services for the poor and low-income people. IB fit nicely into this agenda of the dynamic private sector that delivers results for the BOP and for the pro-poor dimension of the Sustainable Development Goal SDG. However, while most private sector firms work with or sell to the poor in some way or other, only few very specific private sector business provide relevant solution to the poor in which they can earn sustainably more than the market rate or buy goods and services relevant to overcome poverty and exclusion. Such companies are called inclusive business IB. Even though IB is a pretty new concept for Cambodia, it surely is quite relevant to the Cambodian policy and context as emerging lower middle income country, striving to become an upper middle income country by 2030 and to the high income country by 2050. We still have a lot of development gaps, but IB will help closing them with scale-up solution for the income and living standard problem of the bottom 40% people in our country. Our new IB strategy, the IBCs, will not only guide and promote more IB business in Cambodia, but will become instrumental in facilitating and coordinating with private sectors to provide interim solution to any regulatory bottlenecks. I would like to salute the strong endorsement by our Senior Minister, His Excellency Ketua Cabinet Chairperson, and his dedication to promote IB through pragmatic policy level approach. His support to the recent launch of the IB landscape study, the drive to bring the IB strategy to high government approval, the suggestion to currently prepare a 3-year rolling IBC implementation plan with input from many stakeholders. His engagement to get technical assistance financing and helping company with business coaching, aggregation, knowledge sharing and advocacy, a risk reduction fund policy, incentives, and exposures at the regional ASEAN levels. I also would like to thank the strong commitment not only from company coming up with a model like the Amrurai of Mr. Ognasaron and others companies, but also from business association, investor, facilitators, and development partners like UN System or IBAN to support the agenda. We all together have done a lot of already, and we will do more in coming 3 years for 2022 when Cambodia is chairing ASEAN. Our minister has already committed hosting the 5th ASEAN Inclusive Business Summit and the 3rd ASEAN IB Company Award. Many people in Cambodia already talk about inclusive business becoming the legacy of the Cambodian chair in ASEAN. We really look forward to this. To implement IBC, we need not only strong commitment of our partners to integrate IB focus activity in their ongoing activities. For example, business coaching. We also need dedicated funds to co-finance some of those activities. Our proposed technical assistance facility would require about $2 million over the coming 4 years, and the risk reduction and social innovation funds about $20 million. We thank to the UN system and all development partners raising those funding. And some of these, like the risk reduction fund or even business coaching, we could even do at a regional level. So what do we want to have achieved in 3 years? Basically, less income poverty and better living standard of the BOP through scale-up commercially viable private sector interventions. We have a lot of good examples from Cambodia like Khmer Waters, My Dream Housing, Reward Insurance, Banchi, etc. But let me give you the example. I'd like to give you the example of Amru Rice. As Mr. Saron has been here, an agro-business company which has become the biggest rice exporter of a country through an IB model. I see Song Saron, the CEO of Amru Rice here, he also raised out a lot about what he did so far. Amru Rice sources rice from traders, but also has a major business line where it is working directly with rice and cassava farmers. This direct sourcing is the IB business line. His company worked directly with about 25,000 farmers, up from 10,000 in 2016, and project to involve about 50,000 by 2023. About 30% of the smallholders has income less than $2. 65 from low-income household with income of less than $3.2 per capita per day. Farmer working with Amru Rice can earn up about $10 a day, and the company can pay about 20 to 30% more than the market rate goes with its high productivity and innovations. What I find fascinating is that the leadership is really thinking about reducing risk of the farmers. For example, by guaranteeing loans to microfinance institutions, thereby reducing interest rate and getting rid of collateral requirement from the banks, but also binding the farmer to their company. Needless to say that the company practices high environmental and social safeguard. Amru Rice will be one of the 20 companies we are going to officially accredit in July 2021 and give the first official IB Business Award. You can see if it one company, we can change poverty about 50,000 people by 2025. How relevant the IB course is for the government to promote more such companies engaging in IB business lines. This is not only an agro business, but in all sectors. I think the 2019 landscape study identified 20 companies benefiting more than 800,000 people and creating a revenue of $81 million in 2018. Projection of the company business plan show huge growth with the revenues and social reach more than double by 2023 to $150 million and 1.7 million people. Of course, COVID-19 might have changed this, but here is that IB company overcome the negative socio-economic impact of the pandemic better. The IBC strategy focuses on 8 areas to promote inclusive business in Cambodia. 1. Awareness. Fostering information sharing and awareness raising through event, publication, websites, media, and IB awards. 2. Coordinations. Identifying IB champion, establishing IB focal points in the government agencies and private sector associations, and establishing steering committee for aligned action. 3. Accreditation. Creating registration or accreditation system to enhance participation of companies and monitor the social impact of the private sectors in the countries. 4. Public procurement. Embedding poor target into government contract and prioritizing procurement from IB companies, especially those that have obtained accreditations. 5. Incentives. Together with the private sector, designing a suitable incentive system to stimulate the adoption and growth of the IB model. 6. Finance. Developing financial product for the needs of IB, such as the risking fund for investor, and fostering such a suitable investment linkage, such as facilitating impact investment. And 7. Technical assistance. Creating facility especially dedicated to support IB by providing business coaching, supporting business development, and fostering innovation exchange, as well as to support actors to strengthen the overall ecosystem for IBs. 8. Monitoring and reporting. Developing strong monitoring system and systematically report the contribution of IB to the SDGs. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let me take the opportunity to share our heartfelt sympathy to the people and the business harshly affected by the COVID-19 around the world. And let us promote a joint effort to recover. I firmly believe that the inclusive business would play a crucial role in post-COVID-19 recovery and way forward, especially for the B4T. While I thank for all for their support in the past, I wish to reiterate that now is the time for new bold commitment in this new normal, because now we will build back better. Our government, the business association, and the private sector, the investor, we are all ready to prove that with IB, we can create a new dynamic in this new normal era. Thank you very much, Martha, and thank you all.
Thank you, Excellency Heng Sokung. Thank you for driving inclusive business in Cambodia, one of the earliest countries to governments to do so in Southeast Asia. And I take a number of points from your presentation. One is that, as you said, one company alone, one inclusive business model can have a very large impact. And that means that the type of support that governments may want to provide is different than the support or the type of policies that you provide for SMEs, because here is you will be working with a much more limited number of companies, but the potential of impact of creating jobs, better incomes, more affordable goods and services is huge. And the second point that I take is the number of actions that governments can take. I mean, you cited, I think, eight point of action, starting by generating awareness about this new concept, but also about providing business coaching, accreditation, supporting financing or access to finance for new investments by inclusive businesses. So thank you very much for sharing the experience of Cambodia so far, and for leading and for the efforts of Cambodia to lead this as part of their chairmanship. I am sure that 2022 will be a critical year for the continued promotion of inclusive business in Southeast Asia. Let me now, with that, turn to Ms. Melanie Moleño. Melanie, you have been closely involved in the promotion of inclusive business in the Philippines. And the Philippines was the first country to introduce a set of measures to recognize inclusive business, to register and provide tax incentives. So could you please share with us a bit more about the measures that were introduced by the government of the Philippines to promote inclusive business? And I've heard that you're already on a second stage of promoting inclusive business, and that there is a new bill for promoting inclusive business that has just very recently filed in Congress and the Senate. So perhaps if you can tell us a bit this second phase of initiative as well. Thanks very much. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Martha. The Philippines' involvement in IB has been around for quite a while, right? We have been promoting it since 2013, mostly with the Board of Investments on the government side and the Philippine Business for Social Progress on the development sector side. Fortunately, I was involved in both organizations. So anyway, on the government side, way back in 2014, IB investments were broadly encouraged through the 2014 to 2016 Investment Priorities Plan. The Investment Priorities Plan, or the IPP, is a 3-year rolling plan which identifies economic activities in various industries that are eligible for investment incentives. So through various consultations and studies conducted, it then kind of showed that there was a need for a policy to be in place to further encourage businesses to integrate MSMEs in their value chains. As a result, IB models was included in the 2017 to 2019 Investment Priorities Plan. IB models is still included as one of the priority activities in the 2020 Investment Priorities Plan. Under this IPP that I was talking about, companies engaged in IB under the agribusiness and tourism sectors are eligible for an additional year of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives on top of the regular 4-year incentive. To get the incentive, registered IB models need to meet some thresholds in the following components: reach and depth and innovation. In the reach and depth, it mostly focuses on the company's engagement of low-income communities and social impact. Companies applying for IB incentives are expected to engage low-income individuals, as employees or suppliers. Income increases of these individuals are monitored to prove that the company was indeed able to provide sustainable livelihoods and decent jobs. The policy was designed to stimulate businesses to go beyond business as usual, and of course, spur innovation through types of assistance that they give to better capacitate the low-income communities and link them to market. When I was still managing the Inclusive Business Program under the Board of Investments way back in 2018, that was the first year of implementation. The projected impact of the first 5 registered companies were, I suppose, quite impressive because cumulatively at the end of their 3rd year of commercial operations, these 5 IB models, 2 of which are in tourism and 3 are in agribusiness, were expected to have employed over 1,200 marginalized individuals and annually source a total of around roughly $60 million worth of goods and services from micro and small enterprises. So we see that these are only 5 models, right? And if these 5 models are indicative of the potential of inclusive business to help reduce poverty in the country, imagine the impact if these 5 models are replicated 10-fold or 100-fold. So back then, I was curious to see what the next registrations will offer. On the 2nd year, we received another 5 registrations. Again, 2 were in tourism and 3 were in agribusiness. They were quite smaller compared to the 1st year because the sourcing of goods dipped down to around 605 million pesos, or around roughly $12.7 million annually. But then, this is still annually. However, the projected employment or engagement of the marginalized individuals more than doubled at over 2,800. So now, here we are talking about the potential of these 10 inclusive business models, no? These are only 10. A company can have multiple projects because, the registration under BOI is a project based. So if a company can have multiple projects and there are hundreds of thousands of companies in each of our countries, imagine the impact that inclusive business can create, no? If the government, through proper incentive and support, can convince more companies to engage in inclusive business. With regards to recent developments, well, this is quite exciting. No? I'm happy to share that there are now 2 bills filed, one in the lower house and another in the Senate. In the lower house or Congress, as we call here in the Philippines, House Bill number 9316, or an act to promote inclusive business to support and accelerate inclusive development at the national and local levels through private sector engagement, has been filed on May 11. So this is quite new. However, a couple of weeks later, on May 26, Senate Bill number 2242, or the Inclusive Business Act, entitled An Act to Promote Women's Economic Empowerment Through Inclusive Business to Support and Accelerate Inclusive Development at the national and local levels through private sector involvement, was also filed. It's nice to really see that, there are takers, no? Legislators were willing to take this on. However, before it reached this stage, the initial draft of this bill, way back in 2019, was a product of many collaborations. You see, Inclusive Business Bill was one of the legislative recommendations of the Philippine Development Plan under the current administration. Back then, agreeing that there was a need to institutionalize the program if we want to scale or accelerate the adoption of inclusive business models, I thought then that it was time to push for the bill. Well, the IB program was already in its second year then, and I think by then we have seen sufficient support, sufficient proof of concept, I suppose. Given, however, the limited resources of the unit, I sought external support. Fortunately, ESCAP and IBAN, no, were around to give us some financial and technical support in the drafting of the bill. When I left the Inclusive Business Program Management Office at the end of 2019, the IB advocacy, I suppose in the Philippines, is lucky that Oxfam and Ideals stepped in to continue the consultations and the drafting of the IB bill. And now we have 2 bills in both houses of Congress. So we are hoping that this bill will get the support needed to pass in both houses. So now what is different in this bill? We have tried to implement an IB program that is anchored on incentives alone. So I suppose His Excellency earlier is on the right track now, expanding or widening the scope of the bill. And we were also talking to Myanmar earlier last year. And they are also exploring something along those lines. So it's really good. The Philippines is kind of the guinea pig. So countries are learning from from whatever we have done and tries to improve on it. So I suppose now we are catching up, no, to Cambodia and the likes. So now there are some learnings that we can take from the first 2 years of implementation of the IB program. Yes, there is an existing policy or office order. So why do we need a law, right? Well, the office order was issued under one agency and it can easily be repealed. And of course, the mandate of the agency is quite limiting, mainly limited to granting incentives. We have had difficulty in amending the IB policy due to those limitations. Under the current policy, only new projects or investments can avail of the incentives. We all know that in the first few years of establishing a business, focusing on community engagement or developing an inclusive business model may not really be high on the priority list of companies. Under the new bill, existing businesses who would want to engage in IB or expand their IB models can avail of incentives. Also, a national action plan and strategy for inclusive business will be created through the creation of a National Inclusive Business Coordinating Council, which this time will be comprised of relevant government agencies and sectors. Done by one agency, IB implementation is tough. The situation is the same if its implementation will be anchored on tax incentives alone. IB program implementation needs the support of other agencies and stakeholders who can provide assistance and support services to both the inclusive businesses and its community partners. What is also different in this bill is that the incentives will be proportionate to the efforts of the companies. We have had challenges in justifying why are we spending taxpayers' money to give as incentive to the companies. If the impact of the company is this much, how much is the tax being waived? So there's quite a lot of pencil pushing, and is it really worth it? So we thought that we can rationalize and that approach, through this bill. If the company would want more incentive, then the company would have to invest more in the development of their IB model. The bill, through this bill, companies can claim deductions proportionate, or for proportionate to the labor expenses that they spend, training or capacity building. Of course, goods and materials sourced from micro, small, and medium enterprises and research and development. Through the bill, government agencies also will be kind of tasked to render support to inclusive businesses and community partners by giving access to government programs and services such as public infrastructure, shared service facilities, enterprise capacity building, marketing assistance, technology transfer, business facilitation, and women's economic empowerment. These programs and services are not necessarily new. I mean, they are existing. The bill merely asks the government agencies to align their existing programs and services or give priority to support the market-driven inclusive business model. The bill also gives a heavy emphasis on women empowerment, that aside from encouraging, enabling, and supporting inclusive businesses to be sustainable and profitable, IBs are also gender responsive. So basically, we are widening the scope of the IB program through this bill to properly address the gaps and challenges faced in the program implementation to, I suppose, accelerate inclusive development through private sector engagement. I mean, it's faster if many actors will work in reducing poverty, right? And implementing inclusive development. I mean, the government cannot do it alone. So engaging the private sector will be a key thing in this bill. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Melanie, for giving us the first experience of the Philippines, pinpointing what were some of the limitations, and I'm glad to see this policy learning in how you can fine-tune policies or try to fine-tune policies to have a larger scope. I also take that providing tax incentives is not always sufficient or what inclusive business needs. That sometimes what they value most is that support to develop partnerships to create the right enabling conditions for an inclusive business model to flourish. So thanks very much, Melanie, for sharing this experience from the Philippines, who was the leading country in Southeast Asia. Now let me move to our last, not least, speaker, Marcus Dietri, who is the Director of Policy at the Inclusive Business Action Network and a close partner of us at ESCAP. Marcus, you have worked over the past few years with ASEAN member states and ESCAP to promote inclusive business in Southeast Asia. can you please give us in a few snapshots of how ASEAN member states have supported the promotion of inclusive business, and maybe share with us some of the lessons that could be relevant for other governments beyond this region to promote inclusive business. Over to you, Marcus.
Thank you very much, Marta. It's a great pleasure being here and sharing with you our insights. If you could pull up the slides now. Yes, excellent. So IBAN has been mentioned a few times. It's the Inclusive Business Action Network, a program funded by Germany and the European Union and implemented by GIZ, the German Development Agency. Can you? Yes. So we've been active since 2014 and with a focus on supporting enabling environments for the scaling of inclusive business. What you see in the middle of the circle is our activities in the field where we are working with companies and policymakers on those topics. In the outer ring, you see our activities represented in running the largest inclusive business digital platform, inclusivebusiness.net. There you find a lot of resources on inclusive business, as well as training programs such as our e-learning Introduction to Inclusive Business, our latest offering in this field. The timeline has been mentioned a few times by His Excellency and also Mel. It's a so the start in ASEAN was in 2017 when the Philippines put IB on the agenda as one of their top deliverables. An outcome of this was the ASEAN IB framework, as well as a very strong statement by the ASEAN leaders in encouraging the members to develop enabling environments. This was taken up by the coordinating committee on SME development in ASEAN, and together with the OECD and ESCAP, IBAN, and supported the AXME members in firstly building capacity. What is inclusive business? What is inclusive business policy? And then working with selected countries on a national level to develop such policies. Along the line, as has been mentioned already, also by Marta, inclusive business summits were hosted, generating further awareness on the topic. IB awards were organized by the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, and a whole momentum developed with supported or underlined by reports on inclusive business in ASEAN, and with a highlight then of all these developments that we've seen in the ASEAN member states, the guidelines for the promotion of inclusive business were developed, which will now guide policymakers, I would say not only in ASEAN, but globally, on how to promote inclusive business. And we very much look forward to the IB Summit this year, and also, as already announced, next year. So something that was like a one-off event originally in 2017 has developed into an annual event, again, showcasing how important inclusive business has become in ASEAN. So here are some of the highlights of ASEAN IB policy development. The Philippines, you've heard. My slide was already overtaken by events because the bill in the roadmap has not only been drafted, but now filed. Congratulations to Mel and the team. Vietnam, Cambodia, and Malaysia undertook landscape studies in 2019 and 2020 and developed national strategies. Myanmar had done so already before and have institutionalized an IB steering group that is now pushing the way forward for IB. And Indonesia took a sectoral approach and looked at inclusive business in the wellness tourism industries. And you've heard earlier on an example of these efforts. So how did that all come about? I talked about the capacity development for the policymakers, raising awareness, not only of the policymakers, but also among the private sectors and the company. So to kickstart it off on a national level, we implement this IB policy development program. It was now conducted in several ASEAN member states, and we've taken it now also to Africa, and we'll be conducting it in Nigeria and Zambia. So all of those countries are benefiting from the experience. This is now a formalized program we are conducting, and it consists with a national study on IB, the IB landscape studies, during which companies will be interviewed, inclusive business cases identified, such as Amru Rise, and the ecosystem will be analyzed, and policy recommendations will be formulated. In the second step, those draft recommendations are then discussed in public-private dialogues all over the country to strengthen them, to make it a real public-private effort. And then once it's been sort of put out, as His Excellency Heng Sokung has mentioned, a national strategy is developed and approved and then implemented, which is like the third phase. And this is a picture of one of the tourism projects Mel has mentioned, El Nido, which is one of the largest tourism projects within inclusive business. So this is now a program which has been informed by all the activities undertaken in ASEAN member states, which can be adopted by other countries. And in the guidelines, we have listed those 11 policy recommendations to promote inclusive business. This is sort of the result not of a theoretical exercise, but is driven by the experiences in the countries as we had seen before. Some of those have been mentioned by Cambodia, which is closely aligned to the guidelines recommendations. And I'm not going through them one by one, but I do encourage you to read through those guidelines, as it is a very, very valuable product. And you can see there, for example, at point 6, the IB investment incentive. That's something being done in the Philippines, and you could hear the result of it. This is a sort of a comprehensive set of policy instruments, and is up to each country to see which one are the most relevant. But as Mel mentioned, it's definitely useful to look at the whole set rather than pick only one and drive it to capture the whole potential of inclusive business. The key policy recommendation is certainly the number 3, accreditation and registration. It is necessary to identify inclusive business, and we've developed a solid methodology to do this. Because once the private sector develops those models and the public sector is being asked to support it, there has to be a clear definition and a clear methodology to identify those companies that comply to the IB definitions and the features. So what are some of the lessons learned that we have seen? We found this, it is very important to understand how inclusive business can contribute to the national development agenda. IB really sort of unfolds its full potential if it is connected to a strong agenda of the country. And this could be inclusive growth, poor, SME development, or social welfare. And once the contribution of IB to such agendas can be shown, stakeholders quickly understand what IB can do to further those courses. What we found in the beginning, also working with the ASEAN, was the power of peer group learning, here notably from the Philippines, who had stepped ahead, but also peer group pressure in a good sense of encouraging
the member states to look over the borders and see what their neighbors are doing. And we've seen a lot of progress and interest through those interactions. The other point I want to make here, it is brave of a policymaker to innovate. In times when it is sort of maybe more convenient, I wouldn't say, but where it's sort of maybe easier to look at already fairly developed models and adopt it to their country. It takes a step of faith to innovate new policies and policy instruments on inclusive business. And obviously the importance of the public and the private sector champions. You've seen here a selected range of them who've understood the concept, who are fully behind inclusive businesses and who can push it. And this is what is needed to put forward this agenda. And the last one has been mentioned as well a few times. There is a growing ecosystem supporting inclusive business. And by this, I would explicitly mention the UN organizations. UNESCAP, of course, at the forefront here in Southeast Asia, but UNDP on a global level. We've seen UNCTAD, who is now also integrate inclusive business into their EMPRETEC center training programs. And we've seen many other UN organizations, but also other organizations from the impact investor side, from facilitators, who are taking more and more interest in inclusive business, and thereby supporting the businesses who have to do the effort on the ground, develop and implement those models. So these are some of the learnings that we had. And with that, thank you very much for the time that I was able to spend with you.
Thank you so much, Marcus, for giving such a good overview of what has been happening in this region, in the set of measures, and also those 5 key policy learnings that really encapsulate some of the points we've already been discussing. We have a bit of time, about 10 minutes for discussion, and I have received a few questions from our audience that I would like to pose to our panelists. So let me start with Sarang and Brian. There's a curiosity always to know how is it possible to be commercially viable and support and engage low-income communities. So the question is, have your firms also been mapping the social impact? What strategies do you follow to avoid tensions between financial and social business goals while taking certain critical decisions within your firm? So by order, let's start with Sarang, if you'd like to answer that question, and then Brian.
Yeah, thanks, Marta. That's a good question. Of course, working with smaller farmer, especially with the low-skill farmer, we need to be more patient in our work. We need to appreciate and how to motivate farmer continue to improve the products. We have to form in our project. We form farmer in cooperative and register to the government where they can be more organized. They've been built in capacity with the NGO partner, so they can access financing because they cannot rely on AMRU alone. I can tell you that 5 years ago, everything on AMRU. You can say financing, crop, production knowledge. They don't know what is the European market need, what is Western or United States need, China need. So they need a lot of investment from private company. If you think about the profit in the first time, we might not able to work for inclusive business. So we need to be sure in piloting project, we go with 100 farmers, 200 farmers. Then we form them in groups and build them capacity, and they can access financing. They can have own working capital. They can raise, let's say, the shares among their group. Then they can have certain amount of capital. Then they can work in the group producing the crop that Umbro need. I can tell you in the first year one, year two, Umbro had to bring the cash in the truck, full of cash in the trucks. Farmer did not believe us that we are the company, paid them good price, commit. They even don't have a bank account. They don't know how to use bank account. They just need cash. You have cash, then give the rice. Then they didn't follow our training course in year one, year two. But Amro, we understand the farmer expectation, wife, and then we follow them. At the meantime, we provide them business. You have to open account. You need to have a governing board, and then you can have credit from the bank. So year two, year three, then think better because they follow our advice, and then business grow. You know, we have a start work with $20,000 per year, and now we are reaching almost $10 million a year, about 7 years when we start project. Then we don't need to have 10 million cash, you know, and those money can be financed by the FI developing partner, impact investor, so they can jump in helping those farmers. So we can say now we are a lot better. Government support a lot, and the impact investors financing. So what Amru do, just try innovation. You try to develop their products, finding the niche market, fulfill the new trends of the market demand, improve their weakness. Then the way going together, because farmer, they have their products. I can say farmer is like diamond. They just need to innovate their product. They can have their diamond there. They should not go to find this diamond in another country, but in their own land. They can convert it and more high value price, and income is generated. So that's somehow we do. In the year one to year two, I believe it's very hard. Critical thinking, think about profit. No, but you think about medium and long term. I think IB is a good model for the medium and long term business. Yeah. Thank you, Mata. My share.
Thank you very much for sharing this. The need to think medium, long term. And also, I see some of these features of human-centered design and innovation where you put at the center understanding your user, your farmer, and the needs that they have in terms of support, cash, patience, etc. Thank you very much. Brian, would you also like to share some thoughts on this? Sorry, I cannot hear you.
Yeah, okay. It's okay now? Okay. Yes, almost similar to Mr. Songsaran. So we are doing lots of training with the farmers. Yeah, what we are looking at is the horizon, medium and long term. And of course, for the first time, it's hard to say, but for the third, the fourth, fifth year, so uh, we have taken the benefits, the supply chain to the business. At the same time, the social welfare for the farmers. And also what we are doing is the empowering woman, the spa therapist. So that's the investment of the company for the medium and long term investment. If we are talking about the short term, it's hard to say again. So the spa therapist, coming from the unfortunate families, and we are doing training, entrepreneurship, beautypreneurs, and we can take the benefits, the franchisee happy because of the quality standard of the spa therapists, and so they can increase the business. And also the franchisor is coming from us, so we also take take the benefit because of the standard, the standard of our spa therapists. So that's the win-win solutions what we are having now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, this notion of thinking medium to long term, if we want to include low income groups as part of the business. Let's now maybe here I have a couple of questions on how inclusive business are helping build back and address the challenges of put by COVID-19. Mel, I believe that you have some examples of how inclusive business have been responding in the Philippines. Will you be able to share with us?
Yes, actually, the example of Amru is very much close to an example that I'm going to talk about. This is about an agritourism farm in the province of Iloilo. So it's a 17-hectare farm called Ephrata Farms. Ephrata has provided regular employment to around, I mean, it's not that big, right? But around over 60 local workers and staff, and probably sources from around 200, over 200 farmer cooperative members. So before the pandemic, the revenue streams of Ephrata was 50% from the agritourism side and 50% from the farming side. The lockdowns in the Philippines forced the tourism facilities to close down. So now, you know, your 50% revenue is at stake. So what will the agritourism farm do in order to survive? So what it did in this case is it diverted a lot of its focus to the agribusiness side, given that the demand for agricultural products increased. While you have zero revenue from tourism, it increased significantly on the agriculture side. So that's what it did. In order also to help the staff retain the staff, what it did was it converted the hotel facilities into quarantine facilities, so that to a certain extent it's earning income and it can retain certain employees. It partnered with the government, with the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, to conduct trainings, to capacitate the farmers while the pandemic is happening, of course, with the proper safety and health protocols. No? So during the pandemic, it was able to, produce graduates, 350 rice farmers as scholars of the program, and 99 organic agricultural, as scholars. So you can see how the inclusive business pivots, because as Amru earlier, as Song earlier said, that the farmers tend to stick with the traditional farming technologies. The knowledge and the practices are all traditional, so it takes a while to train and retrain them in order for you to get that level of quality and productivity that you want. So there's a lot of that going on. So that's what, that's the good thing about inclusive business. You invest, you front load, but of course, what we're saying is here, the key here is really the private sector, the company. So we are hoping that, for example, with the proper policies and regulations in place, then we can accelerate the development of the inclusive business models, because not all of the expenses would just come from the government, but rather would be also shared from the private sector, but rather would also be shared with the government. Another business that's really, I think, a good example is engaging the global value chain of business is Franklin Baker Company. Franklin Baker, in partnership with Simrise and Absolute, which are at the higher end of the chain, because Franklin Baker buys the coconut from the farmers and then supplies desiccated coconut to Absolute, which is a spirits, produces spirits globally. I think it's a Swedish company, yeah, producing spirits. And then Simrise is a leading German producer of fragrances and flavorings. So they partnered together to implement a project to improve the coconut supply chain by integrating more sustainable practices into the farm management of coconut farmers. However, due to the pandemic, they cannot really, dive into implementing that easily. So for the meantime, they shifted to address the more immediate needs of the coconut farmers down the chain, through a series of COVID-19 response initiatives, distribution of emergency packs to farmers in several areas in the country, provision of planting materials, and training. So I suppose this is a good time to conduct that retraining, capacity building that we need while, people are available. So, and of course, they also trained them on backyard farming to generate an extra income for the farmers, and had some cash for work arrangement to engage the farmers in the construction, for example, of the demo farm in preparation for the full implementation of the project, repair of community water systems, completion of a coconut storage facility, all of which can also be used by the farmers in the farming and production of coconut. So we can see that many inclusive businesses are not just out there, donating face masks and other, COVID-related materials, but rather are also investing heavily in the training and retraining of the farmers down the chain. So that's I think those are some of the examples that I can share.
Thank you, Melanie, and I think your examples highlight again the need to innovate, to listen to what are the needs of the users, and to pivot the business model as opportunities arise, or to face the COVID-19 challenge. We are now over time, so we have 2 more minutes. But I would like to ask a question, a joint question to His Excellency Heng Sokung and to Marcus. I think there has been a great learning experience in ASEAN about how to promote inclusive businesses. So I would like to hear from His Excellency what he thinks was the most valuable element of this ASEAN collaboration to promote inclusive business. And then from Marcus, what you think, how we can encourage more South-South collaboration, maybe even beyond Southeast Asia. So first, His Excellency, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much, Martha. Of course, the inclusive business is quite important for the whole country in ASEAN. It's not only Cambodia. We might know that inclusive business is create a triple win for the poor, for the societies, and also for the entrepreneurs. I do hope that within ASEAN, we're gonna play a quite important role on this IB model company. We urge them, we push them, so that this whole IB model can work together on how we can provide the sustainable development and also a very resilient products to our poor. As you might know that the COVID-19 pandemic, they hit a lot to the whole world, and Cambodia in the same ways. We hit it by this kind of the COVID-19 pandemic, so that some part of the country have lockdown, and many factories or handicraft are also closed, and some are suspended. So that within this, only IB that can help to provide the more such kind of like the work job to our poor people, for those in agriculture, of course, and agro industry. From Mr. Saron has been said for that the rice production is quite important within the period of pandemic, even though, and some other businesses like the agro industry or some other partners that provide a very good job for those farmers, even though. For this, I think that within the member state of ASEAN, we could work together on how we stand on this IB, and some other country might might have the same goal, and they work together on this IB, so that we gonna have more IB world, that many countries are working together to create the IB. However, within the ASEAN framework or within the ASEAN's components, we should have some kind like the ASEAN IB award, that we like encourages all some other our company to become the IB model. And out of this, I also would like to suggest once again to the UNESCAP and also the IBAN, the OECDs and ASEANs, we should work together on the promote of the IB, and also we should suggest to the developed country like US, like EU, or whatever like that, to provide some incentive, especially tax incentive or duty-free, quota-free for the for the IB model company, so that when we give of this kind of the incentive, I think not only the company in ASEAN country, but other countries, they will go forward together on this, become their company to be IB model, for a better even they can create good job for the poor, can more dignity for the poor, even though they can get more income by their own entrepreneurship, and also for very good for the society. So that within this, I think when we get more incentive or we get whatever like that, we suggested even award or even the tax incentive or duty free, quota free from the rich country. So that would be a very good strategy to develop the IB model within ASEAN member state and also some other state, I think. Once again, thanks so much, Martha, and thank you, Marcus.
Thank you. So very briefly, Marcus, over to you.
Yes, I think that's a key role of the development partners. You mentioned before that the majority of the audience here are development partners. So I would have like to call to action, that you look at your program, see how you can integrate inclusive business approaches in your programming, and then use the tools and instruments that have been developed in ASEAN to bring it into other geographies. We are doing it now in Africa, and we are inviting all the stakeholders to join us. And as His Excellency mentioned, work together to spread the word, create the awareness, and then use the example of Southeast Asia also in other geographies to advance inclusive business on the path to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thanks very much, Marcus. I would just like to thank the panelists because we are over time, and I would like to respect the timing for other sessions and the technical team. Three points that I take from today: the importance of patience, of encouraging businesses to pivot, or enabling or helping businesses to pivot, particularly to adapt to COVID-19, and last but not least, the great role that cooperation and partnerships and government action can have in promoting inclusive business. So thank you very much to all our 5 panelists and to our audience for sharing the experience of inclusive business and how they go beyond what the law requires to support low-income communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. No, it's bearable. It in some points it goes bad, and some points it's better. At the moment, it's all fine again. Well, yes, let's hope it all works. Alright, I will mute myself now, and then soon we will start.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sinisa Milatovic. Welcome to the panel on business and human rights in the digital era. I am a business and human rights specialist at UNDP. I'll be moderating today's panel, during which we will explore the impact of the rise of digitalization on human rights with 4 great panelists. And these are Lena Wendland, the head of business and human rights at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights of the United Nations, Nigat Dad of the Digital Rights Foundation and a member of Facebook's Oversight Board, Tana Sullivan, the head of sustainability at Gojek, and Wahyudi Jafar of the Institute of Policy and Advocacy, ELSAM. So without further ado, I would first like to ask Lena, as this panel is co-organized with OHCHR and its BTEC project, to give a quick overview and a presentation of the project itself. Lena, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks a lot. It's a great pleasure to be speaking at this event, and it's a great pleasure to work with our UNDP colleagues to organize this event on a very important topic in the broader business and human rights domain. I've got some slides that are now up, and I'm assuming that everyone can see them on the screen. So I'm going to talk about the UN Human Rights BTEC project, as was mentioned. And I'll go into the details about what the project is, but start by just stating the obvious, I guess, that the entry point and the foundation for the work that we're doing in this space is the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. That is the core authoritative normative framework at the United Nations for business and human rights. Obviously, we have very strong collaboration with OECD and the OECD guidelines for responsible business conduct, and which is very much aligned with the UN Guiding Principles, but we do use the Guiding Principles as our foundation. And I'm sure most listeners to this session would know that this was the framework that we are shortly celebrating the 10th anniversary. It was presented by Professor John Ruggie, who was then Special Representative of the Secretary General to the Human Rights Council, who unanimously endorsed the Guiding Principles in 2011, 16th of June. 2011, and thereby creating for the first time an authoritative global framework that articulates in detail the responsibilities, the standard of responsibility for all business enterprises, but also importantly, elaborates on the obligations of states to protect against business-related human rights abuses, and as important, if not more, also reinforces and reiterates the right of those whose rights have been impacted to find effective remedies through effective processes. So the Guiding Principles is this strong normative foundation, but also because of the support from all member states of the Human Rights Council and beyond, as well as endorsement by international business organizations and many civil society organizations, it also is underpinned with a strong political foundation. Next slide, please. So as, again, I'm sure many of you will know, the Guiding Principles comprises 3 pillars. It will come up in a moment on the slide. There is the pillar 1, the state duty to protect, which is this notion that all states have legal obligations under international human rights law to varying degrees, but in any event, if there's not legal, there's strong policy foundations for all states to take it upon themselves to protect against human rights abuses related to business. Then there is the novelty that was introduced by the Guiding Principles, the corporate responsibility to respect. So for the first time, having a normative standard for what we can expect, the responsibility of companies, that they should respect human rights through acting with human rights due diligence to identify, prevent, and mitigate their impacts on human rights. And finally, there is the access to remedy pillar. I actually don't see the new slide, and I don't know whether I'm able to change it, but if someone can change it, I would be grateful. because it is a little bit difficult to manage. Oh, here we go. So those are the three pillars. I will now already shortly move on. But really what is interesting about the guiding principles and these three pillars that we were in the tech space is that it is really designed with almost designed with the tech industry in mind. It wasn't, of course, because it's addressed to all sectors, but having a global governance framework that articulates these distinct but complementary responsibilities between governments and enterprises, while still keeping impacted individuals and communities firmly in the picture. It's well suited for the speed complexity of economic globalization and the area of tech where everything operates at a speed and scale that maybe the traditional understanding of human rights, where it was state-centric, where it was presupposed on nation states on a top-down level, were able to effectively enforce and uphold international human rights standards. The guiding principles has a flexibility to them that is still norms and principle based, but is able to we believe more effectively through the lens of the guiding principles respond to the challenges that we are seeing in tech. Next slide, please. So this now finally leads me to talk about the BTEC project. So we, as the UN Human Rights Office, obviously are working a lot in the area of tech and human rights. We have our special procedures, special term freedom of expression, privacy, etc. As an office, we're also very engaged in implementation of the UN's work on tech and human rights, the Secretary General's Roadmap for Digital Cooperation. And obviously, both inside and outside the UN, there's a host of initiatives and standards and processes that are aimed at addressing some of the specific challenges related to tech when it comes to human rights. From our side, using the lens of the guiding principles, we thought instead of a lot of these efforts might be either responsive, reactive, ad hoc, or reinventing wheels, there is a risk of that. We thought, well, why don't we try to use the framework that we have, the authoritative framework that we have, to try to see if there is a principled way one can approach the different challenges that appear, whether in relation to specific technologies or whether in relation to specific rights, as they play themselves out also in different geographies, etc. So we thought using the guiding principles as the lens to look at tech and human rights, we would add value by using this 21st century governance framework for the digital economy to as a powerful tool to try to come up with principle-based, human rights-based solutions that is applicable across different technologies, different rights, different actors. We're also aiming through the project to cultivate knowledge and improve practice through working very directly with stakeholders, including from the tech sector itself, but also with governments and with civil society, to come up with sort of guidance and not solutions necessarily, but guidance on what constitutes UNGP's aligned practice to create this sort of using that global framework to create some broadly acceptable, broadly agreeable expectations for practice. And all of this is underlined by the international human rights norms that are embedded in the guiding principles. And through the project, we can increase the understanding among business leaders, investors, states, and civil society about the expectations set out in the UNGPs. So the way we work in the project, the modalities, we have a very much of a networked approach where it's not a project that aims at coming up with a big tome of a report in a year or two's time. The field, all the issues are moving so quickly. So we are trying to employ very much of a dynamic and interactive process where we are both conducting research, but using very much engagement with the relevant actors to try to come up with outputs that are practical, implementable, actionable, and based on, again, based on international norms, but with input from all interested parties. We have so far on the BTEC portal, we have the outputs that we have produced so far. We have a series of foundational papers across the different topics that is covered by BTEC. And again, using the lens of the guiding principles and short action papers, research papers, summaries from events we have participated in to really try to get as much out as possible on an ongoing basis and in an iterative process contributing to shared learning, as opposed to sort of working in just on our own with the key actors and then coming out with something at the end of it. This is really an ongoing dynamic process. I'm shortly running out of time, so I will just on the next slide. We have in scoping out the project, as you will all be aware, this is an area where one could come at it. There are an infinite number of issues and challenges. So scoping out the project, we engaged in a consultative process with stakeholders to try to see how, if one is not going to focus on a specific right, say privacy or freedom of expression, can one come up with sort of clusters or baskets of focus areas within which one can then come at specific business models, specific rights challenges, and specific issues that come up depending on where in the spectrum of the tech sector we are. So through this consultative process, we identified what we call four focus areas. The first one, where we focus on business models, where we explore and work with companies and others to identify avenues to address human rights risks related to how a company earns its revenue, basically how it does its business. And trying to use the lens, embedding the sort of human rights due diligence expectation into to also apply to companies looking at the core of their business model. We have a paper out and have some activities planned also in relation to that issue. The second focus area is related to where human rights abuse happen at the end use of a tech company's product. So it could be where you have a product or service that is not inherently harmful, but can be used for harm at the end use stage once it's left you, once you are managing it. So this focus area works very much on the practical human rights due diligence expectations and what that can and should look like inside the company. So we are working with stakeholders, but also we have created a community of practice where we're engaging directly with a group of companies on trying to sort of tease out some of the practical realities and dilemmas in how to improve and make the human rights due diligence process inside a company more effective. Thirdly, remedy. I mean, as we saw and as you know, the third pillar of the guiding principles is about access to remedy, and we feel that in the tech space, this poses a particular set of challenges because of scale and speed, if nothing else. I mean, remedy poses the challenges for, I think many other sectors will say it's also posing particular challenges to them, but we felt that we cannot have a project based on the guiding principles that doesn't address, try to tackle and advance on understanding how to ensure more effectively access to remedy in relation to tech. So we've got a number of papers, short papers that are restating the foundations and how to think about it based on work we have done on Pillar 3. And we have a series of activities and events lined up that will try to work to unpack further how one can think about remedy in tech. And finally, the smart mix, the role of the states, the smart mix of measures that states can and should take and employ in order to foster business respect for human rights in this space and also ensure access to remedy. So those are the four broad areas. We have another additional work stream where we that is underpinning all four, where we're looking at the role of investors, the investor track, we call it. We have also a guidance note for investors, those investing in tech. What are the kinds of considerations and responsibilities they have as well to ensure that when they are investing, be they institutional investors, venture capitalists, or others, that they are able to not exacerbate the risk, and in fact be part of the part of how one can mitigate some of the risks. We also have a cross-cutting work stream that is about outreach to particularly to different actors in different geographic regions. The discussion and the key entry points we have tend to be North American and European, and we see it as the UN as an important part of our mandate and our objective to engage and make this. These are global challenges, and we do need to hear and engage with actors from everywhere. I think I will leave it at that. I have one more slide that unpacks the investor track a little bit, but I think I'm probably taken too much time already, so I will leave my introductory remarks here. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Thanks very much for your comprehensive presentation on OHCHR's pioneering BTEC project. And I'd actually like to use tackled by your project models. Now, groups such as Amnesty International have said that the business model of tech giants such as Facebook and Google, and I quote, are surveillance-based and force people to make, and again, I'm quoting, a Faustian bargain whereby they're only able to enjoy their human rights online by submitting to a system predicated on human rights abuse. And Amnesty International effectively calls on states to end the era of self-regulation through further legislation, and in the short term, to strongly enforce existing legislation. The BTEC foundational paper that was recently issued and complements on that, it's excellent, I think, on business models. It acknowledges that business models are being increasingly criticized for their impact on human rights, and then it calls on companies to conduct human rights due diligence, investors to consider the UN guiding principles, and states to hold companies to account. At the same time, it presents a somewhat more positive view than the one I just cited, and it says that efforts to address human rights risks in tech business models must be pursued in a deliberate and smart way so as not to unwittingly take away the significant benefits of new technologies or create more severe human rights risks. And it then adds, just because a business model carries inherent human rights risks doesn't necessarily mean that a company will be unable to operate with respect for human rights or that the business model needs to be entirely discarded. So my question to the panel is, are there tech companies whose business models are inherently unredeemable, unreformable, insert whatever word you want to use here, as Amnesty seems to imply, or can they be adjusted to be compliant with the UN guiding principles? And if there are unreformable business models, or rather incompatible with the UN guiding principles, what implications does this have for the tech sector? And I'd like to first go to Nighat, please. Nighat, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I guess Lene has eloquently mentioned, UN guiding principles on business and human rights and 3 pillars, which is protect, respect, and remedy. And all these 3 pillars actually, define concrete actionable steps, not just for companies, but also for governments to meet their respective duties and responsibilities to prevent human rights abuses within the company's operations. And these responsibilities to respect human rights is a global standard of expected conduct for all businesses, actually, no matter where, irrespective of any jurisdiction or wherever they operate. And I think for during these times, it's very important where different countries are coming up with multiple regulations and laws to regulate internet and digital spaces, companies really need to know that it's actually mandatory on them to fulfill their own human rights obligations, and does not diminish those obligations in the presence of national laws and regulations. That's what we are seeing in our parts of the world, where different governments are making new laws and asking tech companies to comply those local laws. And I think I'll come to your question later, but I think it's very important to sort of set the context here that users around the world are not really, same when it comes to awareness about the platforms that they are using or the human rights obligations of these tech companies. These conversations are really not happening even, in the sector which call themselves digital rights organizations in some of our countries, right? So we are still focusing on online freedom of expression, access to information in the online space, right to privacy in the online space. And I think these are the fundamental issues in our part of the world. Now what we are seeing is that the more governments are making new regulations to regulate internet or regulate tech companies. We are seeing this is happening in India, in Pakistan, in Turkey, and other countries. There is a little bit awareness that how these companies are responding to the governments, and I think that's now the bigger question for human rights groups and digital rights groups here. But I think one fundamental contradiction that we have seen over time is between the ways these tech companies make money, and which is predicted on profiting off personal data, the model that we are seeing in massive tech companies. And this model fundamentally runs foul to many of the rights we seek to uphold, such as the right to privacy. While interventions such as compliance with strict data protection laws, for instance, can improve the situation, this fundamental tension will remain there because users should not have to consent to having their personal life mined for profit. And this also creates a fundamental power imbalance between the users of these platforms and the platform itself. And the power manifests in the development of algorithms and modes of decision making about these platforms that concentrate power in the hands of tech companies regarding the kind of speech allowed on the platform, who gets to speak and what type of speech is amplified. And I think, yes, things can be improved, with the kind of models that the tech companies have. And I think UN guiding principles around business and human rights should be the foundation, and all three pillars that Line has mentioned.
Thank you very much, Nigat. Wahyudi, I'd like to ask you, Nigat just mentioned that there are, on the one hand, systemic power imbalances inherent, it seems, in this sector, with the collection of data and with essentially data mining happening and possible or frequent, actually, violations of the right to privacy. And on the other hand, she did seem to indicate that, or imply, if I misheard you, Nigat, that this model is still somehow compatible or could be compatible with the UN guiding principles. What is your view? Can we have sort of data mining and data protection compatible, with the UN guiding principles in the tech sector? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think I got give the general overview. The situation on the South countries, especially such as in Indonesia, are still in debate to pass of the new data protection law, and it is not correlated with the discussion of the formulation of national strategy on business and human rights as implementation of the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. Even in the technology sector, it must be admitted that Indonesian government has not quite special attention in implementing UNGPs in the technology sector. The government just discussed about the issue of the natural resources, tourism, and also the issue of the plantation in the issue of the conventional business, but not reverse how the government responds with the emerging technologies, including the issue of the data exploitation and surveillance, etc. In spite of the discussion regarding the application of human rights principle on the technology company has independently developed, particularly in the protection of freedom of expression, as mentioned by Najat, and also the issue of the right to privacy. For example, the discussion on the personal data protection currently still in process of the deliberation in the House of Representatives in Indonesia. It is in the a different scope with the discussion of the business and human rights. So it is did not come as part of the discourse of the formulation of the national strategy. Furthermore, the issues of content moderation in the internet content governance in general to revise of the several legislation also not reverse how the issue of the three-part test in the process of the formulation of the UN guiding principles and human rights revert to human rights standards. Even Indonesia as a state parties of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The technology company itself is sure to accept the approaches which specifically address to the personal data protection and freedom of expression in combination with the general discussion to recognize human rights approach in business. That can be understood as the discussion on human rights and business in Indonesia especially is identical with the problem of labor, the conflict between the business sectors with the local community. Meanwhile, the technology company, it is operation is far from such issue. The technology company far from the issue of the labor rights, far from the issue of the exploitation of the natural extractive and also the conflict with the local community. As a description, the technology sectors which specifically conduct human rights impact assessment in Indonesia is probably only Facebook, which has global scope, not only in Indonesia. It is reverse to the Myanmar situation after the Rohingya crisis. Facebook conduct of the human rights impact assessment, including in Indonesia, and also responds to the situation in India, for example. But not specifically how the response of the human rights situation in the digital section in Indonesia. While the others perhaps have chosen to specifically conduct the data protection impact assessment as the derivative of personal data obligation refers to the several regulation. I think Gojek in Indonesia has the more experience how to adopt and receive the human rights principles in the specific issue of the data protection, especially because in the last week, Gojek released the new sustainability report with regard the issue of the data protection and the protection of the right to privacy of the consumer. So yeah, I think the experience from Indonesia in the process of the implementing of the UN guiding principle on business and human rights, and currently the Indonesian government still in progress to discuss creating the task force to formulation of the national strategy, and the civil society like us try to endorse the issue of the business sector as a part of the pillars in the formulation of the national strategy on business and human rights.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for that overview of the situation in Indonesia. Now I'd like to come to another Indonesian, Tana. Welcome. I'd like to ask you, as somebody that comes from Gojek, which was just mentioned by Wahyudi as a very sort of successful company in Indonesia, how does your company grapple with these issues? So there have been critiques of, let's say transport companies, car sharing companies and so on for their treatment of their workforce. There have been critiques, generally speaking, of tech companies, of data protection issues and so on, and breaches of data and users and so on. How does your company grapple with these issues? And what role do the UN guiding principles play in this regard? Thank you.
I mean, look, I think YUD set a very, very good cover of the landscape currently in Indonesia. For those who aren't familiar, Gojek is a tech company born in Indonesia, but we currently do have operations in other ASEAN countries, including Vietnam, Thailand, and Singapore. But very much born and bred an Indonesian company. What does that mean? We were conceived to respond to some of the biggest challenges that Indonesia has. And I think in a lot of tech companies who have been born out of emerging markets have been able to leapfrog some of the challenges that peers from more advanced markets have had to go through. And so I think for us, we're in a very unique position and in a way privileged position to learn from the experiences and journeys of what other tech companies in Europe or in the US are currently or have gone through. All that to say, I think, look, my mandate heading the sustainability function within Gojek is very much to embed kind of world-class environmental, social, and corporate governance practices, ESG for short, for those who are familiar with that term as well. What does that mean? In some cases, it's retrofitting quite painfully different ways of doing business as it relates to our environmental and social impact. And of course, our compliance to laws and regulations in not just Indonesia, but all the markets where we operate. As Pak Wahyudi already mentioned, we did publish our first sustainability report in April. It was the first report done by a ASEAN tech company adhering to global standards. We use the Global Reporting Initiative and the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, both complementary sets of standards to publish our report, and it was audited as well by PwC. And all of the indicators that we used, or the issues, the ESG issues, the big environmental and social issues that we disclosed our metrics, our performance on in the report, weren't just issues that we said or we as Gojek defined as were important, but we actually did over 100 plus consultations with internal and external stakeholders, which include civil society organizations, both local and regional and global, as well as our investors, policymakers, users, our driver partners, and our merchants as well, to tell us what they considered the biggest environmental and social issues or the most pressing ones that they believed a company like Gojek could address. So again, it was a 50-50 weighting when it came to that. So I think we can very much stand behind the methodology of precisely the environmental and social issues of which, under which human rights would fall into, that we are now prioritizing as a company. And I think using the UN kind of guiding principles as one of the many examples of international frameworks that we are working towards, if not already. I think this is very, very important to us. And what does that actually mean? We're actually embedding it on, let's say, our board level agenda, right? So, for example, every year that now we're going to publish the sustainability report, we're also going to have periodic updating to our board on our environmental and social performance relating to targets that we've set for ourselves and targets that we've verified with credible, external, impartial, and volunteer. I have to say all that, volunteer experts, because it's not just enough for us to say, well, we are definitely a low carbon platform, or we're going to work towards becoming a low carbon platform, and here's what our year-on-year targets look like. Actually, we're submitting our targets to bodies like the Science Based Targets Initiative, which, if you're familiar with, are very credible platforms that can help us verify and in fact correct some of the let's say the assumptions or the things that we're saying about ourselves. So I think all that to say, we want to be transparent. We're not looking at this through rose-colored glasses. We know we're not going to have the best performance on all of these things, but even more important as to why we should be transparent and disclose our performance as it relates to these big environmental and social issues, even if the government is still in progress working on some of these big legislations or regulations and parameters for business to then fall in line with. For us, it's very much, we know this is an iterative process, and we're very much supportive and going to work with policymakers, practitioners, but also on the ground civil society organizations to make sure that we are getting that kind of constructive feedback. And there's a constant, as I mentioned, pivoting even from Gojek's perspective as it relates to our governance and as it relates to our policies and our operations, not just in Indonesia, but all the other markets that I mentioned we operate in. So in summary, I think we are more than willing and happy, and in fact, very, very interested to use frameworks like the UN guiding principles to make sure, again, that we are on track, that we are setting the right targets, that our policies are in line with these types of best practices. Even more so because in the region there might be some gaps and learnings that we can take from other regions that are more advanced and more developed on this, and as it relates to human rights. And even more so, I think we can apply it within the unique context that all the markets in this region have to grapple with, which may not have been necessarily the case or the situation in, let's say, the EU or in North America. So that's it, I think.
Thank you. Lina, before I come to you, I'd just like to ask Tana a follow-up question. We've seen, I'm just wondering how your sustainability report and generally speaking, your business model, how it takes into account critiques that have been made of companies in your sector. So, these refer to algorithmic labor controls, these refer to essentially imbalances in bargaining power and so on. Does your company tackle these issues in the new sustainability report, and does it intend to introduce changes, or does it believe that its practices are currently compatible with the UN guiding principles? Thanks.
I think for us, this is very much still, we're in our early stages of this, and we know there's a lot more ground we need to cover and a lot more scoping and assessment that we have to do. That said, I think the biggest critiques, it's not that we don't know that they're there. And actually in our sustainability report, we published a list of some of these external and impartial experts that we're working with, precisely for the reasons that you outlined before, because we want to take those kinds of criticisms and say, okay, have a constructive discussion with them and say, okay, what does it look like for us to make those kinds of changes or transformations as a platform to ensure we're responding to those criticisms. As it relates to algorithms and, let's say, the engagement of our partners on our platform, we are very much in support and want to adhere to ensuring that all our driver partners, our merchants, are independent, autonomous, have control and full disclosure as it relates to what and how they're working on our platform or how they're using or leveraging our platform. But that said, very, very nascent. I think we still have a long way to go to get there, but we are going to be transparent. That's the commitment we made when we published the first report. We are very much in these discussions with international bodies, as well as the local governments and local organizations, to make sure that what we do end up disclosing in our report in time for next year will actually be in line with some of these best practices that I think the UN guiding principles has laid out. But it is, like, I can't say this enough, right? It is on the agenda of the leadership of our company. We are linking things like performance and things like how we change and transform the infrastructure of our platform to make sure that we are responding to these issues before they become issues. And so how we're managing, let's say, I don't like using the word risks, because I think a lot of these environmental and social issues are already very pressing, and they are very much on our radar. And so as we're responding to those, I think it's very, very important to make sure that we have board level buy-in and endorsement of how we're managing and responding to those issues, and that we're disclosing them transparently in our report every year. So it was a kind of a bit of a vague answer, but just that all to say it's precisely because we don't have details yet, but we are going to disclose those kinds of things moving forward in the future.
Thank you very much, and thanks very much for your openness and willingness to participate here. Lina, I'll come over to you. As I said at the outset, actually following on from your presentation of your project, your foundational paper on business models essentially states that, even though a business model carries inherent human rights risks, it should not necessarily be discarded because a company can demonstrate that it's taking steps towards implementing the UN guiding principles. As I said, this is not necessarily a view shared by everyone, with human rights organizations, NGOs, and so on, saying that there are business models of tech companies that are inherently incompatible with the UN guiding principles. How do you view this distinction essentially? And at what point do you think a business model is essentially, so structurally, let's say, difficult with regard to human rights that it should be discarded? Or is there no such point? Is every company redeemable, if you will? Thank you.
That's a big one, redemption. I think from our side, we're not going into this space on the basis that we are going to have a rating system or a listing or an exclusion list of companies. That's, we think, that's the job maybe of others like Amnesty and in the report and I mean, I'm having no question with the different roles that also civil society can play when it comes to really pushing and making the arguments very strongly, and I totally respect that. It's not within the scope of the BTEC project to come at it as there are some companies that shouldn't exist. It doesn't mean that we couldn't think of companies maybe, but I don't think, also maybe from a sort of real politics perspective, if we came in and said we are making it the core of our project that we are going to argue against the existence of Facebook or Amazon or whoever it is, I don't think it's our job, and I don't think we would get necessarily very far. But I do think that there is a lot in any company, and again, without mentioning any names, but I think that as set out in our foundational paper, using the guiding principles as a lens and what it asks companies to do, I think one can get very far in any company who effectively implements it. If not, I mean, arguably, some will say not all the way, but very far through a broad oversight and strong governance structures. I mean, I really enjoyed Tanar's presentation and the sort of board level oversight, making this something that is part of the core commitment of the company. The company, it has a business proposition, a value proposition. It is there as a business. But the proposition of the guiding principles is that as you do your business, human rights, respect for human rights, identifying, mitigating human rights risks need to sit alongside and be embedded into how you operate. So I think when it comes to the business model question, is you can get very far in any business model if you have that deep embedding at the board level, strong governance framework to implement that commitment throughout the company, oversight to ensure that this is not just something that sits on a piece of paper or in a glossy statement. This is actually something that is lived within the company as a core part of how the company does business. I think one can get very far. Also, the understanding, and we heard some excellent presentations as well from the other co-panelists on the contextual risks. And I think that that's the understanding in a company. If we're talking business models, the human rights risks in any business model, in any company that has a particular business model, will look quite differently, will often look quite differently depending on the context they're operating in. And so, for example, when it comes to privacy or some of the issues that are being flagged, freedom of expression, access to information, whatever your business model is, and if you're a social media platform, your human rights risks will look quite different depending on whether you are in societies where there might be strong data protection regulation in place, which does, and we've seen some efforts in the European context on data protection that actually did force a number of companies to adapt their business model with certain and having to take some additional measures. If you are in a country where the government is passing laws that are cracking down on freedom of expressions in a way that is not in line with international human rights standards, to the extent that your business model is based on people being able to freely distribute views and information online, obviously how you respond to the legal challenge and meet your responsibility to respect human rights in those contexts. So I think there's a lot we can do thinking about business models and thinking about embedding and institutionalize and going in through the corporate governance lens to to really make strong inroads into some of these inherent challenges that a number of companies may have, because also, I mean, they were founded at a time where the venture capitalists who funded their creation did not ask any questions about this. And hopefully now we are a generation later. And I also again like Tanaz that she's sort of they're learning from the experience, and that so the more those either governments, regulators, investors, civil society are asking questions and making demands, I think both with new generation companies that are coming up can embed and bake in some of these human rights compatible structures more effectively. But even with those that are from sort of more well established and earlier generations tech, I think there is a long way to go by effectively implementing what we have before we need to get to the point where we say someone should just not be in business.
Thank you very much, Lena. And the last thing you mentioned was we're established companies, and I'm going to move on to a very established company, Facebook. I would be amiss if I wasn't to ask Nigat, in her role as a member of the Facebook Oversight Board and obviously an independent expert and so on. I mean, Facebook has become the sort of lightning rod for many of these discussions. How would you respond? And I'm not necessarily even talking about Facebook as such, but considering the pioneering, Facebook Supreme Court, as some have called it, this sort of introduction of an oversight body, would you say that this is a step in the right direction, or B, a step in the right direction, but at the same time kind of putting your finger in a dam, essentially, trying to essentially guard against something that is inherently unsustainable in terms of human rights? How would you square the two? Would you say it's A or B? Thank you.
Okay, so I think that it's why I chose to become part of the independent oversight board, because I believed that it's a step in a right direction in some way, because initially when I decided to be part of the board, my intention was to have a voice in a board where I, as a digital rights activist, have been screaming actually outside of this space where the decisions were being made when it comes to a social media platform, especially from a region which is complex, no matter it is about the regulatory framework of the country, or the lack of awareness among users, or how companies basically operate in certain contexts. And that was the main, intention to be part of the board. But also, the complex questions around content moderation when it comes to the company. And also when I looked into the charter of the oversight board, it is there to hold the company accountable. So that's why it's an independent oversight board. But I would agree with you that when they're like very difficult questions when it comes to the scalability of such kind of oversight mechanism when it comes to other companies, or how much other companies are willing to spend such an amount or investment on making such a self-regulatory body. So yes, there are some difficult questions there, but so far, if you see the kind of decisions that the oversight board has released, those decisions have the center is basically the international human rights framework, also the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, different resolutions, different documents that have been released by the UNSRs on right to freedom of expression, or right to privacy, or violence against women. So I think the kind of decisions we are making, it's an institution in the making, but maybe, like we are trying to actually set right precedent if others want to follow. But like I think there could be different models of self-regulation, but I think it's a right step, maybe for Facebook, for this company, maybe for other companies there are other ways to self-regulate themselves. But I think self-regulation is something that we really need, because there is a tension that we see between the governments and the companies, and companies really need to have an independent body who can hold them accountable, coming from like all regions, not all regions, but like different regions, and understand different contexts, understand different languages, and then have such a power and resources where they can reach out to the other civil society organizations and bodies who can contribute towards those decisions, the decisions that they are making around content moderation.
Thank you, Nigat. I'd like to move now from self-regulation to regulation. If possible, you just mentioned that self-regulation is needed, but let's talk a bit about the role of states. Essentially, the UN Guiding Principles, as all of you know, and as many of those watching know, call on a smart mix of measures to be undertaken to discharge the obligation to protect human rights and to help businesses respect human rights. And when it comes to digitalization, a recent survey found that laws and policies adopted by states are somewhat haphazard. That is, they're not necessarily well thought through, but they focus on the impact of tech on particular issues. These include essentially disinformation, content moderation, the spreading of false information, especially around terrorist activity and so on. At the same time, labor issues come up rarely in only 21% of the regulations reviewed by this survey. And environmental and corruption issues rarely feature. So my question to you is, which measures should states undertake as part of their duty to use a smart mix of measures regarding the tech sector? And what issues are most pressing? What issues should they focus on more? And I'd like to first come to Wayudi, and I know that your organization has issued recommendations on integrating human rights standards in the formulation of surveillance policies in Indonesia and so on. So if you'd like to touch upon your work as part of this broader question on how states can help regulate the tech sector. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So refers to the three pillars of the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights. For the first pillar, state responsibility to protect. I think it is the first process or first phase to endorse the implementation of the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights. Because specifically in the issue of the tech sectors, I think most of the countries in the South region still in the process of struggling to the response of the emerging technologies, especially the issue of the data protection, surveillance, and also the content moderation. For example, in Indonesia currently, the law on the information and electronic transactions cannot as a reference in the response of the several of the digital platforms, including the ministerial regulation developed by the Ministry of Communication and Informatics. It is debatable because in the specific term, the ministerial regulation scope to all of the digital platform, but the content of the ministerial regulation is just a side about the issue of the content moderation in the UGC platform, in the users generated platform. But currently, Indonesia also emerging so many of the online curated content platform without the regulation. So there is no what is the specific models or approach in developing of the regulation to regulate of the internet or technological sector. Is it will be reversed to the direct regulation, such as in the authoritarian governments, or will reverse to the models of the self-regulation developed by the several countries, or we will mix in the models of the co-regulation. So the government still confusing this. Hello.
Hi,
Yeah.
I think you're
So
muted.
Yeah, okay. So the government still confusing in the response of the emerging technology, especially the model of the regulation to response of the technology, especially the information and the communication technology. In the another issue, the topic of the surveillance communication, it is also relevant with the topic of the data protection. Currently, the Indonesian government passed the new regulation about the access to the personal data processing by the digital platform. It is also debatable because the regulations speak about the the limitation of the right to privacy, but regulated by the ministerial regulation, because there is no legislation format specifically and to regulate about the how implementing the human rights limitation principles in the issue of the right to privacy, including the limitation of the personal data protection, or limitation in the name of the national security, public security, etc., in the level of the legislation. So I think the first intervention to the countries may be how to integrate the human rights principles as a foundation of the UN guiding principle on business human rights in the policy level or in the legislation level. After that, I think we can discuss more specific with the tech company, with the corporation, about how the corporation integrating of the UN guiding principles in the internal policy, including in the issue of formulation of the privacy policy. For example, for the first developing of Gojek in Indonesia, Gojek have one of the the appropriate of the privacy policy and term of services. But currently, after the European Union released the EU General Data Protection regulation, Gojek tried to comply with the international standards, especially the issue of the data protection in GDPR, and try to amendment of the privacy policy and term of services to comply with the international standard in the privacy in the operation.
Hi, Wayuri. We can't hear you again, or at least I can't.
Okay, so I think I have a problem with my connection, so come back to Mojondo.
Okay, thank you. Lena, actually over to you. So I just wanted to ask you the same question, essentially. What should states do in this regard? What kind of regulation is part of this smart mix? What laws, policies, are there any good examples you can point us to, either comparatively or regionally, with regard to regulation by states or regional organizations? Thank you.
Well, thanks. I should flag that we've just yesterday actually issued our foundational paper on the focus area 4, so on the part of BTEC that focuses on the role of states. So that is hot off the press and is available on our website. And please, if I can also just ask everyone to sign up for our newsletter if they want to receive updates as and when these papers come out. I think just in going back to your question, I think really it's very difficult to come and say this is exactly the kind of regulation we have to this is what works, this is what doesn't work. It is what we're trying to argue is that sort of notion starting with the smart mix. It is what the problem is requiring to be meeting its objective. So, and that might well differ in different national, regional contexts. And as the UNDP, you've done a lot of work to promote national action plans in the region. And we think that, I think that certainly having a considered approach to look at what are the problems in a particular country or in a particular region or globally for that matter. What is the problem we're trying to achieve? What is it that will get this problem resolved, as opposed to saying, well, we can make a tech and human rights law. That's not how the world works. The kinds of issues and the kind of measures that government can take and should take will come in. There will be very many different layers and levers that need to be pulled, and some of them will sit in labor law. If you are a GoCheck, then what laws and policies need to be in place in order for Tanya's company to operate with respect to human rights is not necessarily the same thing as if you're a telecoms operator or if you're in another kind of part of the sector. So I think we need to be just really clear that the smart mix is indeed something that takes into account what is the area we are trying to address? What is the problem we are trying to address? Is that a problem that transcends different kinds of companies in the sector, or is it one that is transversal? So there is no single silver bullet here. There is no single, now this is what we're trying to do. One can come at it, for example, through a technology saying artificial intelligence, and whoever is using artificial intelligence, wherever they may be, because of course there are many non-tech companies that are using artificial intelligence, we can set certain parameters around, bias and discrimination and intrusion, etc. But it's so it really is something that is like the other issue, the first issue we discussed. It pays itself out in quite a context-specific way. So what one does as a state or as a group of states need to do is to look at it. First, you identify, you scope out what the problem is, you prioritize based on which are the most severe problems that we need to address. And then you roll out the kind of regulatory and policy levers that will address that particular problem. And again, I mean, just going back to the national action plans, it can be, it's not always, but it can be an effective process through which a government work with industry, with stakeholders, with civil society to try to scope out what are the kinds of problems and how do we prioritize which are the most severe ones. So I think, I think that's what I also wanted to comment a few things on the Facebook oversight board, but I think we probably have moved on from that. So anyway, but yeah, great that you to hear from you about the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned a concrete issue. You said, it's not about necessarily tech and human rights, but, it's about various issues. And then you mentioned artificial intelligence, and I was actually going to come on to that right now. So with regard to artificial intelligence, there's obviously been a lot of criticism of its use, as well as, lots of promise shown. Just yesterday, I was listening to a talk by Daniel Kahneman, who won the Nobel Prize in economics, saying, one day we'll all regret not handing over more of our lives over to artificial intelligence and how it makes fewer mistakes than humans. So far from it being, purely a negative phenomenon, but there's been criticism as well. Obviously, Lina, you just mentioned bias, discrimination, and so on. So it's about the human side of artificial intelligence, if you will. So who is it that sets it up? And Tana, I was going to come on to you and I was wondering, does your company take these, let's say, flaws into account, possibly in its recruitment of programmers, others that set up artificial intelligence in other ways? Do you have any measures in place to tackle this gap, if you will? Thank you.
Look, I think with machine learning and the algorithms and artificial intelligence that we might use, and I'm gonna give away that I am not at all technical as a person. I'm more of a building block, tangible type of person. But that to say, there's a lot of very obviously very talented technical people that work at Gojek and in many other tech companies. I think we as humans have inherent biases. We always, irrespective of who we are, we'll have experiences that bias us. There, we'll have how we were brought up, to where we grew up, to the languages we speak, and the kind of language and words we use on a daily basis. The privileges that we have or disadvantages that we have. So I think all that is what makes up the richness and uniqueness of every single human being and individual. That said, can artificial intelligence replace that when it comes to trying to present unbiased recruitment processes, or even how our app interfaces or interacts with users and driver partners and merchants? I mean, if a human has built it, then there are going to be inherent biases in that, I think, and that's my own personal opinion. How we tackle that, that's a tough one. I think within Gojek, we have several things that are very much internal facing right now, but as it relates to how we eliminate biases from our recruitment processes, our promotion processes, how we eliminate biases from let's say in our leadership, for example, and ensure the best practices that relate to diversity, equity, and inclusion principles. And that's something, it's actually quite, I wouldn't say it's new, but it's something that, at least in Indonesia and in the ASEAN region, it's still something that's yet to be formalized. And so for us, delving into what diversity, equity, inclusion looks like in an Indonesian context, in a Thai context, a Vietnamese context, and so forth, it's not just about race. It becomes then about gender. It becomes about socioeconomic background, all these other things that have traditionally, historically, and systematically kept different groups of humans apart from each other and disadvantaged or advantaged. And so I think we're slowly trying to address that. As it relates to your question on artificial intelligence, that's not, I don't think I'm in a position necessarily to comment exactly what we've done on it. But I think, the other panelists have made some really good points that I did want to touch upon. I think there are, to me at least, there are fundamental human rights that transcend regional and local contexts. I think there are some where we know we have an innate sense of what is right or wrong, and whether we know. And I think even me as an individual going into this role at Gojek and the people that I work with, every point of the decision-making process has been, as a company, are we breaking any of those innate human rights? And the reason why I'm focusing on human rights is because I believe it's a right for my generation and the next generations, especially for me. I mean, I have children, so it's particularly personally motivated, that they have access to clean air, that they have access to a proper waste management infrastructure, that they are not going to be living in a city where we are now that will 96% of North Jakarta is supposed to be underwater, by 2050. It's sinking 12 centimeters a year. I think that's a right my kids have, that they can continue to live in the city where my family are from and not have to be displaced because of climate-related, climate-related issues and risks, precisely like that. So I think environmental and social issues for us is very intersectional, and that's why we're trying to address them in a way that makes the most sense as a company and as a platform. However, without policy instruments, I mean, that is the most powerful tool we as a society have to address some of these big environmental and social challenges. And so I think if we can work with government, if we can ensure that there are the regulations and laws that will not just hold us, Gojek, accountable, but also the other companies across all the many industries and sectors that operate here in Indonesia and other markets as well. That to us is something that I think there's still room to improve, and something we definitely want to see happen sooner rather than later. we're huge, not just an advocate, but are practitioners in multi-stakeholder collaboration and approaches to solutions, because we're going to have one perspective. We don't know all the other perspectives that might get us to, accelerating to achieving a solution faster than if we were trying to do things on our own, piecemeal. So for us, it's very, that also is very much embedded in our approach to all the environmental and social issues that we've, prioritized as a company. But yeah, I think I've gone a little bit off the tangent as it relates to the AI question, but I think that was something important that I did want to touch upon in response to some of the other comments that panelists have made.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'd like to move on to a couple of audience questions. The first one relates to monopolies, and I'd like to sort of filter it through my own thinking as well. But obviously, monopolies and human rights are not necessarily always, related in the sense that there hasn't been that much literature on it until recently, because monopolies are a subject of competition law and other areas of law and so on. But there's been obviously allegations that monopolies in and of themselves are bad for human rights, that they're incompatible with human rights and so on. And we've heard of allegations of Amazon and others who have, become increasingly, let's say, difficult workplaces for their workers and contractors and so on. So my question is, what steps should be, the question from the audience rather is, what steps should be taken to prevent monopolies in tech? And I'd like to come over to Nighat, and I'd like to add to that actually, or should there be? Is that an inherently bad thing? Nighat, over to you.
Actually, I wanted to respond to the question that you posed to Lena around regulations and estates. And I'll come to that, and I think someone else can respond to the question around monopolies. Maybe I'm not the right person, but I would say that what I witness in our region, especially in my country, is basically the monopoly of the big tech, and also how different programs or different products roll out, especially with the users who have not much awareness or idea that what are the other products or platforms out there that they can actually use. And I would like to talk about the free basics by Facebook that was rolled out in Pakistan in collaboration with one of the very famous telecom company, especially among the users in the rural part of our country. And 70% of population in Pakistan lives in rural areas. And that, of course, it was rolled out everywhere, but free basics really, became popular among the users who had no idea how internet looks like. And for them, this only Facebook became, like an internet space where they basically used to think that that's the whole internet. That's how the internet looks like. So when it comes to monopolies, that's how it looks like in some parts of the world, where users are really not aware what are the other options out there, or have no access to them. But the same product or initiative, the company couldn't roll out in India because of the resistance by different groups. And especially, I would like to commend digital rights groups and other groups who actually joined hands together and resisted it, that like the company couldn't roll this out there. And it generated a lot of conversation. But we were not successful in Pakistan because like 70% of the population who could get access to that product freely, of course they were like, something is better than nothing. So I think it's a question of haves and has not as well, and in what regions you are rolling out such products or things where you know that the masses will have no other options. And I think it's actually also a responsibility of not just the governments, but also the other bodies to sort of, like monitor or have an oversight that how companies or other businesses are rolling out their products and in what circumstances. That's one thing. And I don't know if I have responded this question correctly, but I also wanted to respond to the question around regulations although it's a little bit, like moving away from this conversation, but I really want to respond to that because it matters to us. And what we are seeing post pandemic is actually, emergence of an enactment of new regulations and laws. And I think governments around the world, especially in global south, found this opportunity where, people are actually, it's a matter of survival for them, and governments found this opportunity to enact new laws, and mostly laws related to, regulating internet or digital spaces are really draconian. Processes are not inclusive. The problem that is scoping out of the different issues that Lena also mentioned, that's not happening. It's just one fine day you find out that, oh, there is a new draft of the law, and the cabinet will notify it in next few days, and you absolutely have no option except to accept such kind of laws in your jurisdictions and then impose those regulations and laws on tech companies as well. And I think this has become a very difficult and complex space in some parts of the world. And I think it's an urgent thing that we really need to look at, because mostly governments are focusing and actors are focusing on pandemic. And while all the human rights work that we have done over the decades, we are leaving that behind.
Thank you, Tana. Thank you, Nigat. Thanks very much for the answer to that question. I was going to just go back to the audience question because I feel like we shouldn't leave it unanswered. Tana, let me cover to you. I know it might be a difficult question for you to answer as a company representative, and Lena, I will come to you as well, but are monopolies inherently bad for human rights? And if so, what should be done to prevent them? Thank you.
Look, I think as a consumer, I wouldn't want one particular company to have a monopoly on an entire industry, of course, because I believe I have a right to choose between, that's the whole point, right? So I think I should have different options. I shouldn't be forced to select one particular, channel because that particular company has a monopoly in that sector. And so I think even at Gojek, we've taken steps to make sure that we demonstrate how we're aligning with anti-competitive, regulations and making sure that we engage in anti-competitive behaviors, and that we're offering, consumers the depth and the variety and in terms of their options and choices. That's, I think, pretty much as far as I can say right now. We did report on that in our sustainability report as well, what we were doing as it relates to anti-competitive behavior. It was one of the issues, I think, that came up from our materiality assessment. So the consultations we did with the internal and external stakeholders, this will only become because essentially what we reported on this year will be our bare minimum, so benchmark. And so for every year moving ahead, we'll continue to disclose even more and more as it relates to exactly the steps we're taking from a policy and operations standpoint to ensure that we're engaging in anti-competitive behavior.
Thank you. Lena, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, just very quickly, just on Nigat's point around legal developments in the pandemic, and it's something that the UN Human Rights Office and UN Human Rights mechanisms concern they deeply share. So I thank you for flagging that. It's not directly the focus of this session, but it is a very worrying trend, and I know also a number of companies have been trying to challenge the scope of some of these new regulations. But just on the monopoly question, I think from a human rights perspective, I don't think human rights law per se is sort of anti-monopolistic, but I think it's very, very clear that monopolies carry an increased risk for behavior by monopoly companies or companies that enjoy monopoly or near monopoly status that is not in accordance with human rights. So that is abusing their position in the marketplace to have practices in relation to their labor, in relation to anti-union drives, etc., to really set conditions across the market in the sector they're in that can have very detrimental impacts on human rights. But that's also where it's so important that government regulation comes in. So you have both sort of through antitrust, but that is about avoiding monopolies because they can be bad for a number of other things, including sort of economics and all sorts of other issues. But if there's not clear labor laws in place or environmental laws in place, I think the risk inherent with a monopoly situation becomes that much greater. So if you are a company, and just using the lens of the guiding principles, if you are a company that enjoy monopoly and near monopoly status, you would have to do very significant heightened due diligence to ensure that somehow your position doesn't engage you or doesn't lead you to engage in practices that runs contrary to your responsibility to respect human rights. And if you are a government that, for whatever reason, political reasons, is not able to crack down on anti-competitive behavior and through an antitrust, you would better have to be sure that at least when it comes to human rights related regulation, what, for example, environmental, social, labor-related, occupational health and safety, all the issues that can go out the window very easily. That there is that you are able to take measures to combat those, to address those risks.
Thanks very much. We have about 9 minutes left, so I'd like to end with a kind of final big picture question, but then, if you could make it as concrete as possible. And it's, I can't go through a panel in 2021 without mentioning the pandemic. I'm sorry, but I do have to ask, we seem to be coming out of it very slowly. Some people would say the beginning of the end is in sight, and it's ushered in huge changes in how we communicate, how we educate ourselves, how we access services, health, others. And sort of without sounding overly dramatic, if these changes do hold, it could almost be said that, the pandemic will change what it means to be human. So just about all of these changes have come about through or have been accompanied by increased digitalization in our lives. So bearing this in mind, how do you see the post-pandemic digital world and its implications on human rights, and which of the changes that have been ushered in, changes in standards on encryption norms, using national public health concerns to shut down free speech and freedom of association and others, which of these changes concern you the most? And are there any changes that you welcome over the past year and a half that you think, should hold once we resume normal life? Wayudi, I'll come to you first. And if you could keep it to a couple of minutes each, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So the issue in Indonesia, especially during the pandemic, it is about the acceleration of the digital transformation on one side, and the other side, it is about the use of the biometrics data to identify and the control of the people, including how the government disseminate the social securities to the people during the pandemic based on the biometric data. So in the future, we have the problem with the the processing of the biometric data, including the data of health, and also the use of the several of the technological instrument. For example, the CCTV with the the facial recognition technology, and also the normalization of the use of the surveillance instrument to control and to take the decision by the government. So based on the situation, we need the acceleration of the process of the formulation of the legislation and the regulation, use of the human-centric approach in the process and the materials to protect of the civil liberties, and how the government try to balance things between the public rights and also how the protects of the stability, the protect of the economy, etc., based on the regulation. And the peoples as data subject also have the instrument to claim their rights and also get remedies from the government, including from the corporation if the corporation conduct of the human rights violation. So based on the UN guiding principles on disease and human rights, we try to intervention to three pillars: how the government formulation of the policies, how the corporate try to respect to the human rights principles, and try to openings of the access to remedy by the corporation or by the governments. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So surveillance, remedies, and so on. Nigat, what about yourself?
I think it's almost a cliche to say that the use and integration of tech in our everyday life have become even more entrenched. But that's true. The way we work, communicate, learn, and organize in the online space has been fundamentally altered by the pandemic. And while it is difficult to see beyond the pandemic, since in many parts of the world the pandemic is very much real and growing in scale, we can anticipate that some of the freedoms we surrendered in order to track and stop the spread of the virus might become a regular part of our lives. We have seen tracing apps that have been developed and still being used in absence of any data protection laws and lack of transparency. And it is perfectly plausible that states that develop surveillance mechanisms to track the virus will now use the same technology to surveil the population in other contexts or under the garb of pandemic. And controls on speech have become even more enhanced during the pandemic. We have seen countries, for instance, clamping down on speech under the pretext of controlling misinformation about the virus. And how governments respond abuse and harassment against online abuse and harassment against journalists who are reporting on pandemic in their respective countries. And this tension, especially around tackling misinformation, has been apparent in the tussle between the tech companies and the Indian government, for instance, just recently. So I would just say that although there are some opportunities that we have seen in terms of accessing technology and digital spaces, we have also seen how we have surrendered our human rights in the online spaces very silently, and no one even noticed that.
Thanks. Tana, over to you.
I don't know that I would have much more eloquence to add to what the panelists and Leno, I think, after me would have to say. But yes, of course. I mean, look, we gave up a lot more, as Nigat mentioned, than we even realized during this pandemic under the, I don't think it was a guise, but really that we, in response to the crisis, right, the governments were responding to a crisis and as such required some of these data points to be able to surveillance, to control populations, to control movement, and we willingly gave those up. So I think whether or not we knew the full extent of the potential damage that could be done with that data and with governments holding that data or companies holding that data, that's, I think, still remains to be seen. However, yes, in response to this crisis, there were some requirements that needed to happen because we were trying to meet the crisis with the full force of government and private sector and so forth. And I think for us, it's still very much a gray area. It's about what Yudi already mentioned before. There's a lot of movement happening to try and now figure out those gray areas. And I think from Gojek's perspective, we would really much be open and keen to work with the government to make sure that those gray areas are figured out sooner rather than later.
Thanks very much. Elena, over to you.
Yeah, I really also don't have a lot to say to what has already been said, and I know we are short of time, but certainly scaling back of vast monitoring practices that have been deployed for good reasons during the pandemic would be very desirable, in particular easing the pressure put on private actors to share data with some governments. So learning from data minimalist practices that helped in some regions to fight the pandemic while preserving privacy, for example, preserving contract tracing apps is really using some of those examples, both for the remainder of the ongoing pandemic, which is absolutely, as Nigel was saying, not over everywhere. Not everywhere can begin to see the end. So incorporate data minimalism into everyday business activities for the remainder of the pandemic, but also as we are coming out of it.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, well, that just about draws us to an hour and a half of our panel. I don't think I can get any more questions in, but thanks very much for being willing to answer the ones that I and the audience had, and apologies to those in the audience that asked a couple of the questions I couldn't get to. We were limited with time. I trust that all of those watching the panel will keep following this issue because it rises exponentially, if you pardon the pun, in importance with each passing year and with the advance of artificial intelligence and other technologies and so on. And I'd like to thank my colleagues who are organizing the forum again and our partners. And I hope all of you stay tuned in for the next 3 days, where there's a lot more fascinating discussions on other aspects of business and human rights to come. So thanks again to all of you, and we'll see you soon. Thanks very much. Bye.